Chapter 117. Outside the imperial court, it was another scene. Chang'an City, West City. Have you heard? Yesterday, the Drunken Immortal restaurant sold immortal drunken wine. They said they would refund you if you didn't get drunk after 2 liters. I have. What happened after that? Did the Drunken Immortal restaurant lose a lot of money yesterday? Nonsense! It is said that the people who went to challenge the Drunken Immortal restaurant yesterday were all defeated. Most of them got drunk before they finished 1 liter. One of them drank the most, but he only drank 1 liter and a half before he couldn't hold on anymore. Ah, this wine is so strong. Then who drank the most? Ha! It was Wei Xuanqing, the minister of the imperial court. Ah, isn't Wei Xuanqing the master brewer of our imperial court? How could he get drunk? Hey, that's nothing. What's more interesting is that Wei Xuanqing held someone's hand after he got drunk and insisted on giving him money. Hey, that's right, that's the man. Hey, man, you're here today too? Yes, the Drunken Immortal restaurant's immortal drunken wine is really an immortal brew. The braised pork and braised meatballs are also rare delicacies in the world. I couldn't forget them after tasting them yesterday. Later, I heard that the Drunken Immortal restaurant also has a kind of wine called Gentle Village, which is specially brewed for people who can't drink. So I brought my wife here today to try it. This man was the middle-aged man whom Wei Zheng mistook for Feng Xianling yesterday and insisted on giving him money. Ha! You couple are really affectionate. But man, is the Drunken Immortal restaurant's immortal drunken wine really that good? The middle-aged man nodded without hesitation and said, "Of course, but this wine is very easy to get drunk and shouldn't be overdosed. Not only that, their new dishes are also unique delicacies in our Tang Empire. They are very delicious. Now that you mention it, I'm a little greedy. I have to go in and try it today. Hey, man, why didn't you take the money that Wei Xuanqing gave you yesterday?" Another young man next to him teased. The middle-aged man. Ha ha! The surrounding crowd suddenly burst into laughter. "Young master, the new wine and dishes are too popular." After deducting the cost, just the new wine and dishes alone made a profit of more than 400 strings of coins yesterday. It's really amazing. Within a private room in the Immortal Indulgence Inn, Manager Lu reported to Li Zishuan with extreme excitement, now that the Drunken Immortal restaurant had come back from the dead and made a shocking reversal. Apart from Li Zishuan, the most excited person was Manager Lu. Li Zishuan nodded his head calmly. The Drunken Immortal and the pork dishes were just released yesterday. Not many people knew about them yet. The profits would definitely get bigger and bigger later on. He casually agreed and said, that's good. Uncle Lu, from now on, the affairs of the Drunken Immortal Inn will depend on you to manage. I will no longer interfere in the affairs of the Drunken Immortal Inn. Today, he brought Lan to try the new dishes. The little girl was eating until her mouth was full of oil and had no time to pay attention to him. When Manager Lu heard that Li Zishuan didn't intend to interfere in the affairs of the Drunken Immortal Inn, he was shocked. He had indeed become dependent on Li Zishuan. Whenever there was a problem in the Drunken Immortal Inn, the first person he thought of was Li Zishuan. "Young master, why is this?" Li Zishuan did have his reasons for doing this. First, he had other things to do. How could he stay in the Drunken Immortal Inn every day? Second, he found that Manager Lu and Wang Eru had become dependent on him. When they encountered problems, they didn't want to solve it themselves. Instead, they wanted him to help them. How could this be? A qualified leader would never do everything personally. "Uncle Lu, I still have other things to do. In the future, you should encourage Eru and the others to invent new dishes. You can't just sit there and do nothing. If the drunken immortal wants to develop healthily, it must constantly innovate. You can't just rely on me, Lisa Schwan said, solemnly. When Manager Lu heard this, he knew that Li Zixuan had made up his mind. He also felt that Li Zixuan's words were reasonable. It was indeed a bit outrageous for a lord to spend all his time in a restaurant researching food and drink. Young master is right. Don't worry, young master. Old Lu, will definitely take good care of the drunken immortal in according to your wishes. Li Zixuan nodded slightly and continued eating with Lon. Azure Dragon Ward, within the courtyard of the mansion. TSK. This drunken immortal truly lives up to its reputation. It looks like we'll have to hurry up and discuss cooperation with Li Zixuan. The white-clothed young master held a cup of wine and carefully savored the taste. Young master, the drunken immortal's new wine and dishes are now hard to come by. I'm afraid that the second young master won't be able to sit still at House Yunshi any longer. The white-clothed young master couldn't help but smile. He said, "Yes, I'm afraid my second younger brother is in a hurry right now. We'll go meet this Li Zixuan tomorrow. It'll be best if we can cooperate." Lu Yun couldn't help but ask, "Young master, both the scooter and the drunken immortal are extremely popular in Chang, and right now, why would Li Zixuan be willing to cooperate with us?" The white-clothed young master shook his head and said with a smile, "You don't understand. The Li family has risen too quickly. Their foundation naturally can't compare to our 1,000-year-old families. The scooter and the drunken immortal are only popular in Chang, and they might not be popular in other places. If Li Zixuan cooperates with me, there will only be benefits for him. It's a win-win situation for both of us." Lu Yun suddenly understood and nodded. At this moment, a woman in white clothes suddenly floated down from behind Lu Yun. Yes, it was Liao. This woman's skin was whiter than snow and her figure was slender. She suddenly appeared behind Lu Yun without making a sound. She directly placed her sword and its scabbard on Lu Yun's neck and coldly said, "Lu Yun, you're getting bolder now. Why does the young master need to explain to you what he wants to do?" Lu Yun's legs trembled from the cold scabbard and the bone-chilling voice. He quickly begged for mercy. "Miss Yuyao, please spare my life. This little one definitely didn't mean that." The white-clothed young master also smiled and said, "Lu Yun was just asking casually. Don't scare him. Yao, The woman named Yuyao patted Lu Yun's shoulder with the scabbard when she heard this. She then put away her sword and coldly snorted, "Next time, just do whatever the young master asks you to do. If you talk so much nonsense again, be careful that I'll cut off your tongue. Scram." Lu Yun quickly bowed to the white-clothed young master and then to Yuyao as he apologized. "This little one won't dare to ask any more next time. This little one will take his leave now. Lu Yun wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and hurriedly retreated. "Yao, why are you here?" The white-clothed young master smiled and shook his head. When he saw that Lu Yun had already retreated, he asked. Yuyao hurriedly replied respectfully, replying to the young master, "Yuyao received news a few days ago that the second young master has recently recruited a group of Jianghu experts. Yuyao is afraid that the second young master will harm the young master in this trial. So Yuyao specially came to protect the young master's safety." The white-clothed young master smiled indifferently and said, "Yao, you're overthinking things. Although my second brother and I have our conflicts, it's far from the point of fighting each other. He probably has other uses for the Jianghu experts. You should return to the clan. Otherwise, the elders will blame you for leaving your post without permission." Yuyao frowned and firmly shook her head. The second young master's current intentions are unclear. Yu Yao won't let the young master take the risk alone. Yu Yao will follow the young master wherever he goes, and will never leave. After saying that, she directly went to the white-clothed young master's side and stood there like a sword without moving. Her delicate and pretty face was filled with determination and stubbornness. The white-clothed young master raised his head and looked at her. He knew that he couldn't persuade her anymore, so he stood up and gently stroked Yu Yao's beautiful face. He smiled helplessly and said, "It's been so many years. Why are you still so stubborn? Since you insist on following me, then follow me. I'll send a letter to my father later and tell him that I've transferred you over to do some errands." Yu Yao looked at the white-clothed young master's hand that was inches away from her, and a faint blush flashed across her cold face. When she heard that the young master had finally agreed to let her follow him, a smile finally appeared on her face. She said, "Thank you, young master." Her voice carried a trace of joy, and was clearly not as cold as before. The white-clothed young master shook his head and smiled. This young master really doesn't know what to do with you. Since that's the case, Yao, you can stay here. Tomorrow you can come with me to meet that Li Zixuan." Yu Yao softly agreed and asked, "If the young master wants to cooperate with that Li Zixuan, Yu Yao can just go and capture him. Why bother the young master to personally make a trip if that Li Zixuan dares to not agree to cooperate? I'll kill him." The white-clothed young master unhappily flicked Yu Yao's forehead and said, "Why do you only know how to fight and kill? This is Chang, and in the future, don't mess around without my orders. Moreover, this matter can only be cooperated. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions." "Yes, young master." Yu Yao rubbed her forehead and whispered in agreement. Chapter 118. In the afternoon, when Li Zixuan and Lan returned home, Wang Zhong told him something strange. "Young master, a chicken seedling merchant came to the Eastern market today. He wants to sell 80,000 chicken seedlings in one go, but his price is a little high. One chicken seedling costs 120 copper coins. This old servant thought about it and bought all 80,000 chicken seedlings. This way, the 150,000 chicken seedlings that young master wants to buy will all be gathered." The moment Li Zixuan entered the house, Wang Zhong came over and carefully reported to him, "Li Zixuan, let Lan go find Iron Egg, Xiaohe, and the others to play." Then he pondered for a moment and asked, "Uncle Wang, what is the background of this merchant? Why does he have so many chicken seedlings?" Wang Zhong replied, "This old servant has also inquired about this. It is said that they transported a batch of chicken seedlings from the south through the Grand Canal." Li Zixuan nodded thoughtfully. Being able to solve the chicken seedling problem in one go could also be considered as solving a problem in his heart. Thus, he said, "All right, then buy it. That merchant probably wants to resell the chicken seedlings from the south to make a fortune. Chang and's chicken seedlings might be even more expensive in the future. Uncle Wang, quickly send these chicken seedlings to Plum Village and the Han Village. Instruct them to take good care of them." "Yes, young master. This old servant will arrange it immediately." Wang Zhong heaved a sigh of relief. After all, spending so much money in one go had put a lot of pressure on him. Yunshi Pavilion. "Young master, the 80,000 chicken seedlings from the south have all been bought by the Li family. This trip, excluding the cost of the journey, we can probably make a profit of 5,000 strings of cash." The young master in a green robe stood by the window and nodded. "Yes, although 5,000 strings of cash is not a lot, it is better than nothing. Xiaoing, put your focus on Yunshi Pavilion. If Yunshi Pavilion is managed well, it is not impossible to make a profit of 1,000 strings of cash in a day. This young master has heard that the Drunken Immortal restaurant has released new wine and new dishes these past 2 days. Our customers are already showing signs of leaving. Quickly think of a way to make Xia Shengyuan imitate their new dishes. Xiaoying. This middle-aged man was actually the shopkeeper of Yunxi restaurant. Xiaoying. Xiaoying hurriedly replied respectfully, "Yes, young master. This subordinate will do it immediately." The next morning, the sky was still bright. Li family's west courtyard. Kunlun is vast and majestic. I think of its purity, gods fight in the Xian realm, and the Chen Yin and Yang. Gods fought in Xian, and there was neither good nor evil. The dragon is born in the middle, and its head and tail believe in each other. When a dragon emerges from the middle, one can see its creation. Nihility is the cause of great loss of life. No, whether it was empty or not, he couldn't accept it. When the sun is in the sky, it makes use of its time to make decisions. When the sun is high in the sky, it should be at its highest position. It is better to be enlightened in the west than to have the moon in its quaint state. When the moon is thin, the base begins to retreat. Qiu Huqi Shui Baozhen. Prophecy. Chieftain's bag. Rin Chun is also there. Yellow is not yellow. Overturning autumn is everlasting. Huang is not Huang. It is lacking in virtue. The spiritual energy was inverted. When the spirit is turned upside down, time will not subdue it. Iron Egg held a book and sat cross-legged on the ground, reading word by word. After a while, he raised his head and asked Li Zishuan, who was sitting on a bench next to him and yawning, "Master, Iron Egg knows all these words, but Iron Egg doesn't know what they mean." Li Zishuan yawned gloomily. This stupid disciple, he couldn't even understand this. This guy didn't realize that if he hadn't merged with his predecessor's memories, he wouldn't have been able to understand these scriptures either. That's right, Iron Egg was holding the first 5 volumes of the Taishan Sutra. Li Zishuan had copied them last night. After all, Iron Egg's original intention of becoming a disciple was to learn martial arts. It wouldn't be right if he didn't teach him martial arts. Moreover, this child was still young and had a good foundation. It was the best time to lay his foundation. The reason why he chose to practice martial arts in the early morning, according to his predecessor's memories, was mainly because the early morning was when nature intersected with heaven and earth. When the sun rose, people would feel more nourished by the energy of the universe. For people who practiced martial arts at this time, the effect would be very obvious, and they would get twice the result with half the effort. Well, spiritual masterling, Su had explained it this way before. Anyway, Li Zishuan was an atheist who had received higher education and didn't really believe in this kind of nonsense. But he didn't have any experience in teaching disciples. He could only copy everything according to his memory. Iron Egg, you should be like me, sit cross-legged and guard your origin. Imagine that Kunlun is the sky, majestic is the earth, and seclusion is the hidden meaning. The sky is engulfed in the earth, and the earth is in the center. At this time, the gods are fighting in the heavens, and the yin and yang are fighting. The upper 9 is the extreme, and the upper 9 is the heaven. The lower 9 is the metal and the soul. How can the soul ascend to the heaven? The upper and lower are in conflict, so it is called the opposite of qi. Li Zishuan explained the true meaning of the first volume of the Supreme Mystery Sutra to Iron Egg. Then, he waited for Iron Egg to slowly comprehend it. The first volume of the Supreme Mystery Sutra focused on drawing qi, but it was different from other inner force mantras. It drew the primordial qi of chaos. Compared to ordinary true qi, it was a level higher in quality. As long as Iron Egg could completely comprehend the first volume, he would successfully draw qi into his body. From an ordinary person, he would step into the ranks of martial artists. His body would also be twice as strong as his peers. Li Zishuan waited for a long time, but Iron Egg didn't open his eyes. So he asked anxiously, "How is it, Iron Egg? Do you have a feeling that there are a few tadpole-like chi running around in your body?" The feeling of drawing chi into the body through the Supreme Mystery Sutra was that there were a few tadpole-like true chi running around in the meridians. As one's power deepened, there would be more and more of these tadpole-like true chi. In his memory, spiritual master Ling Su once said that when the Supreme Mystery Sutra was practiced to the 10th level, the tadpole-like true chi would become a giant frog. The 100 acupoints would become one, and one's inner force would grow and multiply endlessly. Unfortunately, it seemed that no one had been able to practice it. Iron Egg heard this and opened his eyes. With a sad face, he said, "Master, Iron Egg didn't feel anything." Well, he was still too impatient. If drawing chi was so easy, then wouldn't the world be filled with martial arts masters? Iron Egg, from now on, you will wake up every morning at Maosher, around 5 in the morning. Meditate for an hour, stand still for an hour, then run 10 laps around our house. Only then can you eat. After eating, you will go with Lan to listen to the teacher's lecture. You understand? Iron Egg was immediately dumbfounded. Meditating and standing still was fine, but running 10 laps around the Li Mansion was a bit difficult. The Li Mansion occupied a large area. Running 10 laps around the mansion would be more than 20 miles. Wouldn't that be exhausting? Li Zishuan said seriously, "What? You can't do it? Did you forget what you said to me when you first became my disciple? If you can't even endure this little bit of hardship, what martial arts are you learning?" A martial artist not only needs to cultivate the mind, but also needs to strengthen the body. With your current weak appearance, even if I gave you a body of inner force, you wouldn't be able to withstand it. Iron Egg saw his master's stern expression and hurriedly agreed, "Master is right. Iron Egg will definitely do as you say in the future. I definitely won't be lazy." Li Zishuan nodded and said, "That's more like it. You practice martial arts on your own. I won't keep an eye on you all the time. But if I find out that you're lazy, then our relationship as master and disciple will come to an end. You understand?" Iron Egg heard this, and his body trembled. He had enough of the days of being weak. He didn't want to be weak again. He clenched his teeth, clenched his fists, and said in a clear voice, "Master, don't worry. Iron Egg definitely won't be lazy." Li Zishuan nodded with satisfaction. As a master, of course, he couldn't always be amiable. There was a reason why a strict master would produce a fine disciple since ancient times. "Well, Iron Egg, after you practice martial arts in the morning and listen to my lessons in the afternoon, if I have time, I'll teach you another skill. You have to learn it well. In times of peace, no matter how good your martial arts are, you're just a boorish man. You might not even be able to eat and wear. I have high hopes for you. I hope you won't only be obsessed with martial arts. If you learn my skill well, you'll be even better than a Wuling master." Li Zishuan could also see that Iron Egg was obsessed with martial arts and was not interested in cultural studies. That was why he advised him. The Tang Empire still had more than 100 years of prosperity. You're just a boorish man who doesn't know anything about martial arts. You probably won't even be able to eat and wear when the time comes unless you become a bandit. Of course, if Iron Egg really became a bandit, Li Zishuan would be so angry that he would punish him. "Master, is there really such a powerful skill?" Iron Egg was indeed a little averse to learning before. He just wanted to learn martial arts well, so that he and his sister would not be bullied. At this time, when he heard his master say that there was a skill that was even better than a Wuling master, Iron Egg suddenly felt a little incredulous. Lisa Schwann smiled and said, "Of course. I call this skill engineering. The previous scooters, roller bearings, and curved plows were all made with this skill. If this skill is studied deeply, an ordinary person can lift a 10,000-kilogram boulder by himself. Anyone can even fly above the ninth heaven. Don't you think this skill is amazing?" Iron Egg's eyes widened. He was deeply shocked by the scene described by Lisa Schwann. At this time, he quickly nodded and praised, "Amazing, of course it's amazing." Lisa Schwann laughed and said, "Then you have to learn it well. Don't embarrass me in the future. You practice first. I'm going back to sleep." After that, Lisa Schwann actually walked to the room. Iron Egg hurriedly said respectfully behind him, "Goodbye, Master." Lisa Schwann waved his hand and laughed. He thought to himself, it's fun to be someone's master and teach his disciple when he has nothing to do. Iron Egg sat down cross-legged again, but wondered in his heart, why is Master so lazy every day, but his skill is so good? Chapter 119. Lisa Schwann went to sleep, but Iron Egg was still sweating outside. He was only a 7-year-old child. It was difficult for him to run such a long distance, not to mention that he had to stand for an hour before running. Iron Egg's legs were weak by the 5th lap. At this time, he was relying on his strong willpower to move his legs. "Brother Iron Egg, what are you doing running here and there?" After Lawn Air woke up, she wanted to find Iron Egg, but she was told by the servants that Iron Egg was outside running around the Lee mansion. So she went out to guard the door. When Iron Egg ran over, she asked curiously. Iron Egg was panting, and his face was pale. He was really tired and didn't want to talk at all. But thinking that Lawn Air usually took care of him, he simply explained, "Master, let me run." As he spoke, he slowed down his pace. After that, he continued to grit his teeth and continued to speed up. "Hey, don't run. Rest for a while." Lawn Air also saw that Iron Egg's face was not right. She quickly chased after him and shouted. Bruiser shook his head, but he didn't stop. He didn't dare to speak, and he didn't dare to stop to rest. He knew that if he let out this breath, he wouldn't be able to run anymore. Lawn followed him for a while and slowly began to feel tired. She saw that Tai Dan kept running with his head down and completely ignored her. The little girl stopped and angrily stomped her feet. She tenderly snorted and turned around to return to the courtyard, no longer caring about Tai Dan. After Lisa Schwann got out of bed and washed up, he went to the front yard and saw Bruiser slumped on a stool. Bruiser's face was pale, and his entire body was drenched. He was holding a big bowl of water and drinking it. Lawn and his mother were sitting beside him. "Brother, what did Iron Egg do wrong? Why do you have to punish him like this? Brother, don't let Iron Egg run anymore, okay?" When Lawn saw Lisa Schwann enter, she hurriedly went forward and pulled her brother's arm, acting coquettishly. "Xian, you're too much. Iron Egg is such a young child. How could he withstand such training?" Mrs. Lee also chimed in. She couldn't bear to see others suffer. Moreover, after being together for so long, she had already treated Iron Egg as half a son. Now, seeing Iron Egg like this, she also felt a little distressed. Lisa Schwann was a bit depressed that his little sister and mother treated him as a bad guy for no reason. He rubbed his nose and was about to explain when he saw Tai Dan hurriedly put down the bowl. He stood up and bowed to Mrs. Lee. "Sure, Granny," the two terms Master's mother and Master's father are still missing in Chinese. Let's use them for now. If anyone has a better term, please leave a comment in the book review section. Iron Egg wanted to run. It's not Master's fault. Iron Egg thanks Sure Granny for your concern. Although Iron Egg had been running wild with the brats in the Han family village and acting lawlessly after experiencing so many things and staying in the Leaf family for so long, he was very clear about the fickleness of human nature and the good and the bad. The current Iron Egg was no longer the ignorant brat from before. To the elders who truly cared for him, he respected and appreciated them from the bottom of his heart. Li Zishuan rubbed Lan Er's head and continued Iron Egg's words. Mother, Iron Egg is learning martial arts. How can he not endure hardships? As the saying goes, a sword's edge is sharpened, and plum blossom's fragrance comes from the bitter cold. When I was practicing martial arts with Master, I was also like this. A sword's edge is sharpened, and plum blossom's fragrance comes from the bitter cold. Madam Li murmured twice. Her eyes lit up, and she said in surprise, Xin, you can compose poems? Madam Li was considered a lady of a respectable family when she was young. Naturally, she was educated. She could also tell that these 2 lines were of high quality, which was why she was so shocked. Ahem, I heard this from my master. I didn't do it. Li Zishuan quickly waved his hands, awkwardly. He was only an engineering student and only remembered a few poems. If he was regarded as a talented poet, what if he couldn't compose a poem when others asked him to? Madam Li looked at her son suspiciously. She said a few words of concern to Iron Egg, and then turned to leave. 1 gets 1, 1 2 gets 2, 1 3 gets 3. In the afternoon, Li Zishuan found a room in the west courtyard and used it as a classroom to teach Iron Egg elementary school mathematics. Lan also listened from the side. In his previous life, it was always others who taught him. Now, it was his turn to teach others. This feeling was quite refreshing, even though it was only 2 children who were listening to him. There was no blackboard or chalk. Li Zishuan was still not used to it. He could only use the 2 elementary school mathematics books that he copied in the morning and gave each of them one by one. Of course, this book only contained the most basic knowledge of addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. In fact, as early as the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period, there was a multiplication table called the Jiu-Jiu-Ge. The original Jiu-Jiu-Ge started with 9981 and ended with 22 is 4. There were a total of 36 lines. However, in order to let Iron Egg better understand other mathematical knowledge in the future, Li Zishuan let him learn the modern multiplication table and Arabic numerals. Master, what are these words? Why do we need to use these words to count? This is the Arabic language. It is much more convenient to count with them in practical calculations. Once you get used to it, you will understand its benefits. Oh. At this moment, Xiaohe's voice came from outside the door. Young master, there is a white-clothed gentleman surnamed Wang outside the residence. He said that he wants to discuss a big business with you. Li Zishuan was puzzled. Why would someone want to discuss business with him? However, now was not the time to think so much. He said to Lan, and Iron Egg, you 2 memorize the multiplication table here and learn Arabic numerals. I will check it when I come back. Oh, Lan replied with a pout. She was still angry at Li Zishuan for what happened in the morning. Yes, master. Iron Egg was more obedient. Li Zishuan nodded and pushed open the door. As he walked out, he asked Xiaohe, what business does that person want to discuss with me? Xiaohe said angrily, young master, that person did not say. There is a woman holding a sword beside him. That woman's face is cold, as if she wants to kill someone. Young master, you must be careful. Li Zishuan was even more puzzled when he heard this. Among the people he knew, there was no such strange combination. Well, then let's go and meet them. This is the foot of the emperor, and your young master is a baron personally conferred by his majesty. Are you still worried that the woman will eat your young master? Since he could not figure it out, Li Zishuan did not think too much about it. He wanted to meet that person personally. Then he would know everything. Xiaohe lowered her head and thought, yes, the young master is now a baron and can be considered as a member of the imperial court. Not everyone dares to harm the young master. When the little girl thought of this, she stopped worrying about Li Zishuan and went to the front yard with Li Zishuan. Chapter 120. Li Zishuan walked out of the west courtyard and met little Shi. When the little maid saw him coming out, she quickly went up to greet him. Young Master Wang, and the others are waiting for you in the front hall. Little Shi bowed. It turned out that Wang Zhong saw that the white-clothed young master outside the residence was elegant and had a noble aura. He didn't seem like an ordinary person, so he brought the two of them to the front hall to serve tea and wait. Li Zishuan nodded and walked towards the front hall. Front hall. Young master, that Li Zishuan is so rude. That little baron actually dares to make young master wait for so long. Wait for Yao, to take that guy's head and vent your anger for young master. Seeing that 15 minutes had passed and Li Zishuan still hadn't arrived, Yu Yao couldn't help but feel angry. She felt that Li Zishuan was purposely putting on airs to humiliate her young master. After saying that, she was about to leave with her sword. Actually, this couldn't be blamed on Li Zishuan, who asked him to be teaching his disciple. Of course, he had to take some time to explain before leaving. Wait. The white-clothed young master put down the teacup heavily. There was a trace of anger in his voice. Yu Yao's body trembled and stopped in place. Ha! This baron wants to see who has the guts to assassinate a baron personally conferred by His Majesty in broad daylight. Li Zishuan's hearing was very good. When he was about 7 to 8 feet away from the front hall, he heard a woman speaking arrogantly. He couldn't help but shout angrily and quickly walked in. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became tense. Yu Yao was still feeling sad because of her young master's scolding. Now that she saw the person in front of her, she started to feel angry. She felt that it was all because of this person that she was in this situation. If it wasn't for the fact that she was afraid of angering her young master, she would have drawn her sword. As soon as Li Zishuan entered the door, he saw a beautiful woman with snow-white skin, a slender figure, and an exuberant heroic spirit. She was glaring at him angrily. If Li Zishuan hadn't reacted quickly, he would have bumped into her. When he first saw this woman, he was indeed stunned by her beauty, but he wasn't the kind of person who couldn't move when he saw a beautiful woman. This woman had spoken rudely behind his back, and now that she was caught red-handed, she didn't feel the slightest bit ashamed. Instead, she glared at him angrily. His first impression of this woman was a trace of disgust towards her character. So what if you're pretty? This young master will not spoil you. Moreover, in terms of beauty, Han Yushi was definitely not inferior to this woman in front of him. More importantly, Han Yushi's gentle and graceful personality was very likable. If he had to choose, Li Zishuan would choose Han Yushi without hesitation. Were you the one who said you wanted to kill me? Li Zishuan looked at the woman and spoke coldly. Since the other party didn't give him a good face, why should he stick his warm face to the other party's cold? But no matter how beautiful you are, you can't be so rude and casually kill people, right? The white-clothed young master quickly stood up and pulled Yu Yao away. He smiled at Li Zishuan and cupped his hands. The maid in my house is rude. This one will strictly discipline her when I return. Lord Li is a weak noble, so you must be magnanimous and won't bicker with an insignificant woman. Only then did Li Zishuan notice the man in the room. He was dressed in white and had black hair. He was elegant and unrestrained, and he had a scholarly air about him. He gave off a gentle and refined feeling. Li Zishuan said indifferently with his hands behind his back, "A good man doesn't fight with a woman. This baron naturally won't lower himself to the level of a little woman. May I ask who you are?" He deliberately emphasized the words little girl. Hearing this, Yu Yao's jade-like face froze. She snorted coldly and glared at Li Zishuan with killing intent. The white-clothed young master also heard the displeasure in Li Zishuan's tone. He felt helpless. Before he came, he had prepared many words to persuade Li Zishuan to cooperate with him. But now, it seemed that all his plans had been disrupted by Yu Yao. He could only take one step at a time. "This one is Wang Rinbiao from Taiyuanqi County. Greetings, Lord Ju. My maid has offended you just now. Please forgive her." The white-clothed young master could only lower his posture and ease the stiff atmosphere. "The Wang family of Taiyuan?" Li Zishuan raised his eyebrows. He paused his steps and asked in surprise. The white-clothed young master cupped his hands and smiled. "Yes." Li Zishuan was shocked. The Wang family of Taiyuan was a rich and powerful family. They were one of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. Although he did not study liberal arts, he had heard of the name of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. During the Han and Sui dynasties, it was a society based on the status system. The aristocratic families enjoyed high prestige and status in society. Among all the noble aristocratic families, there were 5 most noble surnames. They were the Li family of Longxi, the Li family of Zhao County, the Chui family of Bowling, the Chui family of Qinghe, the Lu family of Fanyang, the Zheng family of Xinjiang, and the Wang family of Taiyuan. Among them, the Li family and the Chui family each had 2 surnames. Therefore, they were called the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. These 7 great clans all had deep foundations and produced many talented people. Moreover, the marriages between the great clans were intertwined. Often, a slight move in one part would affect the whole situation. Even Li Er, as the ruler of a country, was somewhat afraid of the other great clans. At that time, the people thought that marrying a girl of the 5 surnames was an honor. The prime minister of the Tang Dynasty, Shui Yuanchao, once said that one of his 3 regrets was that he could not marry a girl of the 7 families. This showed the prestige of the 7 families. The Wang family of Taiyuan was from Zhaoxing County and Wangchu County. It was the first family to become a first-class aristocratic family. Between the 2 Han dynasties, Wang Yun at the end of the Eastern Han dynasty turned the tide of the country and pushed this family to become a famous family in the world. In the Northern Wei dynasty, the Wang family of Taiyuan was listed as a first-class aristocratic family by virtue of the contributions of their ancestors and their noble status. It prospered for 200 years. From then on, the reputation of the Wang family of the world comes from Taiyuan became popular. In the Tang Dynasty, the Wang family of Taiyuan also produced many talents, nurturing a group of top poets such as Wang Bo, Wang Jihuan, Wang Chongling, and Wang Wei, forming a feast of poetry that was too much for the eyes to take in. Li Zishuan suppressed the shock in his heart and walked to the seat of honor. He said to Wang Rinbiao, "Rinbiao, please sit." Li Zishuan's voice was not as cold as before. On the one hand, the person in front of him was from a wealthy family and was modest and polite, not arrogant and domineering. This made Li Zishuan feel slightly better. On the other hand, his family had risen too quickly, and its foundation was not stable. There was really no need to go against a giant like the Wang family of Taiyuan for such a small matter. Although he was a time traveler, knew a lot of black technology, and was very good at martial arts, he still had to think about his family. He could not kill the whole family because of a disagreement and make the world his enemy, right? Wang Rinbiao could hear that Li Zixuan's tone had softened. He felt relieved and said politely, "Thank you, Lord Ju." Although he was the eldest son of the first branch of the Wang family, he did not have the arrogance of the young masters of the other 5 families. He had always pursued the idea of putting down the arrogance of an aristocratic family, making allies and cooperating for a win-win situation. Therefore, he humbled himself in front of Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan nodded slightly and shouted to the outside, "Come, serve tea." A maidservant immediately walked in with a teapot in her hand. She poured a cup for the 2 of them and then retreated. "Please have tea." "Thank you." Wang Rinbiao picked up the teacup, took a sip out of politeness, and put it down. Li Zixuan, of course, did not drink a sip. He was not interested in the tea made by the Tang Dynasty. It was better not to try this strange taste. Li Zixuan saw Wang Rinbiao put down the teacup, so he asked, "May I know why Rinbiao is here today?" Since the rhythm was disrupted by Yu Yao, Wang Rinbiao did not keep him in suspense. He said directly, "Lord Ju, I'm here this time to cooperate with you in a business. Please think about it carefully." Chapter 121. In the front hall, Li Zixuan was slightly surprised when he heard Wang Rinbiao's intention. He asked, "Which branch of the Wang family is Rinbiao from?" Wang Rinbiao replied, "Curiously, I'm from the first branch of the Wang family." "Why do you ask?" Li Zixuan said curiously, "That's strange. Why would the young master of the Wang family be involved in the business of merchants?" "Forgive my rudeness, but haven't you also been involved in the business of merchants?" Li Zixuan shook his head and said, "My family's situation is special. Before His Majesty made me a baron, my family was a merchant's family. But your Wang family is a wealthy family. Why would they let you, the son of the first wife, go into business?" This was exactly what Li Zixuan found strange. The Wang family was a rich and powerful clan that had flourished for hundreds of years. The number of descendants in the family was probably in the tens of thousands. There was really no reason for Wang Rinbiao, the legitimate son of the first branch, to come out and do business. Wang Rinbiao pondered for a moment and smiled helplessly. "I can't hide anything from you. To be honest, the reason why I'm doing business this time is because of a small test arranged by my family for the younger generation. I won't go into detail about the conflicts and disagreements between the family's children. I'm sure you can guess a little." Wang Rinbiao couldn't help but sigh. Ordinary people envied the children of wealthy families, but they didn't know that they also had their own helplessness. Yu Yao, who was standing next to him, felt a trace of distress in her eyes. Li Zixuan nodded and said with a smile, "Rinbiao is straightforward. In that case, what business do you want to cooperate with me?" "How do you want to cooperate?" Wang Rinbiao pondered for a moment and said, "I want the distribution channels of the scooter, the land of warmth, and the drunken immortal in your hands. Can you name a price?" Li Zixuan was shocked. He didn't expect these aristocratic families to target his strange taste pavilion and the drunken immortal. He shook his head and said, "That won't do. Rinbiao seems to be a straightforward person, so I won't beat around the bush with you. You must be clear that the scooter, the tender land, and the drunken immortal are in short supply in Chang. And firstly, I don't have any extra stock to share with you. Secondly, I have no reason to cultivate a competitor for myself." Wang Rinbiao was already prepared for Li Zixuan's rejection. He took out a red card with the words "Strange Interest Pavilion" written on it. Then he said, "Lord Ju, you're wrong. We're not competitors, but allies. To be honest, I also admire some of Lord Ju's wonderful ideas. For example, if it weren't for the fact that I'm already a teenager, I'm afraid that I wouldn't be able to resist buying one to play with. A few days ago, I asked someone to buy a red membership card for Strange Interest Pavilion. It was also to buy a scooter to coax my little sister. Also, I tasted this immortal drunken wine yesterday. It is indeed a rare wine. In my opinion, good goods like the scooter, the tender land, and the drunken immortal should be enjoyed by the people all over the Tang Empire. So what I mean is, can Lord Ju give me some of the goods? I'll sell them to other places in the Tang Empire. I'll definitely not sell them in Chang and then compete with Lord Ju. Li Zishuan looked at the red card Wang Rinbiao took out, and his eyes flashed. Sun Huayuan had told him before that a person surnamed Wang had asked a servant to get a red Supreme membership card. At that time, he was slightly surprised. After all, 500 strings of coins was not a small amount. He didn't expect that the person who applied for the card was Wang Rinbiao. At the same time, he felt that this Wang Rinbiao was somewhat interesting. Before talking about business, he would praise someone and put on a look of worship. No matter if the other party was sincere or not, this kind of attitude would make one unable to feel any ill will towards him. Li Zishuan pondered for a moment and said, "What Rinbiao said is somewhat reasonable. But have you ever thought that if you want to distribute these goods to other places, my family can do it too?" He really didn't think of expanding the market in other places before. Now that Wang Rinbiao said this, he really had such thoughts. Wang Rinbiao shook his head and said with a smile, "Lord Ju can do it, but it's not worth it. There's a saying that a strong dragon can't suppress a local snake. Every place has its own balance. If Lord Ju brings these goods to other places, you'll have to pay a high price to open up many joints. It's not worth the loss. To be honest, your goods are all very profitable. As the saying goes, wealth moves people's hearts. It's inevitable that other aristocratic families will covet it. What I said is definitely not an alarmist or a malicious threat. I'm just telling you with sincerity. I hope Lord Ju can reconsider." Li Zishuan heard the sincerity in his words and acknowledged Wang Rinbiao more in his heart. It had to be said that Wang Rinbiao's words were very reasonable. The Li family's foundation couldn't be compared to the aristocratic families. If they wanted to forcefully expand the market in other places, they would have to pay a high price and cause a lot of trouble. Cooperating with Wang Rinbiao was a good choice. Li Zishuan smiled and nodded. "I have to say that, Rinbiao, you're a successful lobbyist. You've successfully convinced me. Now, let's talk about how we should cooperate." Wang Rinbiao was overjoyed when he heard this and breathed a sigh of relief. After losing at the beginning, he finally turned the situation around. It was really not easy. He smiled and said, "I've prepared a plan. Lord Ju, please take a look and see if it's feasible. I plan to use a 20% discount to buy 70% of your goods every month. What do you think, Lord Ju?" Li Zishuan's fingers tapped the table rhythmically. He closed his eyes and thought for a while, then said, "No, I'll allow you to use 95% of the market price and give you 50% of the goods." The 20% discount price was really a bit low. Li Zishuan was, of course, unwilling. Wang Rinbiao smiled bitterly and said, "Lord Ju, your price is really too high. Excluding the cost of the journey and the rent of the shop, we can't make any money at all." Li Zishuan didn't even think and said, "Of course, these goods can't be sold at the same price as Chang and in other places. Rinbiao, you can raise the price." Wang Rinbiao still shook his head and said, "This can't do. The price is still a bit high. Lord Ju, you see, when shopkeeper's son sold this membership card, he said that with this red membership card, you can enjoy a 40% discount. Lord Ju, can you lower the price a bit? Li Zixuan's old face turned black. At that time, he was the one who wrote the discount rules of the membership card. Of course, he remembered. He didn't expect that he would shoot himself in the foot. This Wang Renbiao really put in a lot of effort and counterattacked. Li Zixuan thought for a while and said awkwardly, "This red membership card does allow you to enjoy a 40% discount. But Renbiao, you are now buying goods. The situation is slightly different. How about this? I'll take a step back and sell it to you at a 20% discount of the market price. What do you think?" Li Zixuan had to take a step back because there was a loophole in the system he made. Wang Renbiao was very sensible. He didn't take an inch and want a foot. With a 20% discount price after he shipped to other places, he could raise the price by 30% or 40%. He could make a big profit. So he smiled and said, "Thank you, Lord Ju. Let's have a good cooperation." Chapter 122. After discussing business, the two chatted for a while before Wang Renbiao said his goodbyes. Li Zixuan saw that Yu Yao was looking at him with a trace of anger. He suddenly wanted to scare her, so he completely released his peak qi transformation stage, aura. Yu Yao immediately felt a boundless pressure hit her in the face, and her face immediately paled. Li Zixuan gave her a meaningful smile, then cupped his hands in farewell to Wang Renbiao. "Humph, little girl, you think you can kill this young master? Ha ha." He had noticed that this girl's strength was at most at the middle stage of Qi transformation stage. He could crush her with just his cultivation. However, she was able to reach this stage at such a young age, and she was only Wang Renbiao's maid. This aristocratic family's foundation was indeed deep. If he had to face the 7 aristocratic families in the future, he had to be careful. "Yao, what's wrong?" After leaving the Li residence, Wang Renbiao noticed that Yu Yao's expression was not right, so he asked, "No, nothing. Young master, you have to be careful of Li Zixuan in the future. This person is not simple." Yu Yao's eyes flashed with a trace of panic. After thinking for a while, she still suggested, "Why? This young master feels that this person has a straightforward temperament. He is worth befriending." Wang Renbiao asked curiously. Yu Yao said anxiously, "Young master, this Li Zixuan's martial arts are extremely high. I'm afraid that he is far above me. If he turns hostile with young master one day, Yu Yao might not be able to protect young master." Wang Renbiao thought for a while and said with a smile, "I didn't expect this Li Zixuan to not only be talented, but also have such high martial arts. But, Yao, you don't have to worry. He and I are allies now. He will not harm me." But Wang Renbiao frowned and scolded, "No buts. Yao, you went a little overboard today. You almost ruined my plans. Don't be impulsive in the future. Don't fight because of a disagreement." Yu Yao trembled when she heard this. Her eyes were a little red as she whispered, "I'm sorry, young master." Wang Renbiao looked at her tearful appearance and couldn't bear it. He wanted to comfort her, but in the end, he shook his head, sighed, and continued walking. "Young master," someone from Duke Yi's mansion came up. He said that Divine Dr. Sun went to treat Duke Yi's illness and asked if you want to go and take a look. Li Zixuan was just about to return to the west courtyard when Wang Zhong hurried over to report to him. Li Zixuan's expression changed slightly as he ordered, "Uncle Wang, quickly get someone to prepare a horse. I have to go over and take a look." The first person he met upon arriving in Great Tang was Sun Simiao. If not for him saving him, even though his soul had transmigrated over, he would still be severely injured and probably wouldn't have been able to wake up. In any case, this was a life-saving grace, so he had to express his gratitude in person. If it weren't for the fact that Sun Simiao had always been like a wild crane, his whereabouts unknown. He would have gone to look for him long ago. On the other hand, he still needed Sun Simiao's help to treat the Hu siblings' illness. Yes, young master, this old servant will arrange it right away. When Wang Zhong saw Li Zixuan's anxious expression, he quickly turned around and arranged for someone to prepare the horses. Li Zixuan rode his horse to Qin's mansion and saw 12 halberds erected in front of the vermilion gates. The majestic appearance made Li Zixuan very envious. However, not everyone had the qualifications to erect such a thing. Only those with unparalleled military achievements and the emperor's personal permission could erect such a thing. Looking at all the civil and military officials in the imperial court, there was only one such family. The manservant at the gate had already been instructed to ask about Li Zixuan's identity and quickly came over to help Li Zixuan lead the horse and lead the way. After making many turns along the way, Li Zixuan came to a small courtyard. A 15 to 16-year-old young man walked towards him. He was slightly taller than Li Zixuan and had sharp facial features. He looked valiant and extraordinary. The young man cupped his hands and smiled. "Are you the man from Lantian County? I am Qin Huaiyu. Dr. Sun is currently treating my father in the room. Please follow me in." So it was Qin Xiong's son. Li Zixuan returned the greeting and said, "Thank you, Brother Qin. Brother Qin can just call me Little Xian. Uncle Qin treats me like a nephew, so let's call each other brothers." Qin Huaiyu hesitated for a moment and nodded. He brought Li Zixuan into a side room behind him. When he opened the door and entered, he saw that there were already 4 people in the room. Cheng Yaojin, Sun Simiao, Qin Shubao, who was half lying on the bed, and a woman in white. Li Zixuan guessed that this woman should be Qin Xiong's wife. Sun Simiao was currently holding Qin Xiong's pulse and was in deep thought with his eyes closed. Cheng Yaojin's expression was serious. He nodded at Li Zixuan and didn't say anything. Li Zixuan came in front of the woman and bowed slightly. He greeted her softly. "Greetings, Auntie Qin." The woman in white reluctantly squeezed out a smile and nodded. "Good boy." Li Zixuan also saw that all her thoughts were now on Qin Shubao. So after greeting her, he quietly stood aside and waited with Cheng Yaojin and the others for Sun Simiao's diagnosis and treatment results. Waiting was always very long. After a long time, Li Zixuan's legs were a little numb. At this time, Sun Simiao finally opened his eyes. He put down Qin Shubao's arm and stood up to stroke his beard. Cheng Yaojin's eyes widened and his ears pricked up. He was waiting for Sun Simiao to say that Qin Shubao's illness could be cured. Mrs. Qin also looked at Sun Simiao eagerly. Qin Shubao was relatively calm. At this time, he saw Li Zixuan and smiled at Li Zixuan and nodded slightly as a greeting. Sun Simiao walked a few steps with his hands behind his back. He was about to speak about Qin Xiong's illness when he suddenly caught a glimpse of Li Zixuan in the corner. He felt that this person was very familiar. He paused for a moment and called out, "Hey, it's you? Young man, you're Li Zixuan, right?" Sun Simiao's memory was not bad. After so long, he still remembered Li Zixuan's name. Li Zixuan was also waiting for Sun Simiao to speak about Qin Xiong's illness. He saw Sun Simiao suddenly look over and recognize him. Li Zixuan hurriedly took 2 steps forward, bowed deeply to Sun Simiao respectfully, and said, "It's me. 2 months ago, Taoist priest saved my life in Zhongnan Mountains. I've always remembered Taoist priest's kindness. Today, I heard that Taoist priest was here, so I came to pay my respects." Sun Simiao stroked his beard and smiled. "Ha ha, you don't have to be so polite. It's my duty to save the dying and heal the injured. I didn't expect that a little child that I accidentally saved back then would be so famous in Chang. And should I call you Baron Lantian now? Sun Simiao's second half of the sentence was obviously joking. Li Zixuan hurriedly said, Taoist priest, don't call me Little Xian. You can call me Little Xian. Ha! Then I'll call you Little Xian. I've saved countless people over the years with my medical skills. Little Xian, you've recently offered the Ziyuan plow to the imperial court so that countless people won't miss the spring plowing. It seems that I saved the right person when I painstakingly saved you. Ha ha! Doctors were benevolent. Sun Simiao was very happy to see that the person he saved later saved countless people of the Tang Empire. They were chatting happily, but Cheng Yaojin and Mrs. Qin were waiting anxiously. They were eager to know if Qin Shubao's illness could be cured. Li Zixuan also noticed Cheng Yaojin, who was anxiously staring at him. He hurriedly said, Taoist priest, I'm flattered. Please tell me how Uncle Qin's illness is, and whether it can be cured. Mrs. Qin looked at Li Zixuan gratefully, and thought that this child was very sensible. Sun Simiao then remembered the important matter and apologized to Mrs. Qin. Then he said with a serious expression, General Qin's illness is not easy to treat. Chapter 123. Qin Manor. In the room, Sun Simiao suddenly stopped halfway and glanced at Qin Xiong. He wanted to say something, but hesitated. Qin Shubao laughed and said, I've been in the military for my entire life, so I'm not afraid of death. Dr. Sun, if you have something to say, please say it. Madame Qin's face was full of anxiety. She opened her mouth to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. Li Zixuan and Cheng Yaojin were also very nervous. Seeing this, Sun Simiao said, Then I'll be frank. General Qin has been in countless battles in his life, and he has been seriously injured many times. Although these injuries were treated at the time, they still damaged his vitality. As time passed, these old injuries became old hidden injuries, and they often made General Qin feel so much pain that he wished he was dead. Also, I'm guessing that every time General Qin is injured, he will lose a lot of blood. After a lot of times, his body will naturally collapse. Therefore, General Qin's illness is caused by the pain caused by the old hidden injuries. On the other hand, it is because he lost too much blood in his early years, causing a severe lack of blood in his body. Sun Simiao didn't say anything mysterious to everyone. He tried to explain Qin Shubao's illness as straightforwardly as possible. In modern terms, Qin Shubao had lost too much blood, and the blood he lost couldn't be replenished by his body's ability to produce blood. On the other hand, there were many hidden injuries on his body, which often caused him to suffer from the pain. Actually, in history, Qin Xiong was sick in his later years because he had been injured in many battles. Every time he was sick, he would say to others, When I was young, I was in the military for more than 200 battles, and I suffered from severe sores. I also lost a lot of blood, so how could I not be sick? What he meant was, when I was in the military for more than 200 battles, I was seriously injured, and I lost a lot of blood, so how could I not be sick? In the end, this general who had been in the military all his life died in 12 years of the Jingguan Temple under the torment of his illness. It was a miracle that Qin Xiong was able to hold on for so long. In the Tang Dynasty, 1 dendrobium was equivalent to 10 buckets, and 1 bucket was equivalent to 6,000 milliliters in the modern era. Qin Xiong said that he had lost quite a bit of blood from his injuries. The amount of blood loss was too terrifying. It should be known that the blood of a normal adult should be around 7% to 8% of their body weight. A person weighing 60 kilograms would have a total blood volume of about 4,200 to 4,800 milliliters. Generally speaking, if the amount of blood lost was less than 10% of the total amount, there would be no obvious impact on the human body's health. Qin Xiong had fought for his entire life, and the amount of blood he had lost was more than 100,000 milliliters. If it was anyone else, they would have died from blood loss. Divine Dr. Sun, can my master's illness be cured? Mrs. Qin hurriedly asked after hearing Sun Simiao's description. Cheng Yaojin also looked at Sun Simiao nervously. This man was usually fearless, but now he could see a trace of worry and fear in his widened eyes. Sun Simiao sighed and said, "Alas, General Qin's illness can be cured, but it is very troublesome." When everyone in the room heard Sun Simiao say that it could be cured, they were all delighted. However, when they heard the second half of the sentence, they were all worried. Sun Simiao shook his head and walked a few steps with his hands behind his back. He then said, "I can give General Qin a few prescriptions to replenish his blood and qi. It might be able to slightly alleviate his blood loss. However, it has been too long since General Qin suffered from those internal injuries in his early years. Even if I use acupuncture, I can't completely cure it. This is a bit tricky." Mrs. Qin couldn't help but cry when she heard this. She said, "Then what should we do? My old master has just passed the age of 40. Li Zixuan also looked at Qin Shubao sadly. From his face, it was impossible to tell that he had just passed 40 years old. Instead, he looked like an old man in his 60s. He must have suffered a lot of pain over the years. Qin Shubao was displeased. "Madam, I'm not dead yet. What are you crying for? Don't let Taoist priest and Jijie see you as a joke." Mrs. Qin hurriedly wiped away her tears, but she still looked sad. Cheng Yaojin said anxiously, "Second brother, how can you say such discouraging words? Taoist priest's son, is there really no other way? As long as you can cure my second brother's illness, no matter what precious medicinal herbs you need, I can ask someone to find them for you." Sun Simiao still closed his eyes and shook his head. Qin Shubao said with an indifferent face, "Madam, Jijie, don't make things difficult for Dr. Sunday. In the past few years, I have been a little breathless and dizzy after playing with the golden mace twice. I am already very satisfied that Dr. Sun can alleviate my blood loss. As for those old injuries and old pains, it's fine if you don't treat them. This little pain is nothing in my eyes." Qin Shubao's words were indifferent, but Li Zixuan could hear the desolation of a hero past his prime. Back in the day, Qin Shubao had been a peerless hero, but in his later years, he could only struggle at death's door on a sickbed. For generals like him who did not fear death, this was the most painful torture. It was better to die on the battlefield. Sun Simiao sighed and shook his head. He respected Qin Xiong's character, but unfortunately, he could not do anything about this illness. His medical skills were not omnipotent. Sun Simiao sighed twice and walked to the table at the side. He sat down, picked up the brush, and began to write the prescription. As he wrote, he said, "Mrs. Qin, this prescription is mainly used to nourish the spleen and kidney and nourish qi and blood. 1 dose a day, decoct it and take it 3 times a day. In addition, the ginseng powder is 2 grams per dose. Take it in the morning and at night. However, General Qin has lost too much blood these years. I'm not sure if this prescription can completely restore General Qin's lost qi and blood. I'll stay in Chang and for a month. After that, I'll come to see General Qin every few days. When the time comes, I'll change the prescription according to the situation." Madam Qin hurriedly took the prescription and said, "Thank you, Dr. Sunday. I will definitely follow your instructions." Qin Xiong cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Dr. Sunday." Sun Simiao shook his head with a smile and said, "General Qin, Mrs. Qin, please don't be so polite. General Qin, please lift up your shirt. I'll perform acupuncture on you to relieve the pain. Mrs. Qin quickly helped Qin Xiong lie on the bed and turn over. Then she helped him take off his shirt. Sun Simiao took out a box of silver needles and walked to the bed. He said in a low voice, "It may be a little painful at the beginning, but it will be much better after a while. General Qin, please be mentally prepared." Qin Shubao smiled indifferently and said, "Dr. Sun, just do your acupuncture. This pain is nothing." Sun Simiao nodded and didn't waste any more words. He took out the silver needles and moved them like the wind. His movements were like moving clouds and flowing water. He pierced the Dazhui, Jiyang, Ciyuan, Yangwen, Taodao, Jizhong, Tianzong, Shanzhu, Jianjing, Huayu, Fengmen, Ganshu, and Shenshu. Li Zishuan watched from the side and also recognized these acupuncture points. Although the previous owner of this body didn't learn medicine from spiritual master Ling Su, it was said that medicine and martial arts couldn't be separated. He had practiced martial arts for many years and also recognized the 409 acupuncture points of the human body. What made Li Zishuan slightly surprised was that when Sun Simiao performed acupuncture, Li Zishuan could clearly feel the flow of vital energy at the tip of the needle. At this time, he seriously looked at Sun Simiao and found that his martial arts had also reached the Qi transformation realm. Li Zishuan opened his mouth in shock. He really didn't expect Sun Simiao to be a medical and martial artist. After Sun Simiao finished the acupuncture, Li Zishuan finally couldn't help but ask, "Daoist Sun, you also practice martial arts?" Sun Simiao waved his hand and said with a smile, "Hee, because some acupuncture techniques need to be combined with vital energy to be more effective. This poor Taoist has practiced Taoist Qigong for more than 10 years. Of course, this poor Taoist Kung Fu is mainly to cure diseases and save people. In terms of fighting, it is definitely not comparable to you real martial artists." Li Zishuan suddenly understood and nodded. Taoist focused on cultivating vital energy and health. Sun Simiao was a medical and martial artist, so it wasn't unreasonable that he could live to 140 years old. When he went back, he would ask Sun Simiao for advice on health and let his father and mother practice it. After a few minutes, Sun Simiao removed all the silver needles from Qin Shubao's back and then walked to the basin to wash his hands. Mrs. Qin quickly came over and dressed her husband. Qin Shubao tried to get out of bed and walked 2 steps. He praised, "Dr. Sun's medical skills are really good. I feel much more relaxed than before." After Sun Simiao finished washing his hands, he looked at Qin Xiong and said, "General Qin, don't be too proud. Your illness hasn't been completely cured yet. First, follow this poor Taoist prescription and recuperate for a few days. During this time, don't do any strenuous exercise. As for your internal injuries, this poor Taoist will think about it and see if there is a way to completely cure them." Qin Xiong cupped his hands and said, "Dr. Sun, thank you for your trouble." Cheng Yaojin also respectfully bowed to Sun Simiao and said, "Thank you, godly Dr. Sun, for treating my second brother. If godly doctor needs anything in the future, I, Cheng Yaojin, will definitely do it for you." Sun Simiao waved his hand and said that it was nothing. Then he walked to the table and packed his medicine box, ready to leave. Li Zishuan hesitated for a moment before finally saying, "Taoist Sun, please wait. Perhaps I have a way to treat Uncle Qin's old injuries. I would like to ask Taoist Sun to help me see if this method is feasible." Chapter 124. In the side room. As soon as Li Zishuan spoke, everyone was shocked. Everyone in the room looked at him. Cheng Yaojin hurriedly ran over and grabbed Li Zishuan's shoulder. He said hurriedly, "Why didn't you say you had a way earlier? Your Uncle Qin and I are like brothers. I usually treat you like a nephew. How can you bear to see your Uncle Qin suffer from injuries?" Li Zishuan explained, "Uncle Cheng, my method may not be easy to use. That's why I asked Priest Sun to study it together." Sun Simiao stopped what he was doing and turned to look at Li Zishuan. "Oh, little Xian, you know medicine?" Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, "I don't know medicine, but my master is very good at it." Sun Simiao asked curiously, "May I ask who your master is?" When they were in Mount Zhongnan, Li Zishuan only told Sun Simiao that he was weak and sickly when he was young. Later, he went to Mount Longhu to find a master. He didn't say who his master was. Cheng Yaojin said, "His master is spiritual master Lingshu. Dr. Sun must have heard of him." Sun Simiao said in surprise, "It's actually Senior Lingshu. I'm very impressed by his medical skills." "Little Xian, did you learn his medical skills?" Li Zishuan shook his head and said, "Master only taught me martial arts when he was alive. He didn't teach me medicine. Master said that I was still young and shouldn't bite off more than I can chew." Sun Simiao shook his head with regret. "That's a pity. Oh, little Xian, you said that you have a way to treat General Qin's illness. Tell me what it is." Li Zishuan saw everyone looking at him and said, "Everyone must have heard of the immortal drunken wine that's been popular in Chang and recently." Cheng Yaojin laughed and said, "Of course we've heard of it, but now we're talking about treatment. Why are you talking about this?" The rest of the people were also puzzled. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "The method I'm talking about is to mix some herbs used to treat internal injuries with strong alcohol according to a certain ratio. Then it will be used both internally and externally. I think it will have a very good effect on Uncle Qin's old injuries." Sun Simiao twirled his beard and smiled. "Little Xian, aren't you talking about medicinal wine? I already have this thing, but I don't think this medicinal wine can cure General Qin's illness." The appearance of medicinal wine can be traced back to ancient times. In addition to wine, there was also wine. Black millet was used as the raw material for brewing wine, and tulip grass, also a type of Chinese medicine, was added to brew it. This was the earliest medicinal wine recorded in written records. However, it was worth emphasizing that most of the medicinal wines in ancient times were made from medicinal herbs. They were fermented together with the raw materials used to make wine. It was different from the soaking method that was commonly used in later generations. The main reason might be that the alcohol content of the wine in ancient times was relatively low. It was not easy to store, and the immersion method could easily lead to the deterioration of the wine. The use of wine decoction and wine immersion began at least in the Han Dynasty. What Li Zishuan was talking about was precisely the use of extremely high concentration spirits and the immersion method to make medicinal wine. Hearing Sun Simiao's denial, Li Zishuan explained with a smile, "Dawa Sun, the medicinal wine this kid is talking about is brewed with extremely high concentration spirits. My master said before his death that the stronger the spirit used to brew medicinal wine, the better the final effect of the medicinal wine. Because the various active ingredients of medicinal herbs are easily dissolved in strong spirits, the medicinal wine uses the strength of the spirit and the spirit to fully display its efficacy and enhance its efficacy. Moreover, my master was troubled by his illness a few years ago. He left behind a medicinal wine prescription that can be taken orally and used externally. It can completely cure old injuries. As for whether it can cure Uncle Qin's illness, this kid is not too sure." A few days ago, after this kid finished arranging the matters of the winery, I personally concentrated several liters of high-concentration spirits and concocted 2 bottles of medicinal wine according to the prescription left behind by my master. This kid came in a hurry today and forgot to bring them. I'll have to trouble Uncle Qin to send a servant to my house to fetch them." What Li Zishuan said was not nonsense. In fact, the alcohol concentration needed to concoct medicinal wine should be above 50%. According to modern scientific knowledge, alcohol is a good semipolar organic solvent. The various organic ingredients of medicinal herbs were easily dissolved in alcohol, but not in water. However, it was impossible to produce such strong alcohol in ancient times. Therefore, medicinal wine in ancient times was mainly nourishing. According to the theory of traditional Chinese medicine, prolonged illness would lead to a deficiency of vital energy and blockage of the meridians. Therefore, various chronic diseases often had different degrees of blockage of vital energy and blood and blockage of the meridians. Medicinal wine mainly nourished the vital energy and nourished the body. At the same time, the wine itself had the effect of refreshing and warming the body. As for the medicinal wine prescription that Li Zishuan mentioned, it was a prescription that his father often used in his previous life. When his father was young, he had a wild temperament. He had learned martial arts from several martial arts masters. Later on, after 2 years of learning, he began to wander around. His traveling expenses were all earned by his street acrobatics and magic tricks. At that time, Xianzhong had just been established for more than 10 years. Street acrobatics were still very common. Later on, after his father got married, his temperament gradually stabilized, and he began to earn money to support the family. However, as he grew older, the internal injuries from his martial arts training and acrobatics when he was young began to flare up. His father found a prescription from somewhere and made his own medicinal wine. He found that it was quite effective, so he persevered until he was young. However, later on, Li Zishuan had to go to the pharmacy to get the medicine. Therefore, Li Zishuan had a deep impression of the prescription. On the day that Han Yushi mixed the wine at his house, Li Zishuan successfully purified white wine for the first time. After Han Yushi left, he distilled a portion of the purified wine several times. Li Zishuan estimated that the wine was at least 60% alcohol. Then he asked someone to get the medicine according to the prescription and made 2 bottles of medicinal wine. He thought that if Sun Simiao couldn't cure Qin Shubao's illness, he would take it out and try it. It was a desperate attempt, wasn't it? When Mrs. Qin heard this, she said excitedly, "Xiaoxian, are you serious?" Qin Shubao's expression also changed slightly. He said it so indifferently before just to comfort his wife. However, if there was a chance to be healthy, who would be willing to be a sickly person every day? Li Zishuan nodded affirmatively. Mrs. Qin immediately went out and ordered the servants to get the medicinal wine from the Li family. Chung Yaojin's face was full of excitement. He stepped forward and patted Li Zishuan's shoulder with all his strength, shouting, "Good boy, it turns out that you're already prepared. If your Uncle Qin's illness is cured this time, both the Qin and Chung families will remember your kindness and will definitely not treat you unfairly in the future." Li Zishuan hurriedly said, "Uncle Chung, what are you talking about? Uncle Qin is a great general of the Tang Empire and has made great contributions to the Tang Empire. Every citizen of the Tang Empire hopes that a hero like Uncle Qin will live a long life. Besides, I don't know if my medicinal wine will work." Chung Yaojin laughed and said, "Since it's the prescription left by spiritual master Ling Su, I believe it will work." Li Zishuan secretly cursed. Chung Yaojin was too excited. How could he praise another doctor in front of a doctor? Fortunately, Sun Simiao was not a narrow-minded person. He himself also admired spiritual Master Ling Su's medical skills. At this time, Sun Simiao said, Xiao Xin, since you haven't brought back the medicinal wine, can you write down the prescription for me? He was also eager to find out. When he heard that the prescription was left by spiritual Master Ling Su, he wanted to find out. Li Zixuan nodded and said, I was just about to ask Taoist Sun to help me look at it in detail, so that I don't remember wrongly and make mistakes. Chapter 125. It was a May afternoon, and there was already a trace of heat. Everyone in the room had some sweat on their faces, but no one said a word. They all watched Li Zixuan right on the table. After a while, Li Zixuan picked up the written prescription and handed it to Sun Simiao. Daoist Sun, help me look at it in detail. Sun Simiao took the prescription and saw a few lines of crooked words. He immediately frowned. Didn't Daoist Ling Su teach Li Zixuan how to write? Li Zixuan also saw Sun Simiao's slightly furrowed brows, and he couldn't help but feel embarrassed. He secretly decided that he would have to practice his calligraphy in the future. Calligraphy was a person's face, and he couldn't not practice it well. He was also somewhat helpless. In the memory of the body he merged with, there was really no experience in writing. Perhaps his predecessor also didn't practice writing. After Sun Simiao sighed at Li Zixuan's dog-like handwriting, he looked at the contents of the prescription and saw that it was written, orally, 2 liters of white wine strong, raw Rehmannia, cooked Rehmannia, made fleece flour, angelica, asparagus, and Ophiophagon, 3 taels each of ginseng and wolfberry for taels of yellow angelica, 2 taels of poria cocos, 5 taels of jujube, for taels of schisandra, for taels of peach bark, 8 taels of cinnamon, and 6 taels of raw Rehmannia. External use, 2 liters of white wine very strong, 2 taels of daishianki, blood, and liopa, 5 taels each of rhubarb, peach kernel, eupatorium, safflower, angelica, frankincense, myrrh, gentian, and chuan dieback, 3 taels each of eukamia, bone suebu, upper turtle worm, sumu, and waminji, 3 taels each of ma jianzi, fried yellow hair removed, 3 taels each of qi, and 8 taels each. After Sun Simiao finished reading the prescription, he closed his eyes and muttered to himself intermittently. After a moment, he opened his eyes and said to Li Zixuan, Little Xian, although this prescription seems to be a bit of a surprise move, in the end, it can only treat pain, promote blood circulation, and strengthen muscles and bones. If it's really used to treat internal injuries, I'm afraid that the medicinal effect is somewhat insufficient. Li Zixuan smiled and said, What Daoist Sun said is reasonable, but this shows the key role of the strong wine. As the saying goes, medicine borrows the strength of the wine, and the wine helps the medicine. The two complement each other to maximize their effectiveness. Only in this way can Uncle Qin's internal injury be cured. Sun Simiao looked at Li Zixuan with some uncertainty and said, Then let's wait until you bring out your medicinal wine to try. Qin's mansion and Li Zixuan's mansion were not far apart. In less than half an hour, a young servant knocked on the door and walked in, carrying 2 large porcelain vases. Li Zixuan took the porcelain bottle and handed it to Sun Simiao. Priest Sun, please take a look. Sun Simiao took the bottle of medicinal wine with the words external use written on it and opened the wooden cork. This was a strong wine with more than 60% alcohol. Immediately, the room was filled with the fragrance of wine and medicine. Cheng Yaojin took a deep breath and praised, Good wine. This is even more satisfying than the immortal drunken wine. Little Xian, do you have any more of this wine? Can you give me a jar as well? Damn, this old drunkard wanted to drink so much that he went crazy. If he drank such strong wine, wouldn't it burn him to death? Even if it didn't burn him to death, it would probably cause alcohol poisoning. Li Zishuan quickly shook his head and said, Uncle Chung, this wine can only be used externally. It can't be drunk. Besides, it's extremely difficult to brew this kind of strong wine. There's only a little left. Chung Yaojin heard this and shook his head in disappointment. Sun Simiao put the medicinal wine under his nose and sniffed it for a while. Then he said in surprise, the wine is strong, and the medicine is also strong. It's true that the medicine borrows the strength of the wine, and the wine helps the medicine. Maybe it can really cure General Qin's injury. He opened another bottle of medicinal wine for oral consumption. After smelling it, he nodded and said to Qin Shubao, General Qin, you can try this medicinal wine for a few days. After a few days, I'll come back to see how your internal injury has recovered. Qin Shubao cupped his hands and smiled. Thank you, Dr. Sunday Little Xian. I'll remember your kindness this time. Li Zishuan quickly bowed and said, Uncle Qin, you're too serious. He turned to look at Sun Simiao and said, Priest Sun, my master once told me that the blood of a human body is generally less than 10% of the weight of a human body. The blood loss of Uncle Qin over the years is probably more than 3 times the total blood in his body. Moreover, Uncle Qin is now old, and his ability to produce blood is far less than that of a young man. I'm worried that your qi replenishing prescriptions won't be able to completely recover Uncle Qin's qi and blood. Sun Simiao nodded in agreement. I also agree with your master's theory. General Qin has indeed lost too much qi and blood, but I can't think of any other way except to let General Qin recuperate slowly. Qin Shubao's eyes lit up at this time. He asked tentatively, Little Xian, do you have any way to make me recover quickly? He had really had enough of the days when he couldn't carry anything. If there was a way to make him recover quickly, Qin Shubao felt that he was willing to live a few years less. Chung Yaojin and Mrs. Qin also looked at Li Zishuan eagerly. Li Zishuan pondered for a moment and chose his words carefully. He said, Uncle Qin, although my method can make up for your loss of qi and blood in a short period of time, it can only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. It will make people dependent on it. Don't use it unless you have no other choice. You should slowly recuperate according to Priest Sun's prescription for a few days and see the effect. It is more reliable. Blood transfusion was indeed the fastest and most effective way, but now Qin Shubao's ability to produce blood was declining. Blood transfusion could only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. After one blood transfusion, there would be a second and third blood transfusion. Moreover, he didn't have any tools for blood transfusion. Qin Xiong waved his hand and smiled. As long as it can make me feel good for a while, anything is fine. Little Xian, tell me quickly. Sun Simiao also asked curiously, Little Xian, what method do you have? Tell me first, and I'll help you think about it in detail. Li Zishuan hesitated for a moment and said, I don't know if Priest Sun has heard of the blood-stealing technique to prolong life. Hearing this, Sun Simiao's expression suddenly changed, and he sternly scolded, Little Xian, as a disciple of the Spirit Void sect, how dare you mention this kind of sorcery? When Sun Simiao heard the words blood-stealing technique to prolong life, he instantly thought of some evil Jianghu cultivators. He had been practicing medicine all his life. How could he watch Li Zishuan go astray? That was why he sternly stopped him. Li Zishuan saw Sun Simiao's extreme reaction and knew that he had misunderstood. He hurriedly explained, Priest Sun, the blood-stealing technique to prolong life is not a sorcery. My master once said that a person will continue to produce blood. If a little blood is drawn out at a time, as long as it doesn't exceed 10% of the total blood in the body, nothing will happen. Instead, it will be good for the body's metabolism. Is that true? Sun Simiao asked. It's true. My master once used this method to save a seriously injured villager, and the person whose blood was drawn out was still very healthy. Li Zishuan replied with certainty. Cheng Yaojin rolled up his sleeves and grinned. Since drawing out blood can't kill people, Xiaoxian, quickly draw out my blood and give it to your Uncle Qin. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, Uncle Cheng, there are 5 types of blood in this world. Except for a very special blood type, different blood types can't be mixed together. Moreover, when I went down the mountain, I didn't bring back the blood transfusion tools left by my master. Therefore, Uncle Qin's weak blood and qi are best treated with medicine. If the effect isn't ideal, I'll find a way to make a set of blood transfusion tools for Uncle Qin. Qin Shubao could only nod and say, Then I'll do as Xiaoxian said. I'll recuperate for a while. Cheng Yaojin slapped Li Zishuan twice and said, You wastrel, your master's things are so precious. Why didn't you bring them back? Li Zishuan quickly jumped away and rubbed his head gloomily. Sun Simiao, on the other hand, was very interested in the blood type theory that Li Zishuan had just mentioned. He said, as if he had discovered a new treasure, Xiaoxian, do you have any evidence for the blood type theory that you just mentioned? Li Zishuan said with certainty, Of course I do. When I finish making the blood transfusion tools, Dao's son will come over and watch me do a little experiment. Sun Simiao nodded with satisfaction and said, Okay, I've been temporarily working in the Imperial Medical Department. Remember to send someone to call me when the time comes. Chapter 126. After agreeing on Qin Shubao's treatment plan, Sun Simiao put away the medicine box and prepared to leave. Li Zishuan then remembered his other purpose of coming here today. He hurriedly called out to Sun Simiao and said, Sir Sun Simiao, please wait for me. Please wait a moment, Dao is Sunday. I came here today because I have something I need your help with. Sun Simiao asked unhurriedly, What is it? Li Zishuan described the illness of Hu Jing and Hu Zhen to Sun Simiao in detail. After listening, Sun Simiao stopped what he was doing and straightened up. He stroked his beard and pondered for a moment before saying, Listening to your description, I feel that this Hu Jin should not be born stupid. Instead, she seems to have a stutter. In addition, this child has been lonely since childhood and is unwilling to get along with others, causing her personality to be closed off. As for Hu Jing's blindness, I am not sure what caused her blindness. I need to see her personally to judge. How about this, Xiaoxian? If you have time in the next 2 days, bring these 2 children to the Imperial Medical Department. I will treat these 2 children. If I can cure them, I will definitely do my best. Li Zishuan hurriedly said, Thank you, Sir Sunday. Sun Simiao waved his hand and said with a smile, This is my duty. Besides, these 2 children are also pitiful. After saying that, he picked up the medicine box and said goodbye to Qin Shubao and his wife before leaving. Li Zishuan looked at Qin Shubao and suddenly asked, Uncle Qin, I wonder if you still remember Han Tianhu? He suddenly remembered the past of Han Lijing that Han Yushi told him last time. So he asked tentatively. Qin Shubao had just been treated by Sun Simiao's acupuncture and tried Li Zishuan's medicinal wine. He immediately felt that the illness in his body was much better. At this time, he was walking comfortably in the room. When he heard Li Zishuan mention Han Tianhu, Qin Shubao could not help but pause. He asked excitedly, Xiaoxian, how do you know about Han Tianhu? You know his whereabouts? Li Zishuan nodded. Qin Shubao hurriedly walked over and pressed Li Zishuan's shoulder. Really? Xiaoxian, quickly take this old man to see him. Back then, Han Tianhu risked his life to block an arrow for this old man in front of the Turks. Later, he was afraid of dragging this old man down, so he chose to leave alone with the name of deserter. But after he left, this old man has been feeling guilty all these years. I have been sending people to look for him. I didn't expect to receive news from you today. Tell me quickly, tell me, how has his family all these years? Qing Yaojin also chimed in, Second brother, is this Han Tianhu the soldier who saved you during the battle with the Turks in the 6th year of Wuda? Qin Shubao nodded and said, That's right. If it wasn't for him, I might not be alive now. Mrs. Qin said with a face full of fear, Little Xian, quickly tell us where this Han Tianhu is. He is our Qin family's benefactor, and we must properly thank him. To S, quickly, tell me, quickly, where is this, I quickly tell me, this, Old Cheng will treat him to a drink. He is a good man. Li Zixuan replied, Uncle Qin, Annie Qin, Uncle Cheng, this Han Tianhu is the Han village's Han Lijing. A few years ago, the Han village's fields were still owned by a landlord surnamed Lu. Those years, the people in the village did not have a good life. Li Zixuan then told Qin Shubao and the others about Han Tianhu's poor life after he returned to the Han family manor. After hearing this, Cheng's Qin Shubao stood up angrily and scolded, Pei, what kind of dog is this Lu Shuren? How can the heroes of Great Tang be bullied by such lowly people? Xiaoxian, quickly tell this old man, where is this bastard? Old Cheng, will chop off his dog head. Qin Shubao, who had always been kind, also had a face full of anger. He slammed the table and said angrily, When a tiger goes down to the plains, he will be bullied by dogs. How dare such a lowly person bully Great Tang's good men? This old man will definitely report to his majesty and punish this person for treason. Li Zixuan comforted, Uncle Cheng, Uncle Qin, please calm down. This Lu Shuren has already been dealt with. Thus, he told them about how he had beaten up Lu Shuren and his father, and how they were attacked by the people of Plum Village. Madame Qin could not help but laugh. Evil really has its retribution. This pair of father and son really deserved it. Cheng's Qin Shubao laughed and said, Good. Xiaoxian, you did well. This is really satisfying. At least that Lu guy knew what was good for him and left Plum Village. Otherwise, Old Cheng would definitely go to his door and teach him a lesson. Li Zixuan secretly wiped the sweat on his forehead. He thought to himself that Lu Shuren and his father had hit the jackpot and escaped. Otherwise, if they were targeted by the devils incarnate, they would suffer more than death. Qin Shubao also looked at Li Zixuan with praise and said, You know right from wrong and know what's right from wrong. Good young man. Xiaoxian, bring this old man to the Han Manor tomorrow. This old man wants to see Han Tianhu personally. Cheng's Yaojin patted his chest and said, I'll go too. You brat, bring 2 jugs of good wine tomorrow. This old man wants to have a good drink with Han Tianhu. Li Zixuan was speechless. He suspected that Cheng's Yaojin was going to drink wine and not to see Han Tianhu. Yes, it just so happens that this little one is going to the Han Manor tomorrow to bring the Hu siblings into the city. When the time comes, I'll accompany the 2 uncles to Han Lijing's house. Li Zixuan nodded and agreed. Madame Qin said, Xiaoxian, Auntie heard you say that Han Tianhu's daughter was able to support a family by herself at the age of 7. This girl is really a miracle in Great Tang. Li Zixuan nodded and said, Yes, that's true. Han Yushi's character is very strong. Those years were not easy for her. Madame Qin looked at Qin Shubao and discussed, Lord, this Han Yushi is a good daughter. Han Tianhu is also our family's great benefactor. This concubine wants to take Han Yushi as my adopted daughter. This way, This child can have a good identity and marry into a good family in the future. What do you think, Lord? Qin Shubao stroked his beard and pondered for a moment before agreeing. Madam's suggestion is very good. This old man will discuss it with Han Tianhu tomorrow. If he agrees, we will officially take Han Yushi as our adopted daughter. This child has suffered a lot these years. When Li Zixuan heard this, he was delighted. Although he did not care about status, it did not mean that others did not care. Han Yushi was now the adopted daughter of the current Duke of Yi. If he were to marry Han Yushi in the future, Han Yushi would not feel inferior because of the difference in status. In that case, it would be easier for them to be together. The joy that flashed through Li Zixuan's eyes was caught by the old and experienced Cheng's, Yao Jin. Cheng's heart instantly became lively as he thought. When this brat was talking about Han Tianhu, 8 out of 10 sentences were related to that Han Yushi. Now that he heard that second brother Qin wanted to take Han Yushi as his adopted daughter, he was secretly happy. Could it be that this brat is interested in Han Tianhu's daughter? I have to observe carefully tomorrow. Chapter 127. Everyone in the room chatted for a while before Li Zixuan took his leave. Cheng Yaojin also followed him out. Li Zixuan and Cheng Yaojin walked side by side on the main road. He suddenly remembered that the Cheng family was also one of the shareholders of the winery. He didn't even ask for the Cheng family's permission to cooperate with Wang Rinbiao in the morning. Thinking of this, Li Zixuan said somewhat embarrassedly, "Uncle Cheng, there's something I forgot to tell you today. I'll tell you now, but you can't be angry." Cheng Yaojin waved his hand carelessly and laughed. "Ha! You gave this old man a jar of strong wine just now. This old man won't be angry with you." Li Zixuan was speechless, but he also knew that Cheng Yaojin was making fun of him. After thinking for a moment, he told Cheng Yaojin about his cooperation with Wang Rinbiao to open up the market of immortal drunken wine and gentle village in other regions. After hearing this, Cheng Yaojin became serious for once. He pondered for a long time and looked around. After confirming that there was no one around, he said to Li Zixuan, "Little Xian, this old man actually doesn't want you to get involved in the affairs of the aristocratic families. In today's world, apart from the imperial family, the 6 aristocratic families have tens of thousands of direct descendants. There are also countless officials, scholars, and Jianghu wanderers who rely on the aristocratic families. This has already formed a huge force that is enough to threaten the stability of the Tang Empire. His Majesty is already thinking of weakening the aristocratic families. If you get too involved with the aristocratic families, I'm afraid it will be detrimental to your future." After hearing this, Li Zixuan was startled. He cupped his hands and said to Cheng Yaojin, "Thank you for your reminder, Uncle Cheng. After this cooperation, this little one will try not to interact with the aristocratic families." Cheng Yaojin nodded and continued, "But little Xian, the person you're cooperating with this time is not bad. Wang Rinbiao is from the Wang family of Taiyuan in Qi County. Wang Rinbiao's father, Wang Yu, is now the governor of Sui Province. Wang Rinbiao's mother is the younger sister of the retired emperor, Princess Tang, and His Majesty dotes on their family, and Wang Yu is also a supporter of His Majesty. Even if His Majesty really wants to clean up the aristocratic families in the future, Wang Yu's bloodline will definitely be fine. It won't be a big problem for you to cooperate with his son." Wang Yu's father, Wang Bing, was also a powerful person. He was once the Grand Minister of the Sui Dynasty, a rank 1 official, Wang Yu's wife, Princess Tang, and was conferred the title of Grand Princess after the founding of the Great Tang. Li Er had always been especially respectful to this aunt of his. After she married Wang Yu, he visited her house many times and rewarded her with many gifts. There was once a time when Princess Tang was ill. Li Er personally visited her and bestowed upon her 500 maidens and maids. According to historical records, Wang Yu also had a beautiful and docile grandniece. Princess Tang mentioned to Li Er that Li Ji took her as his princess consort. She was Empress Wang, who was later killed by Wu Zetian. Wang Yu's grandson, Wang Fangyi, was also a famous general during the Gaozong era. From this, it could be seen that Wang Yu's family was a true aristocratic family in the Tang Dynasty. Under the background of the emperor's efforts to weaken the aristocratic families were all excluded from the center of the imperial court. Very few of them were able to reach rank 4 and above. As for the branch of the Wang family of Taiyuan in Qi County, Wang Yu relied on the emperor's favor to first become a secondary third-grade provincial governor. Finally, he was promoted to a secondary first-grade provincial governor. This level of favor from the emperor was rare among the aristocratic families of that time. The next day, Li Zishuan, Qin Shubao, and Cheng Yaojin met up and rushed to the Han Manor. "Uncle Qin, is your body okay? Riding a horse? Why don't we hire a carriage for you?" Li Zishuan looked at Qin Xiong's sallow face and asked worriedly. Qin Xiong laughed and waved his hand. He said in a clear voice, "This old man is not that fragile. After taking Dr. Sun's medicine yesterday and drinking your medicine, this old man feels much better today." Cheng Yaojin said excitedly. "Then in a few months, second brother Qin will be as lively as a dragon and as lively as a tiger. When that time comes, we two brothers will be able to fight side by side on the battlefield." "Haha, great, great." When the three of them arrived at the Han Manor, it was already close to noon. Li Zishuan planned to bring them directly to the Han Manor's small courtyard. Along the way, many villagers saw Li Zishuan and greeted him enthusiastically. "Oh, Lord Ju, you're here? Can you come to my house for lunch? My husband's cooking is very good." "Nonsense, old man Wang. Can your husband's cooking be eaten? Lord Ju, you should come to my house. I hunted 2 wild rabbits on the mountain yesterday and stewed them today. I hunted 2 pheasants and a rabbit this morning. Lord Ju, come to my house for lunch." "Come to my house. Come to my house." Li Zishuan hurriedly dismounted from his horse and comforted these people. Only then did they reluctantly open up a path for him. Qin Xiong and Cheng Yaojin stroked their beards and stood quietly at the side. They nodded at this scene. "Xiao Xian, I didn't expect you to be so popular in the Han Manor," Qin Xiong said with a casual smile as they walked on the path in the manor. Li Zishuan said humbly, "Uncle Qin, you must be joking. This is just the love of the villagers. Actually, I didn't do much for them." Qin Xiong shook his head and smiled without saying anything. Cheng Yaojin chuckled and said, "You brat, you're learning from those rotten scholars. Aren't your words sour? If second brother Qin and I praise you, you have to accept it. You're dawdling like a woman." Li Zishuan was speechless. He was just being modest out of habit. This Cheng Yaojin really didn't know how to say personal things. In the Han Manor's small courtyard, "Yushi, I'm going to Plum Village in the afternoon to see how the chicken farm is doing. You're alone at home, so be careful," Han Lijing said to his daughter as he tidied up a pile of firewood in the courtyard. "Yes, father. Don't worry. I'll be fine." Han Yushi agreed. "Uncle Han, look who's here to see you." The courtyard door was only ajar and not locked. Li Zishuan directly pushed open the courtyard door and shouted at Han Lijing. When Han Yushi heard Li Zixuan's voice, she quickly turned around and looked at Li Zixuan with her big, watery eyes. Han Lijing also looked over when he heard this. He saw Li Zixuan and was about to greet him, but then he saw Qin Shubao and Cheng Yaojin behind Li Zixuan. Han Lijing was about to greet them, but he couldn't say anything. His mouth was wide open as he stood rooted to the ground. Father? Han Yushi saw that her father was rooted to the ground for a while, so she reminded him in confusion. Han Lijing immediately came back to his senses. He hurriedly got up and limped over to greet them. He first greeted Li Zixuan, then looked at Qin Shubao. His lips kept trembling, and he was so excited that he didn't know what to say. In the end, he knelt on one knee and made a military salute. He said loudly, "I'm sorry." Deserter Han Tianhu greets General Qin and General Cheng. Unlike those ordinary villagers, Han Lijing had been in the army for many years, so of course he knew Cheng Yaojin. When Qin Shubao came in earlier, he saw the dilapidated courtyard and the father and daughter who depended on each other. He felt a little suffocated. When he heard Han Lijing call himself a deserter, Qin Shubao couldn't hold it in anymore. He pulled Han Lijing up from the ground and shouted, "Han Tianhu, you're not a deserter. Who dares to say that you're a deserter? I, Qin Xiong, would rather give up the title of duke and make him kneel down and apologize to you. I, Qin Xiong, have never had weak soldiers, let alone deserters. Yes, who dares to say that you, Han Tianhu, are a deserter? I, Cheng Yaojin, will be the first to disagree." Cheng Yaojin immediately jumped out and echoed loudly. Han Lijing couldn't hold it in anymore. He knelt on the ground and cried, "General!" Back then he was seriously injured and one of his legs was disabled. In order not to drag down the army, he left the camp without permission. Although it was with good intentions, it was still not allowed by military law. All these years, the imperial court didn't convict him of desertion, and the government never issued a warrant for him. Han Tianhu knew that it was Qin Shubao who mediated for him and helped him get off the hook. Every night when he woke up, his ears would ring with endless shouts of killing. Although he left the army, his heart was always on the battlefield. But he was still a deserter. He didn't dare to meet his fellow soldiers, and even more so, he didn't dare to meet Qin Shubao. He was afraid that he would embarrass Qin Shubao. Now that Qin Shubao had personally cleared his name and said that he wasn't a deserter, the demon that had been lingering in his heart for many years had finally dissipated. How could he not be emotional? Qin Shubao's eyes were also wet. He squatted down and pressed on Han Lijing's shoulder, comforting him. "Tianhu, you have suffered all these years." Han Lijing choked and said, "I didn't suffer. As long as the general doesn't think that I am a deserter, I am satisfied and can die without regrets." These incomparably sad words deeply touched Cheng Yaojin and Qin Shubao, who had been on the battlefield for a long time. The two of them couldn't help but cry. The three men hugged each other and cried bitterly, reminiscing about the years of killing each other. Li Zixuan stood at the side and saw this scene. He was also very touched. At this time, he really wanted to sing Lu Tianwang's "It's Not a Crime for a Man to Cry." But after all, he had never been on the battlefield. He couldn't empathize with these veterans like Qin Shubao and Cheng Yaojin. He sighed for a while and left the three old men hugging and crying. He went to talk to Han Yushi, who was not far away. Chapter 128. In the small courtyard of the Han family. "Yushi, how have you been recently?" Standing side by side with Han Yushi under the parasol tree in the courtyard, Li Zixuan had a lot of things he wanted to say, but he could not bring himself to say them. In the end, he stammered for a while before squeezing out such a meaningless sentence. When Han Yushi saw Li Zixuan walking straight towards her, she was very shy and happy. Now that she heard this meaningless sentence, she could not help but secretly roll her eyes. She cursed Li Zixuan's slow EQ in her heart. She felt that she had already made it very obvious, but Li Zixuan just could not understand her feelings. She had also suspected that Li Zixuan already had someone he liked. However, later on, she saw that Li Zixuan had always been alone and liked to stick to her. This proved that Li Zixuan did not like anyone and did not hate her. After thinking about it, Han Yushi could only attribute it to Li Zixuan's slow EQ. I've been doing well recently. It's just that. I kind of miss. Han Yushi was not careful and almost blurted out her true thoughts. Fortunately, she sobered up and stopped in time. Miss what? Miss what? Li Zixuan was overjoyed and quickly asked with anticipation in his eyes. I miss the iron egg. Han Yushi secretly glanced at Li Zixuan's handsome face and understood the anticipation in his eyes. Although she was happy in her heart, she swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. How could a girl take the initiative to admit such a thing? Therefore, her mind raced, and she quickly thought of this excuse to smooth things over. Oh, you missed the iron egg. Li Zixuan was overjoyed by this sudden turn of events and scratched his head in disappointment. Yushi, go and prepare some food and wine. General Qin, General Cheng, and young master are all having lunch at our house. After the three old men in the courtyard finished crying, Han Lijing walked over and said to Han Yushi, Yes, father, your daughter will go now. Han Yushi responded and glanced at Li Zixuan before walking to the kitchen. Today was also the first time she had seen her father cry. She secretly thought of making something delicious for lunch so that her father wouldn't be so sad anymore. Young master, General Qin, General Cheng, let's go inside and sit. Uncle Han, please accompany Uncle Qin and Uncle Cheng in and have a seat first. I brought some pastries, wine, and dishes. I'll bring them to the kitchen and let Yushi heat them up. After Li Zixuan finished speaking, he slipped out of the courtyard like a wisp of smoke and took the bundle from the horse. Han Lijing could only take Cheng Yaojin and Qin Shubao into the house to rest. Before Cheng Yaojin entered, he looked at Li Zixuan suspiciously. Yushi, you don't have to cook other dishes. I brought a lot of dishes over. You can just heat them up and eat them. Li Zixuan walked into the kitchen with a big food box and said, he came today not only to bring 2 pots of wine for Cheng Yaojin, but he also asked the cook at home in advance to make a few dishes that could only be eaten by the Li family and brought them over, because he knew that Qin Shubao and Cheng Yaojin would definitely eat at Han Lijing's house when they came over. At that time, Han Yushi would be busy preparing a big table of dishes. He didn't want her to work too hard, so he did this. Ah, young master, how can this be? Isn't it too rude? Han Yushi was a little hesitant. The 2 people who came today were both founding dukes. It was really unreasonable to heat up the dishes that had been cooked before for them. Hey, there's nothing rude about it. Yushi, listen to me. It's okay. Uncle Qin and Uncle Cheng definitely won't have any objections. Li Zixuan said affirmatively. Qin Xiong and Cheng Yaojin probably hadn't eaten braised pork, braised lion's head, and other pork dishes. It would be strange if they had any objections to this. Han Yushi saw that Li Zixuan said firmly and finally nodded. Yushi, let me help you. Li Zixuan wanted to stay here for a while longer. The air smelled especially good when he was with a beauty. Ah, young master, get out quickly. How can you be in the kitchen? When Han Yushi heard this, she hurriedly pushed Li Zixuan out of the kitchen without any explanation. Although she also liked to stay with Li Zixuan, she still understood the principle of a gentleman should stay away from the kitchen. Hey, Yushi, don't push me. Let me help you. Li Zishuan could only helplessly return to the front hall to accompany the three old men. Inside the house, Qin Shubao was talking to Han Lijing. When he saw Li Zishuan enter, the two of them nodded at him as a greeting. Cheng Yaojin deliberately threw a very strange look at Li Zishuan, causing Li Zishuan to be confused. Tianhu, our Qin family owes you for so many years. Qin Qiong looked at the four bare walls in the front hall and sighed. Han Lijing hurriedly said, "This subordinate is afraid." Back then, this subordinate was the general's personal army. Protecting the general is this subordinate's duty. The general does not owe this subordinate anything. Qin Qiong patted Han Tianhu's shoulder and said in a deep voice, "You don't have to say that. This old man can still distinguish between right and wrong. How can I, Qin Qiong, be someone who doesn't repay kindness? I have discussed with my wife that I want to take Yushi as my adopted daughter. This way, this child will have a bright identity in the future and can marry into a good family. Today, I came here to ask for your opinion." Han Tianhu stood up in shock and bowed. "How can this be? General Qin is a duke. How can my family be worthy of you?" Qin Qiong shouted unhappily, "Nonsense! Didn't this old man's current position rely on you, my former comrades on the battlefield, to fight for it? Back then, if you hadn't risked your life to block an arrow for this old man might have died long ago. Now, there might not be any Duke of E. Besides, if you don't think for yourself, don't you think for this child? Yushi, this old man has also heard that in those years when you left, this child supported the entire family on her own. She has suffered so much. As her father, don't you want her to marry into a good family and enjoy the rest of her life?" Qin Qiong's words made Han Lijing hesitate in his heart. As a father, he more or less knew his daughter's thoughts. Now that his young master had been conferred the title of baron, his daughter was just a peasant girl. The difference in status was too great. Even though his young master did not care about status, it was inevitable that others would gossip. Therefore, he had always been pessimistic about his daughter's relationship with Li Zishuan. However, he owed his daughter a lot, so it was impossible for him to stop her. Now, Qin Qiong's suggestion made him see a glimmer of hope. As long as his daughter could live a good life in the future, he, Han Tianhu, would shamelessly accept this favor today. Even if he was accused of climbing up the social ladder in the future, it would be worth it. Han Lijing looked at Li Zishuan and finally gritted his teeth and made up his mind. He knelt on one knee and said, "This subordinate thanks the general for his kindness. It's a pity that this subordinate is now disabled and cannot protect the general. If there is a next life, this subordinate will be an ox and a horse to repay the general." Qin Qiong hurriedly pulled Han Lijing up and said loudly, "Tianhu, you don't have to be so polite. You don't owe this old man anything. Today's action is this old man repaying your kindness. You don't have to feel that you owe me." Cheng Yaojin also chimed in, "Second brother Qin is right. Han Tianhu, you are a man. Old Cheng, like honest men like you. Later, you must accompany me for a few drinks." Han Tianhu smiled and cupped his hands. "I dare not disobey. This subordinate's alcohol tolerance in the army was excellent. I'm just afraid that General Cheng won't be able to drink as much." Cheng Yaojin slammed the table and said anxiously, "Ha, what big words. Later, I will let you, Han Tianhu, broaden your horizons and let you know what it means to be able to drink." Li Zishuan watched this heartwarming scene from the side and felt very gratified. Although Han Lijing had military merits, he was still a deserter. It was very difficult and unrealistic for the imperial court to completely overturn the case and reward him based on his merits. Now that he had received such an outcome, it seemed pretty good. Chapter 129. Father, General Qin, General Cheng, young master, it's time to eat. Han Yushi walked in with 2 plates of dishes and shouted. She placed the dishes on the table and turned back to the kitchen to get the rest of the dishes. General Qin, General Cheng, young master, come to the table and eat. Han Lijing stood up and called out. Qin Shubao and Cheng Yaojin nodded. Li Zixuan stood up and said, I'll help Yushi serve the dishes. After saying that, he did not wait to refuse and directly chased after Han Yushi into the kitchen. Han Lijing stretched out his hand and wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Brother Tianhu, just let little Xian go. I think it won't be long before I attend your wedding. I wonder if old Han's family has a daughter, Red? Cheng Yaojin winked and laughed mischievously. After Qin Xiong heard this, he suddenly understood. He smiled and looked at the direction Li Zixuan disappeared in thoughtfulness. Young master, why are you in the kitchen again? Han Yushi had just entered the kitchen when she heard footsteps coming from behind. She turned around and realized that it was Li Zixuan. She was shocked. Yushi, let me tell you a secret. In order to avoid being chased out again, Li Zixuan pretended to be mysterious and said, What secret? Han Yushi's curiosity was piqued as she asked doubtfully. Come closer, I'll tell you. Li Zixuan hooked his finger and pretended to be careful as he said. Han Yushi hesitated. If she really leaned over, it would be too ambiguous. However, she saw Li Zixuan's mysterious face, as if he really had something important to tell her. She thought for a long time, but in the end, she could not hold back the curiosity in her heart. She leaned her ear over and said shyly, Young master, tell me quickly. My father and the others are still waiting to eat. Li Zixuan was about to speak when he smelled a charming fragrance. He thought to himself that there was no shower gel or shampoo in ancient times. He did not know where the fragrance on Han Yushi's body came from. He caught a glimpse of Han Yushi's tender and fair neck and sparkling earlobes. For a moment, he could not help but feel a little moved. He really wanted to kiss her neck and earlobes. Han Yushi was tickled by Li Zixuan's hot breath beside her ear, but she waited for a long time and did not hear Li Zixuan speak. She thought that Li Zixuan was deliberately teasing her, and she could not help but feel a little embarrassed. When Li Zixuan saw that Han Yushi was about to turn her head, he hurriedly swallowed the saliva in his mouth. He forcefully suppressed the thoughts in his heart and said in a low voice, Yushi, in a moment, Duke Yi wants to recognize you as his adopted daughter. You have to be mentally prepared. What? When Han Yushi heard this, she did not care about the shyness in her heart and asked in disbelief. Li Zixuan smiled and said, What I said is true. Let's take the dishes out quickly. After saying that, he did not care about Han Yushi, who was still in a daze at the side. He carried 2 plates of dishes and went out. Sigh. Han Yushi reacted and was about to ask Li Zixuan to put down the dishes, but Li Zixuan had already walked far away. She stomped her feet in anger, but she felt a little sweet in her heart. When the dishes were served, Han Lijing said to Han Yushi, Yushi, father wants to tell you something. Tianhu, let me say it. Qin Xiong waved his hand and interrupted. Then he looked at Han Yushi and asked, Yushi, my wife and I want to take you in as our adopted daughter. We just discussed it with your father, and he agreed. What do you think? Although Han Yushi had just heard Li Zixuan mention this in the kitchen, she still could not hide her surprise when she heard Qin Shubao say it himself. She looked at her father hesitantly, hoping to get some pointers from him. Seeing Han Lijing gently nod his head, Han Yushi bowed and said, Yushi greets foster father. Ha ha, good child, quickly get up. Qin Xiong laughed heartily, but it was not appropriate for him to pull her up. He could only tell Han Yushi to get up quickly. Han Yushi stood up and poured a cup of tea for Qin Xiong. She raised it with both hands and bowed, as she said, Foster father, please have some tea. Qin Xiong was grinning from ear to ear. He took the teacup, took a sip, and put it down. He said, Good child, go to the Qin Manor to visit your foster mother another day. She likes a sensible daughter, like you very much. Yes, foster father, Qin Xiong said with a smile. All right, you will be my daughter from now on. If anyone dares to bully you, just tell me. I will definitely uphold justice for you. Han Yushi's heart warmed as she thanked him sincerely. Thank you, foster father. Ha ha, second brother Qin, you have taken in an adopted daughter today. This is a joyous occasion. We must drink to our heart's content. Brother Qianhu, don't you think so? Ha ha. Cheng Yaojin laughed heartily. He looked at the delicious food on the table and thought of the wine Li Zixuan brought. He could not help but want to eat. General Cheng is right. I must toast to the two generals today. Han Lijing smiled. Cheng Yaojin could not wait and said, Ha, Xiao Xian, quickly take out the good wine you brought. Li Zixuan smiled as he went to take 2 pots of wine and put them on the table. He said to Qin Shubao, Bad wine will hurt your stomach. Uncle Qin, your old injury has not healed yet. You should not drink this kind of strong wine. You should drink the fruit wine. Qin Shubao opened his mouth and looked depressed. However, in his opinion, Li Zixuan was equivalent to half a doctor. He could not refute and could only nod helplessly. Cheng Yaojin glared and said, Xiao Xian, the medicinal wine you took before, second brother Qin was fine after drinking it. Why can't he drink it now? Qin Shubao's eyes lit up when he heard this. He looked at Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan still shook his head and said, Uncle Cheng, these are 2 different things. The wine in the medicinal wine is just a catalyst. The main body is still medicine. Uncle Qin's old injury is very bad for his recovery if he drinks this kind of strong wine. Yushi, go and get some fruit wine. I will drink with Uncle Qin. Han Yushi responded and went to the inner room to get the fruit wine. Cheng Yaojin could only say gloomily, Forget it. Brother Qianhu, let's drink a few cups today. Haha, I dare not to. After the meal, Cheng Yaojin and Han Lijing were both drunk. After all, the immortal drunk was too strong. The other 3 people in the room looked at the 2 drunk people and smiled bitterly at each other. Alas, there was no other way. Li Zixuan could only do this kind of hard work himself. He could not let the sick Qin Shubao and the weak Han Yushi go. Li Zixuan dragged the 2 into the room and threw them on the bed to let them rest. Xiao Xian, Yushi, go to your work. I will walk around the Han family manor. When Jijia wakes up, we will go back to Chang. And Qin Xiong remembered the strange words Cheng Yaojin said and wanted to matchmake them. He also felt that Li Zixuan had a good character. If he could be together with Han Yushi, it would be a good thing. Li Zixuan quickly said, Uncle Qin, please be careful. Han Yushi also said with concern, Godfather, your body is not well yet. Why don't I go with you? Qin Xiong quickly waved his hand and said, No, your godfather is much better now. It's okay. If he let Han Yushi come, wouldn't his efforts be wasted? So he quickly left the courtyard after saying that. P.S. The subscription data is terrible. Readers who like this book, please pay a few cents to subscribe, so that Swordsman will have the motivation to continue writing. Thank you. I can't continue writing like this. Please subscribe. Don't read the pirated version. Brothers, you still have to subscribe when you need to. Chapter 130. Yushi, do you want to enter the city with me today? We can go to Uncle Chin's house and visit Aunt Chin. In the courtyard, a man and a woman were alone. It was very ambiguous. Li Zixuan really wanted to spend the rest of his life quietly with Han Yushi. Han Yushi looked at Li Zixuan, who was sitting on the swing beside her. She felt a little amused. This swing was tied to the iron egg by Han Lijing in the past. Now, Li Zixuan was sitting on it to play. Her young master was sometimes mature and steady, but sometimes he was like a child. Hearing Li Zixuan's words, Han Yushi thought for a while and replied, "Young master, when you go back today, it will definitely be late. If I go, I probably won't be able to make it back in time, so I'll go tomorrow." Li Zixuan subconsciously wanted to say, "If you can't go back, then stay at my house." However, he was afraid that he would offend the beauty, so he could only swallow the words that were about to come out of his mouth. "Then you have to be careful when you go alone tomorrow, or you can go with the farmer who is going to the market tomorrow." Li Zixuan thought for a while, and still instructed. He still had no clue about the martial arts expert who stole the wine that Han Lijing mentioned last time. He always felt that the person's goal was not that simple. Han Yushi's heart warmed. She replied softly, "Young master, don't worry. Yushi will be careful." Li Zixuan's heart was slightly relieved. He looked up at Han Yushi, who was holding the rope of the swing. Suddenly, his childish heart was awakened. He smiled and said, "Yushi, sit on top. I'll help you on the swing." Han Yushi frowned and said, "Young master, this is for children." "Who said that this thing can only be played by children? Didn't you see that I played with it just now?" Han Yushi was speechless. "Come up quickly. If you don't come up, I'll carry you up." Li Zixuan was a little unrestrained at this moment. "Don't, I'll go up myself." "Ah, young master, put me down quickly. It's too high." Han Yushi closed her eyes and grabbed the rope tightly with both hands as she shouted, "Don't worry, I'll protect you. You won't fall." "No, put me down." "Don't, Yushi, don't you think it's very interesting? Don't be afraid. With my martial arts, even if you fall, I can catch you." After a while, Han Yushi finally adapted to this height. She stopped screaming and gradually quietened down. Under the setting sun, a flower-like young girl sat on a swing. Behind her, a handsome man was slowly pushing the swing. Both of them were silently enjoying this rare tranquility and warmth. Cough, cough. Qin Xiong felt that he had returned late enough, but he did not expect to see something that he should not have seen. He hurriedly coughed twice to remind them that someone had come. Han Yushi was like a frightened rabbit. She hurriedly grabbed Li Zixuan's hand and signaled him to stop pushing. Then, Han Yushi got off the swing. Li Zixuan only felt a burst of warmth and smoothness in his hand, and he couldn't help but stop. Then, the wonderful touch disappeared, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. "Godfather, you're back!" Han Yushi clenched her hands and greeted Qin Xiong like a child who had done something wrong. "Yes, I'm back." Qin Xiong naturally pretended that he didn't see anything and replied, "Uncle Qin, how was your tour of the manor?" Li Zixuan spoke to hide his awkwardness. When Qin Xiong heard this, he stroked his beard and said half-jokingly, "This old man discovered that the villagers of this Han manor are clearly much wealthier than the people in other manors. Xiao Xian, you're a good landlord." Li Zixuan chuckled and said, "You're flattering me." Qin Xiong wanted to say something, but hesitated. In the end, he said, "Little Xian, come out with me. I have something to ask you." With that, he walked out of the courtyard, leaving Li Zixuan with his back. Li Zixuan looked at Han Yushi and said, "Yushi, I'm going out for a while. Go and see if Uncle Han and Uncle Chung are awake. Han Yushi nodded. At the same time, she was a little nervous. She didn't know what her godfather wanted to say to Li Zixuan. Could it be that he and she— Aya, please don't be like that. Han Yushi blushed at the thought of this and hurried into the house. Outside the courtyard, Qin Xiong stood under a tree with his hands behind his back, waiting for Li Zixuan to come over. Uncle Qin, why are you looking for me? Qin Xiong turned around and looked at Li Zixuan. He asked with a serious face, Little Xian, tell me the truth. Why are you raising so many chickens? Li Zixuan said curiously, Uncle Qin, didn't I already say it at the morning court? You were there too. Qin Xiong shook his head and said, I believed you before, but I went to the chicken farm in the back mountain of the Han Manor today. I don't believe your excuses now. Tell me the truth. Li Zixuan asked curiously, Why? Qin Xiong sneered, Humph, you're still lying to me. I just went up the mountain to take a look. Every chicken farm on the mountain has a person training the chickens. If it's just because of the two reasons you mentioned before, why do you have to do this? What are you hiding? Can you tell me? Li Zixuan suddenly understood. So, this was the problem. However, he really couldn't tell anyone about the locust plague. Otherwise, there would be trouble. He was in a dilemma. Uncle Qin, you're right. This matter is indeed not that simple. However, please forgive me for not being able to tell you the real reason. Li Zixuan gritted his teeth. Qin Xiong heard this and quickly stepped forward. He grabbed Li Zixuan's arm and said anxiously, What can't you tell me? I'm not a talkative person. Don't you trust me? Li Zixuan hurriedly waved his hand and explained, It's not like that. Uncle Qin, don't misunderstand. I definitely don't mean that. It's just that I really can't tell anyone about this. Uncle, please don't make things difficult for me. Qin Xiong released his hand and turned around. He looked at the setting sun and sighed. Forget it. I won't force you. However, I feel that something big is going to happen behind this. This old man joined the army when he was young, and after many twists and turns, he finally joined the great Tang. After hundreds of battles, the world was finally at peace. Even if this old man fell ill, this old man has no regrets, because the Han people can finally settle down and recuperate. Little Xian, you're the disciple of an immortal. You may not know the suffering of the human world. A few years ago, the world was in chaos, and the Central Plains was empty. People's lives were worse than dogs. I really can't bear to see the people suffer, because the people's suffering is the shame of us Tang Empire soldiers. We didn't protect them well. Qin Xiong turned around and stared into Li Zixuan's eyes. He said seriously, I've heard that spiritual master Ling Su is one of the immortals. He has great wisdom and ability. As his disciple, you must know many things. I don't care what you're hiding, but I hope that before you do anything, you can consider the people's lives. The people have suffered enough. Chapter 131. Under the tree outside the Han family's courtyard, the old man and the young man were silent. Finally, Qin Xiong broke the silence. He looked up at the sky and said, It's getting late. Call Jijia. Let's go back to Chang. And after saying that, he walked towards the courtyard door, leaving behind a bleak figure. Li Zixuan looked at the old man who had fought for the country all his life. He couldn't bear it. Seeing that Qin Xiong was about to reach the door, he said, Uncle Qin, please wait. I'll tell you the truth. Qin Xiong stomped his feet, turned around, and then walked over. He looked at Li Zixuan and nodded with gratification. After saying, Good child, He quietly stood to the side and listened to Li Zishuan continue. Li Zishuan thought for a moment and said, Uncle Qin, the reason I have so many chickens is because of a prophecy my master left behind. My master said that in June next year, there will be an unprecedented plague of locusts in the Tang Empire. As Li Zishuan spoke, Qin Xiong's face grew more and more serious. After Li Zishuan finished telling his father the story he had told that night, Qin Xiong couldn't help but point at Li Zishuan and scold him. You bastard! Why didn't you tell His Majesty about this earlier? Can you bear to watch the people of the other provinces starve to death when the plague of locusts comes? I only realized today that you, Li Zishuan, have such a heart of stone. What good will it do you to let the people starve to death? Could it be that you, the son of an immortal, really want to become an immortal? Qin Xiong's words pierced Li Zishuan's heart, and Li Zishuan was instantly covered in wounds. He thought of all the hard work he had done in the past few months, only to be criticized by Qin Xiong as selfish. The grievance and anger in his heart immediately gushed out. He could no longer hold it in and roared angrily. Do you think I want to hide it? If I told His Majesty the truth, would His Majesty believe me? They might even punish my family and implicate my nephew's parents. Moreover, once this matter spreads out, it will surely cause panic among the common people. At that time, countless people will madly fight for food, and it will surely cause the price of food to soar. How can this nephew bear such a crime? Qin Xiong was stunned. Li Zishuan took a deep breath and continued. The plague of locusts is only my master's prophecy. If the plague of locusts doesn't come when the time comes, wouldn't the people of the world have worried for nothing? When that time comes, I will definitely be condemned by everyone and be cursed for eternity. I'll be fine. At worst, I'll be like my master back then, living in seclusion and living a carefree life. But what about my father, mother, and sister? They still had to continue living on the land of the great Tang. Moreover, do you really think this nephew can bear to watch the common people suffer? If that was really the case, then why did that brat bother to raise 150,000 chickens in the Han Village and Plum Village? Do you think this kid has a heart of stone? Like you, this nephew loves the land of the great Tang, and deeply loves the people of the great Tang. This nephew also wants to save them very much. After Li Zishuan finished speaking, he let out a long sigh and leaned against the tree trunk dejectedly. He closed his eyes and said no more. If one looked carefully, one could see that there were tears in his eyes. Qin Xiong stood there with a complicated expression. His expression changed for a while before he finally sighed. He walked over and patted Li Zishuan's shoulder lightly. Little Xian, this old man misunderstood you just now. Please don't take it to heart. Li Zishuan hurriedly said, Uncle Qin, what are you saying? I know that you truly care about the country and the people, and your heart is for the common people. This nephew's tone just now was very offensive. Please don't take it to heart. He had suppressed the matter of the locust plague in his heart for a long time. He knew that what he was doing now could only save a portion of the common people. When the time came, there would still be tens of thousands of common people who would suffer. He felt very uncomfortable, but he had no other choice. Call him selfish or cold-blooded, but he had to consider his family before doing anything. Today, he finally found someone to vent his feelings, but he was criticized. The negative emotions that he had suppressed for a long time finally erupted, although he felt much better now. He also realized that his tone just now was too harsh. Qin Xiong shook his head and said, It's normal for young people to be angry. This old man will not blame you. But little Xian, is there really no other way? Li Zishuan thought for a while and replied, "Since ancient times, haven't the kings of the past been helpless in the face of the locust plague? I also want to save more common people, but this nephew's ability is limited. There really is no other way." Qin Xiong was silent for a long time. Then he sighed deeply. At this moment, he seemed to have aged 10 years. He angrily punched the tree trunk and said unwillingly, "This old man will go back today and draft a secret report. Tomorrow, I will present it to His Majesty. If His Majesty has any blame, this old man will bear it." Li Zishuan was shocked. He waved his hand to stop him and said, "Absolutely not. The locust plague is only a prophecy. There is no conclusive evidence. Uncle Qin, please think twice. Don't be rash." Qin Xiong shook his head and said, "Little Xian, it's better to believe in this kind of thing than not. Otherwise, when the locust plague really comes, all we can do is wait for death. Moreover, the weather this year is so abnormal. It's just May, and it's already so hot. This old man estimates that there will be a drought this year. As the saying goes, after a drought, there will be locusts. Your master's prophecy is not without reason. Your strength is limited. If you want to save all the common people of the Tang Empire, you have to rely on the power of the imperial court." But Li Zishuan wanted to continue dissuading him, but Qin Xiong waved his hand and stopped him. "Little Xian, you don't have to persuade me anymore. This old man has been on the battlefield all my life. It's not easy to see the world at peace and the common people living and working in peace. I will not watch them starve to death because of the locust plague. My hands are already stained with the blood of countless people. I should have been taken away by the heavens long ago and fallen into the cycle of reincarnation. Now, I can still use this broken body to do something for the common people. Even if I am condemned by His Majesty or condemned by everyone, this old man will have no regrets." Li Zishuan was moved by the old man's sad words. He felt that he was so small compared to Qin Xiong. At this moment, he felt that a man should take responsibility like Qin Xiong. So he said, "Uncle Qin, this happened because of me. How can I let you take responsibility? Uncle Qin, please report to His Majesty. If His Majesty wants to punish you, I will take responsibility with you." Qin Xiong said in surprise, "How can I do that? Little Xian, you are still young and have a long way to go. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions." Li Zishuan said firmly, "I am not letting my emotions affect my decisions. This is a decision I made after careful consideration. If Uncle Qin does not agree, I will write to His Majesty alone." Qin Shubao saw that Li Zishuan had made up his mind, so he could only nod and say, "All right, I will also write your name in the secret memorial. The two of us will write together. It's getting late now. Call Jijia and let's go back to the city." Li Zishuan returned to the small courtyard and found Han Yushi waiting for him in the courtyard. He smiled at her, indicating that he was fine. Chung Yaojin sat in the courtyard with his eyes slightly closed. He probably hadn't completely recovered yet. He didn't see Han Lijing. He was probably still drunk. Li Zishuan went over to say a few words to Han Yushi and reminded her again to be careful when she entered the city tomorrow. Then he pulled Chung Yaojin, who was slightly sober, and called Hu Jing and his brother over. Anyway, they were just two children and weren't heavy. Each of them could sit on one more. Just like that, the five of them rode 3 horses and left the Han family village. Under the setting sun, they rushed towards Chang and city. Chapter 132. In the evening, the 5 of them finally returned to Chang, and after parting with Chung Yaojin and Qin Xiong at Yanqing Gate, Li Zishuan dismounted from his horse and walked home with Hu Jing and his brother. He had the servants settle the siblings in 2 rooms on the west side of Mingyue Pavilion. At this time, Wang Zhong came to find him. "Young master, this is the account book that shopkeeper Lu sent over today. He said he wants you to take a look." Wang Zhong handed over a small booklet and said respectfully. Li Zixuan nodded and took the booklet curiously. He was shocked when he opened it. It turned out that it was the profits of the Drunken Immortal restaurant for the past few days. The day before the launch of the Drunken Immortal restaurant, the Drunken Immortal restaurant earned a total of 352 strings of cash. On the day of the launch of the Drunken Immortal restaurant, the Drunken Immortal restaurant earned a total of 672 strings of cash. On the second day, they earned 956 strings of cash. On the third day, they earned 1,167 strings of cash. Today, they earned 1,450 strings of cash. Li Zixuan was shocked. The profits were too terrifying. They earned more than 1,000 strings of cash in a day. The Drunken Immortal restaurant had become a money tree. It seemed that he only needed to lie at home and count money in the future. Li Zixuan thought happily, "Ha, not bad, not bad. Uncle Wang, tell shopkeeper Lu to do well." Li Zixuan chuckled as he handed the account book back to Wang Zhong. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Uncle Wang, bring Hu Jing and his brother to the Imperial Physician Bureau tomorrow and hand them over to Dr. Sunday. I'll go take care of some matters first, and then go take a look." Wang Zhong smiled and nodded. "Yes, young master." Yunshi Pavilion. "Young master." Xiao Ying trembled as he bowed to the young master by the window. Just as he was about to say something, he saw a ball of paper flying towards him. He didn't dare to dodge and could only let the paper ball hit his head. "Trash. I left the Yunshi Pavilion to you to manage. Look at what it's become now. I helped you find the Imperial Chef, but you still can't beat the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Now our restaurant has fewer and fewer customers, and the Drunken Immortal restaurant has more and more people. What use do I have for you?" The young master turned around and scolded Xiao Ying while pointing at his nose with a sinister expression. After scolding him, he still wasn't satisfied. He picked up the teacup on the table and threw it at Xiao Ying's feet. Xiao Ying's voice trembled in fear as he said, This subordinate has failed in his task. Please calm down, young master. Calm down. What can you use to appease this young master's anger? Do you know how much the Drunken Immortal restaurant earns in a day? Nearly 1,500 strings of coins. That's equivalent to 4 days of profit for our Yunshi restaurant. This young master has always had high hopes for you, and this is how you repay me? What a waste. The more the young master spoke, the angrier he got. In the end, he couldn't help but kick Xiao Ying twice. Xiao Ying gritted his teeth and endured it. He did not make a sound. He immediately got up from the ground and cupped his hands. "Young master, I've investigated. The reason the Immortal Indulgence has been so popular recently is mainly because they've launched 2 new wines, the Immortal Drunken Wine and the Paradise of Warmth. These 2 wines have unique concocting methods and extremely unique tastes, so they've attracted batch after batch of returning customers." The young master calmed down a bit and ordered, "Then send someone to their winery and steal the secret recipe for their new wine. We also want to imitate this new wine." Xiao Ying awkwardly said, "Young master, I'm afraid this won't work." Li Zixuan placed his new wine in Duke Lu's winery to brew it. There are many guards from the Chung residence around the winery. Those people used to be soldiers, and their skills are not bad. If we force our way in, I'm afraid we'll get into big trouble. After all, in Jingguan Great Tang, the title of Demon King Chung Yaojin was very intimidating. No one was willing to provoke this old demon. Then, who else knows the secret recipe? The young master helplessly asked. Replying to young master, the craftsmen of the winery naturally know the recipe, but they have signed a contract with the Chung family. I'm afraid they won't easily reveal it. But according to what this subordinate knows, there should be another person who knows the recipe. Who? Speak quickly. Xiao incautiously said, replying to young master, that person is Han Tianhu's daughter. According to this subordinate's investigation, Han Tianhu's daughter is very likely to have participated in the brewing of the new wine. Moreover, she's one of the earliest participants. Oh, the young master raised his brows in surprise. Then he paced back and forth in the room with his hands clasped behind his back. Xiao Ying hesitated for a moment before he clenched his teeth and cupped his fists. Young master, this subordinate has another matter. I don't know. The young master unhappily waved his hand and said, Speak. Yes, young master. The subordinate reported that Miss Lung Yuyao has also arrived in Chang, and yesterday she and eldest young master went to Li Zixuan's residence and stayed there for a total of 2 hours. As for what they discussed, this subordinate doesn't know. The young master halted his steps upon hearing this. His expression changed before he finally scolded with a cold expression. It's this little bitch again. Send someone to investigate what my big brother discussed with Li Zixuan yesterday. This young master feels that this matter isn't simple. Xiao Ying cupped his fists and replied, Yes. This subordinate will arrange it now. Wait. The young master muttered, There's no need to investigate. According to my big brother's usual style, I reckon that he most likely went to find Li Zixuan to cooperate. It's too late to investigate now. The immortal drunken wine's profits are huge. No matter what agreement they reached, it's extremely disadvantageous to us. We must find a way to turn the situation around as soon as possible. Otherwise, this young master will definitely lose this clan's trial. Xiao Ying softly said, I'll follow young master's instructions. The young master thought for a moment before saying to Xiao Ying, Come closer. Xiao Ying hurriedly did as he was told. The young master whispered a few words in his ear before returning to his normal voice. You understand? Xiao Ying replied, This subordinate understands. Young master, please rest assured that nothing will go wrong. The young master coldly said, If there are any more mishaps, you don't need to live anymore. Xiao Ying's body trembled as he cupped his fists and said, Yes. The young master continued, This immortal drunken wine's profits are so huge. We're definitely not the only ones keeping an eye on it. You have to move quickly and pay attention to propriety. Don't kill anyone. If this matter gets out of hand, this young master won't be able to explain. You understand? Xiao Ying nodded and said, This subordinate understands. The young master nodded with satisfaction and instructed, To ensure that nothing goes wrong, you'll go this time as well. But if this matter is exposed, you must not reveal your identity. This time, all of you should avoid Han Tianhu as much as possible. Don't cause any trouble. This subordinate understands. The young master waved his hand and said, Go. The faster, the better. Xiao Ying slowly retreated. In the room, after a long time, the young master's muttering voice could be heard. Since young, you've always been better than me in everything. Everyone looked down on me. This time, I definitely won't lose to you again. However, no one noticed that a black-clothed man on the roof lightly flew away. Chapter 133. Azure Dragon District, Wang Renbiao's residence. Young lord, that's all Yu Yao heard. As for what second young lord said to Xiao Ying, Yu Yao doesn't know. Lung Yu Yao softly reported to Wang Renbiao, in an exquisitely decorated room. Wang Renbiao stood up, closed his fan, and gently tapped his left hand. He slowly walked to a row of bookshelves, pondered for a moment, and sighed. Alas, Yao. Even if you didn't hear those words, this young lord can guess most of it. It seems that this younger brother of mine is going to do something foolish. Leng Yuyao was curious, but she didn't ask. This was also her nature. In her mind, if the young lord was willing to tell her, he would tell her even if she didn't ask. Wang Renbiao hesitated for a moment, then finally made up his mind. No, Li Zixuan is no longer the same as before. If second brother is allowed to do as he pleases, it will definitely bring disaster to the Wang family. Besides, I just started working with Li Zixuan. How can I let him ruin it? Yao, leave immediately and secretly follow Xiaoying. If he does anything unusual, immediately send a message to me. Leng Yuyao nodded. Yes, young lord. With that, she picked up her sword and was about to leave. Wait! Wang Renbiao called out to stop her. Leng Yuyao turned back and asked, Young lord, do you have any other orders? Wang Renbiao took a deep look at Leng Yuyao's beautiful eyes and said in a deep voice, Be careful in everything you do. Don't try to be brave. If you're discovered, remember to withdraw in time. Nothing is more important than your life. A trace of gentleness flashed across Leng Yuyao's frosty face. She said softly, Don't worry, young master. Yuyao's divine breathing technique is a secret technique of my sect. Even a grandmaster-level expert would find it hard to detect it. Wang Renbiao nodded. Leng Yuyao pushed open the door and left the courtyard, disappearing without a trace in a flash. The next day, in Taiji Palace, the morning court had reached its end. Your Majesty, the 30,000 curved plows manufactured by the Ministry of Works have all been distributed to the county offices near Chang, and they will be rented or sold to the farmers. Yan Lai bowed. Li Er nodded in satisfaction. That's great. Minister Yan, you've worked hard. Although it's a little late for spring plowing now, we can still recover some of the losses for the people. Your Majesty is wise. After saying that, Yan Lai returned to his original position. Is there anything else you would like to report? Li Er secretly rubbed his old waist and asked the officials. In his heart, he thought that he seemed to have overworked himself last night. He should get the imperial chef to make some tiger penis soup to replenish his energy. The ministers looked at each other and then lowered their heads. Seeing this, Li Er announced the end of the court session. Not long after, the officials dispersed. Only Qin Xiong walked out and quietly turned back. After Li Er left the court, he went to the back hall of Taiji Palace. Just as he was about to change his clothes and go to the west inner garden to rest, a servant came in and reporting to your Majesty, Duke E requests an audience. Li Er stopped what he was doing and said in surprise, Oh, what business does Shu Bao have? Hurry up and announce it. Yes. The attendant cupped his hands in acknowledgement and slowly retreated. A moment later, Qin Xiong walked in shakily and bowed to Li Er. Greetings, Your Majesty. Li Er hurriedly said, Shu Bao, quickly dispense with the formalities. Men, give me a seat. The attendant brought over a stool. Qin Xiong cupped his hands and said, Thank you, Your Majesty. Li Er waved his hand and asked, Shu Bao, why do you want to see me? Why didn't you say it in the court session just now? Qin Xiong looked at the surrounding palace maids and servants. After hesitating for a moment, he cupped his hands and said, This is an important matter. If I may be so bold, Your Majesty, please dismiss your servants. Li Er was even more curious. He waved at the palace maids and servants and said, You may leave first. Yes. After they all left the inner hall, Li'er looked at Qin Xiong and smiled. Shu Bao, this is the first time you are discussing matters with me so seriously. Now that everyone has left, Shu Bao can speak, right? Qin Xiong took out a memorial from his sleeve and stood up to present it to Li'er with both hands. He said, Your Majesty, please take a look. Li'er smiled and took the memorial. He casually opened it and took a look. A moment later, Li'er's expression suddenly changed. The relaxed expression on his face was no longer there. Qin Xiong stood quietly at the side with his hands behind his back, silent. About 15 minutes later, Li'er put down the memorial. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He stood up and stared at Qin Xiong. Shu Bao, do you believe the prophecy of spiritual master Ling Su? Replying to your Majesty, this old subject believes that it is better to believe that such a thing is true than not. Furthermore, spiritual master Ling Su is an immortal with great achievements. I think that this prophecy is credible. Li'er said angrily, Nonsense! Do you want me to order the people of the world to deal with the locust plague in advance because of a prophecy? Do you know that this matter will cause chaos in the world if it gets out? This nonsense must have come from that brat Li Zixuan's mouth, right? That brat is restless every day. I think that he has had enough of his leisurely days. Qin Xiong hurriedly said, Your Majesty, this matter was brought up by me. Li Zixuan did not intend to speak of this prophecy. He was forced by me to speak of the truth. My personal honor is irrelevant. I only hope that the people of the world will suffer less. I am willing to bear the consequences of this matter. Qin Xiong bowed deeply to Li'er. Although he and Li Zixuan had agreed yesterday that they would jointly sign the memorial and share the responsibility when something happened, Qin Xiong had thought about it and decided not to write Li Zixuan's name when he was writing the memorial last night. In his opinion, Li Zixuan was still young and had a long road ahead of him. As for himself, he was already a crippled person. He would just take it as sharing the burden for the younger generation. Only then did Li'er's expression change. He hurriedly helped Qin Xiong up and said, Shu Bao, why do you have to do this? You are dedicated to the country and the people. How can I not distinguish right from wrong? But Shu Bao, are you so sure that this prophecy will come true? Until now, Li'er was still unwilling to believe that there would be a locust plague, because once the locust plague happened, there would definitely be people spreading rumors that the ruler was heartless and that this was a punishment from the heavens. Qin Xiong said, Your Majesty, have you noticed that this year's weather is really abnormal? It is just May, and it is already so hot. In the history books, there have been several locust plagues. The first year was a drought. So when I heard this prophecy, I felt that something would happen next year. Li'er touched his chin and said in disbelief, But there have been countless years of drought. I have never seen so many locust plagues in history. Seeing that he could not persuade Li'er, Qin Xiong hesitated for a moment and gritted his teeth. Your Majesty, according to Li Zixuan, spiritual master Ling Su had another prophecy a few years ago. Li'er instinctively asked, What prophecy? Your Majesty, that prophecy came true on the 4th of June last year at the Xuanwu Gate. Silence! The entire hall suddenly fell into a strange silence. Only Li'er's heavy breathing could be heard. Qin Xiong frowned and held his breath. His expression was serious as he stood to the side with his head lowered and did not speak. Li'er's eyes were red as he stared fixedly at Qin Xiong. The Xuanwu Gate change. There was someone who dared to mention the Xuanwu Gate change in front of him. If it was someone else in front of him, Li'er would definitely not hesitate to have someone drag him out and behead him. But the person in front of him was Qin Xiong, the second brother Qin, who had saved him from danger many times in the past. Qin Xiong was the only general among Li Er's trusted aides who did not participate in the Xuanwu Gate change. Later, the court officials all thought that Li Er would completely ignore Qin Xiong because of this, but they did not know that Qin Xiong's position in Li Er's heart had never been shaken. After a long time, Li Er flicked his sleeves and turned around. He shouted coldly, "Come, summon Li Zixuan into the palace." "Yes." Chapter 134. Li Residence. After Li Zixuan finished his breakfast, he called for Hu Jing and her brother. After the two children came yesterday, they had been very careful and well-behaved, afraid of causing trouble for Li Zixuan. Mrs. Li had heard about the two children's experience from her son and was very sympathetic to them. She personally went to Mingyue Xian to give them many exquisite pastries. Li Zixuan looked at Hu Jing and said, "You and Guoji follow Butler Wang to the Imperial Physician Department to find Taoist Sunday. I'll go out to do something and then come see you. Don't worry, Taoist Sun's medical skills are superb. He will definitely be able to cure you too." Hu Jing smiled sweetly. "Thank you, young master." "Don't worry, young master, my brother and I will be fine." Hu Guoji scratched her head and laughed. "Hee, young master, don't worry, Guoji will take good care of sister." Li Zixuan patted Hu Guoji's head with a smile. When this chubby child giggled, Li Zixuan couldn't help but think of Da Bai from the movie Super Land Troopers in his previous life. This kind of giggle was always able to bring an inexplicable warmth to one's heart. "Uncle Wang, please take good care of them." Wang Zhong clasped his hands and said, "Young master, don't worry." Li Zixuan nodded, and Wang Zhong left with the two siblings. Hu Jing turned around and waved goodbye to Li Zixuan with a smile. Li Zixuan smiled with relief and turned back to the west courtyard. He changed his clothes and prepared to go out. He planned to go to the workshop today to see how the carriage was doing. This carriage took him a lot of effort. Just as he walked to the door, he saw Cheng Chumo and Li Chengqian walking together. The two of them met at the entrance of the workshop by chance. Li Chengqian came today mainly to thank Li Zixuan for giving him the new wine. This helped him a lot in front of Li Er. Of course, he was also helping to pass on his father's decree a few days ago. Although this decree was a bit of a scam, he could not come. The reason why Cheng Chumo came to look for Li Zixuan was very simple. This guy had nothing better to do, so he came out to play. These days, the Drunken Immortal and the Land of Warmth and Tenderness were extremely popular, which made him and his father extremely happy. Today, he came over to drag Li Zixuan to a restaurant to celebrate. Who knew that he would meet Li Chengqian so coincidentally? Because of his relationship with Li Zixuan, Cheng Chumo wasn't as estranged as before. They even chatted with each other on the way. Of course, the center of their conversation was always about Li Zixuan. When Li Zixuan saw the two of them, he hurriedly greeted them. "Your Highness, Chonyo, you're here. Please come in." Inside the room, Li Zixuan expressed his gratitude. Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Your Highness, there's no need to be so courteous. It's just a few jars of fine wine. It's not worth mentioning." However, Li Zixuan's next sentence made Li Zixuan unable to smile anymore. "Oh, right. My father also said that, in the future, the palace's wine will be purchased from your winery. It's just that the price will be 50% off according to the market price." Li Chengqian hesitated for a moment, but still said it. After saying it, he felt a bit embarrassed and felt that he couldn't stay any longer. When Li Zixuan heard it, his old face immediately darkened. This Li Er was really an old hoodlum. 50% off the market price? Why didn't he just rob a bank? Chung Chumo also almost jumped. His family had 10% shares in the winery. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became very awkward. In the end, Li Chengxian said, embarrassedly, how about I ask my father to take back the order? Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and waved his hand, saying, Your Highness, there's no need for that. Our winery will provide new wine to the palace as scheduled. This matter didn't only have disadvantages. It also had advantages. After the Land of Tenderness, an immortal drunken wine became the imperial wine. It was equivalent to having an invincible protective umbrella. If others wanted to touch it, they would have to think twice. Chung Chumo glared and wanted to refute, but Li Zishuan gave him a look to calm him down. Chung Chumo then sat down reluctantly, thinking that His Majesty was really black-hearted. Li Chengxian said happily, Thank you, Zishuan, for understanding. Li Chengxian's goal was achieved. He chatted with Li Zishuan for a while and was about to leave. Li Zishuan and Chung Chumo sent him to the door. At this moment, a group of people suddenly came from afar. They were carrying a badly mutilated, injured person and rushed over. Young master, something bad happened. Li Zishuan looked carefully and saw that these people were the villagers of the Han village. He couldn't help but be shocked and quickly went to greet them. Uncle Nyo, what happened? Young master, something bad happened. Old, who was almost beaten to death. We wanted to go to the East Market today and found Old, who on the way. He was already unconscious. Old Nyo said while wiping his sweat and panting. Li Zishuan then noticed Old, who was being carried by a few people behind him. He saw that Old, who was covered in blood, as if he had walked out of a blood pool. Li Zishuan was shocked. He quickly squatted down and patted Old, whose face and shouted, Uncle Hu, wake up, wake up. After shouting for a long time, Li Zishuan tried to pinch Old, whose philtrum. Old, who groaned and opened his eyes with a painful expression. When he saw Li Zishuan in front of him, he immediately shouted excitedly, Young master, quickly go and save the Han family's girl. She was taken away. Boom! Like a bolt from the blue, Li Zishuan was immediately shocked by this news and was stunned on the spot. Little Xian, what's wrong? Chung Chumo walked over and saw Li Zishuan as if he had lost his soul. He quickly shook his arm and asked with concern. Li Chengxian also looked at him with a worried face. Li Zishuan immediately reacted. Now was not the time for him to be sad. He looked at Old, Hu, and asked anxiously, Uncle Hu, quickly tell me where Yushi was taken, who took her, and where did they take her? Old Hu held his breath, afraid that he would faint at this critical moment. He quickly bit the tip of his tongue, and blood immediately flowed out of the corner of his mouth. He said weakly, Young master, it's four black-clothed masked men and a group of bandits. Me and Han girl at Rhinoceros Slope were blocked by them. Old, who couldn't beat them. Han girl was taken away by them. They went to the Qinling Mountains. Young master, quickly go save. Before Old Hu could finish speaking, he fainted again. Ridiculous, little Xian, don't worry. I'll go back now and ask my father to send someone to help you find her. Han Yushi is now Uncle Qin's adopted daughter. I believe Uncle Qin will also send someone to help you. Chung Chumo understood the whole story and immediately shouted. Li Chengxian also said, These bandits are too arrogant. Zishuan, don't be impulsive. I'll go back to the palace and report to my father. I'll send the Yulin guards to help you find her. Li Zishuan's heart was in a mess. The woman he loved the most had been taken away. He only wanted to kill someone at this moment. He wanted to save her. Even if the other party had thousands of experts, he was not afraid. He still wanted to go. He couldn't even protect his own woman. What kind of man was he, Li Zishuan? Your Highness, I'll have to trouble you to send Uncle Hu to the Imperial Medical Department. I'll go save Yushi. His voice was bone-chilling, without a trace of emotion. After he finished speaking, he went into the house to take the wind-chasing sword. Ignoring the dissuasion of his two good brothers behind him, he mounted his horse and was about to leave. Then he heard a sharp voice from the side. Lord Li, His Majesty summons you to the palace for an audience. Quickly follow me into the palace. Li Zishuan fiercely slapped the horse's belly. He ignored the attendant who delivered the decree and rushed out like a gust of wind, leaving only an angry roar. I don't have time. The attendant was so scared that he fell to the ground, not knowing how to return to the palace and report the decree. Li Chengqian hurriedly had people carry old Hu to the Imperial Medical Department and called for the captain of his personal guards. Wu San quickly mobilized all the Imperial guards in the Eastern Palace to assist Li Zishuan in investigating Miss Han's whereabouts. Yes, Wu San bowed in agreement. Then he quickly called for 2 personal guards and ordered them to protect the Crown Prince. He mounted his horse and returned to the Eastern Palace to mobilize the troops. Sigh. Li Chengqian shook his head and sighed. This was the first time he had seen Li Zishuan lose his self-control. He was afraid that this Miss Han was really important to him. He hoped that both of them would be safe and sound. Cheng Chumo anxiously stamped his feet and said goodbye to Li Chengqian. He went home to find his father for help. Chapter 135. Taiji Palace. Your Majesty. The messenger who went to deliver the decree to Li Zishuan bowed to Li Er, trembling in fear as he did not know how to report to Li Er. Where's Li Zishuan? Li Er frowned and asked unhappily. Your Majesty, Lord Li said, he's not free. The messenger felt Li Er's blade-like gaze and hurriedly told the truth. Of course, he omitted the first 2 words of Li Zishuan's sentence. Although Qin Xiong, who was standing at the side, remained calm on the surface, his heart was in turmoil. He thought to himself that this Li Zishuan was really bold. Li Er slammed the table and said angrily, Impudent, this brat is simply lawless. Men. Qin Xiong knew that something was wrong and was about to plead for mercy when another servant hurriedly came in and bowed. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince requests an audience. Li Er suppressed the anger in his heart and said, Let him in. Yes. A moment later. Greetings, Father. Li Er acknowledged and asked, Chengqian, what's the matter? Father, I'm here today for Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan had just left. As a friend, he naturally had to help him clean up his mess. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Humph, you still dare to mention that brat to me. I summoned him, but he didn't even dare to come. He's getting bolder and bolder, Li Er said angrily. Li Chengqian hurriedly said, Father, please calm down. Li Zishuan has a reason for this. Father, please listen to me slowly. Li Chengqian told him everything that had just happened. When Qin Xiong heard that something had happened to Han Yushi, he immediately rushed forward and said, Your Majesty, this Han Yushi is the adopted daughter that I just adopted. I didn't expect that she would be captured by criminals today. I beg Your Majesty to allow me to bring people to rescue her. Li Er said in surprise. Shu Bao actually adopted a daughter. Qin Xiong nodded anxiously and said, Your Majesty, I just acknowledged it yesterday. Li Er saw the anxious expression on Qin Xiong's face and knew that now was not the time to ask for details. He said, Shu Bao, you are injured and cannot go. Men, summon Dugu Xian. Greetings, your majesty. Dugu Xian, clad in radiant armor, cupped his fists at Lier. Lier ordered, Dugu Xian, take 1,000 featherwood guards and immediately search for Han Yushi's whereabouts in the vicinity of Mount Qinling. If you encounter bandits who resist stubbornly, you can kill them without mercy. Dugu Xian said, awkwardly, Your Majesty, I don't know Han Yushi. Lier thought for a moment and said, Go to the Imperial Physician's office and bring an uninjured Han village villager with you. Have him search with you. Yes. Dugu Xian cupped his fists and left. Wait. Lier glanced at Qin Xiong and added to Dugu Xian. You must ensure the safety of Han Yushi and Li Zixuan. Although he was angry at Li Zixuan, he did not want Li Zixuan to die. He also admired Li Zixuan's talent. Yes, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, I wish to return home and send my men to search. Your Majesty, please allow me. Qin Xiong said with a sorrowful expression. At this time, there was no time to continue discussing the locust plague. Thus, Lier nodded and said, Shu Bao, take care of yourself. Go. Soon. Only Lier was left in the hall. After thinking for a long time, he shouted, Summon Li Junxian. Then, a valiant young man in martial attire entered the hall. He bowed and said, This General Li Junxian greets Your Majesty. Lier nodded and told Li Junxian about Han Yushi's capture. Then he ordered, Junxian, take 500 cavalry and investigate the background of these bandits. How dare they cause trouble near the capital? This general obeys the decree. At the same time, in the Chung residence, what? You said that Han Yushi was captured? Chung Yaojin's eyes widened as he exclaimed, Yes, father, quickly send someone to search for her. Your son is about to go crazy from seeing little Xian. Chung Chumo said anxiously. Chung Yaojin said, Of course we have to search for her. She is the adopted daughter of second brother Qin. In the end, she is half my adopted daughter. How can I just stand by and watch? After saying that, Chung Yaojin rushed outside the house and shouted, Zhuang Qi. A few seconds later, a man came in and bowed. Master, Chung Yaojin said, Zhuang Qi, immediately take all the guards in the residence and search for Li Zixuan in the Qinling Mountains. If he needs your help, do as he says. Yes, master. Zhuang Qi cupped his hands and accepted the order. He was about to go out to search for him. Wait, father, I'll go with them. Chung Chumo said anxiously. He remembered how cold-blooded and violent Li Zixuan was like a demon from hell. He was worried about his good brother. If he did not go personally, he would not feel at ease. Chung Yaojin nodded. All right, Chonyo, you go first. I'll look for Shu Bao, and come later. Chung Chumo and Zhuang Qi immediately mobilized their men and headed for the Qinling Mountains. Qin Manor. Master, why are you leaving court so late today? Madame Qin asked when she saw that the other officials in the square had already returned home. Qin Xiong was full of impatience. He did not have the time to chat. He hurriedly said, Madam, we don't have time to talk about this now. Han Yushi has been captured. Little Xian went to search for her alone. Both of them are in danger. I have to rescue them as soon as possible. Ah, Madame Qin was shocked at first, then she was endlessly anxious. Yesterday, Qin Xiong told her that Han Yushi had agreed to acknowledge him as her godfather. Madame Qin was overjoyed from the bottom of her heart. She and Qin Xiong only had one son, Qin Huaiyu, although before giving birth, she hoped that she would give birth to a son. After giving birth, she would greedily think about how good it would be if she had a daughter. Han Yushi was obedient and strong. She was also the daughter of their benefactor. Madame Qin was very satisfied to be able to take in such a daughter. Therefore, she asked the servants in the manor to clean the entire manor early in the morning, inside and out. She was waiting for Han Yushi to visit her. In the end, she received such bad news. Master, you must not let anything happen to our daughter. Madame Qin sounded like she was about to cry. Qin Xiong waved his hand in annoyance and asked someone to take out his pair of golden maces. He walked into the courtyard and shouted, Ding Quan, quickly gather all the guards in the manor and follow me to save them. Qin Xiong could not care less about his injuries at this moment. Whether it was Li Zixuan or Han Yushi, he did not want anything to happen to either of them. Yes, master. A loud answer came from a corner of the courtyard. Second brother, is your body all right? Why don't I take them to find it? Chung Chumo rode his horse over. He knew that Qin Xiong would not be able to sit still. He might even go personally. He was worried that Qin Xiong's body would not be able to hold on, so he let Chung Chumo leave first. He would come over himself to take care of him. Jijia, I'm much better now. It's fine. Time is of the essence. Let's set off quickly. Qin Xiong waved his hand and said anxiously. Chung Chumo was naturally not a wishy-washy person. He saw that Qin Xiong's complexion was indeed much better than a few days ago, so he laughed loudly and said, Good, I can finally fight side by side with second brother Qin again. I want to see which group of bandits dare to bully us. Go. Qin Xiong was also full of heroic spirit. He flipped onto his horse and held his golden maces. He shouted, Follow me. The dozens of guards behind him mounted their horses one after another and loudly answered, Yes. They were all old soldiers who had followed Qin Xiong into battle. At this moment, they felt as if they were on the battlefield again. A bloodthirsty killing intent gradually spread out in the field. Go! More than 70 riders whizzed past like a whirlwind, heading straight for Yenshing Gate in the east of Chang and City. Chapter 136. The general guarding the gate of Chang and's Yenshing Gate had truly broadened his horizons today. First, he saw a youth dressed in white and mounted on a white horse charge toward the gate like an arrow. Although one could ride a horse in Chang, and such a fast horse was not permitted unless there was an urgent report from the front line. Just as the general of the city gate was about to extend his lance to stop him, he met the young man's cold eyes. Immediately, a chill rose from the bottom of his feet. In that moment of hesitation, the young man had already rushed out of the gate and disappeared without a trace. The general immediately felt that he had lost some face. After cursing at the youth, he returned to the gate to drink tea. A little while later, he saw another group of soldiers, several hundred in number, charging toward him. Upon questioning them, he realized that they were Eastern Palace guards. Frightened, he hastily let them pass. 15 minutes later, a large group of soldiers, led by a young general, charged toward Yenshing Gate. The general took a closer look and estimated that there were around 1,000 soldiers. He couldn't help but be shocked, wondering if there was another battle going on. Why would the imperial court send so many soldiers? Only when the group entered did the general realize that the leader was a Featherwood Guard commander. After examining the token, he immediately let them pass. Once the 1,000-some soldiers had all left the city, he couldn't help but wipe away the sweat on his forehead. Just what day was it today? This lineup was truly frightening. But the following scenes left him completely numb. First, Li Junxian came with 100 of the great Tang's most mysterious horsemen. Then, the Demon King's eldest son came with 70 to 80 powerful guards. Finally, he saw the ailing Duke of Yi ride a horse to Yenxing Gate with the demon king of Lu Guogong. The guard at the city gate pinched his thigh hard to make sure that he was not dreaming. He could not figure out what had happened that had alarmed so many big shots in Chang, and Chum Chumo had told Li Zishuan that Chang, and only had a few things happening throughout the year. If there was even the slightest rustle of grass in the wind, those who paid attention would definitely know. Today's Chang, and wasn't as simple as a rustle of grass in the wind. Those with a little status would immediately find out what was going on. Bu Zhengfang, Yuqi Jingda's home. Jinda, I heard that Xu Bao and Jijia went out of the city together. It seems they are going to search for Li Zishuan and a girl. Yuqi Jingda stroked his large beard and said solemnly. Niu Jinda nodded and said, I've also heard about it. Jingda, Xu Bao's body has yet to fully recover. How can we just watch with folded arms? Why don't we bring our family generals and lend him a helping hand? Yuqi Jingda laughed heartily and said, That's exactly what I was thinking. Speaking of which, us brothers haven't fought side by side for a long time. Moreover, Li Zishuan is also a pretty good young man. Who knows how many people have been saved by the curved plow he invented? Azure Dragon District. Young Master, the army in Chang, and has been deployed everywhere. His Majesty has even sent out hundreds of riders. Li Zishuan was the first to leave the city, followed by the Eastern Palace Imperial Guards of the Crown Prince. Then Cheng Yaojin, Qin Xiong, Yuqi Jingda, Niu Jinda, and other military generals have also led their families out of the city. In the courtyard, Lu Yun reported the unusual movements in Chang and city to Wang Renbiao. Hearing this, Wang Renbiao's face turned ashen. He frowned in disbelief and shouted, How did this matter become so big? Han Yushi is just a peasant girl. It's fine if Li Zishuan is crazy about her, but why are these military generals also? Lu Yun carefully said, Young Master, it's said that Han Yushi is the adopted daughter of Duke Yi yesterday. Wang Renbiao's face suddenly froze. After a long while, he said in a deep voice, We can't let second brother continue to mess around like this. He's going to harm our entire Wang family. Where is Yao? Or now? Young Master, Miss Yao is following Xiaoying and the others. They are going to the Bloodwind stronghold. Wang Renbiao's face changed and muttered, Second brother is actually mixing with such desperados. This is simply ruining the family's reputation. Quickly send a message to Yao, and ask her to do her best to assist Li Zishuan and save Han Yushi. Yes, young master, Lu Yun responded and hurriedly left. On the mountain road outside the eastern city of Chang, and Li Zishuan was burning with anxiety as he galloped wildly on his horse. Although the big white horse under him was a famous horse in the western region, it couldn't withstand such a wild gallop. However, Li Zishuan couldn't care less about the horse now. He just wanted to find Han Yushi quickly. If he had known that something like this would happen today, he would have taken Han Yushi back to Chang, and yesterday even if he had to forcefully snatch her. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Thinking of Han Yushi's gentle personality and peerless appearance, Li Zishuan only hated himself for not taking the initiative to pursue Han Yushi earlier. Then, she would have stayed in the Li residence, and this kind of thing wouldn't have happened. In less than a quarter of an hour, Li Zishuan had already arrived at the Rhinoceros Slope, which was 10 miles away from Chang and city. He saw 4 or 5 pools of blood on the ground and many traces of a fight. It was enough to show that the battle was fierce. Previously, he had heard from Han Lijing, that old, who had also been a government soldier a few years ago. Judging from the traces of the battle, old whose kung fu was probably not weak. It was just that 2 fists couldn't fight against 4 hands. Before Old Who fainted, he said that the group of thieves took Han Yushi and fled in the direction of the Qinling Mountains. Li Zishuan raised his head and looked at the vast Qinling Mountains in the north. He couldn't help but feel despair in his heart. Where could he start looking for such a large mountain range? The more delay, the more danger Han Yushi would be in. Li Zishuan had never been so desperate and anxious as he was at this moment. He was unwilling to give up and shouted to the north, "Yushi, where are you?" The roar lasted for more than a mile before it gradually subsided. The pedestrians on the road heard the roar and stopped to look in this direction. Li Zishuan vented the depression in his chest, adjusted his mood, and mounted the horse. No matter how big the Qinling Mountains were, even if he had to search for a lifetime, he would find Han Yushi. At this moment, a ball of object flew towards Li Zishuan's face. Although the speed was fast, Li Zishuan didn't feel any killing intent. He tilted his head and used his strength to grab the ball of object in his palm. "Who is it?" Li Zishuan looked around and saw that there was nothing around except trees and weeds. He paused and looked at the object in his hand suspiciously. He saw that it was a silk cloth wrapped around a stone. Li Zishuan threw away the stone and opened the silk cloth. He saw the words on it. "If you want to save Han Yushi, go to the Bloody Wind Stockade of Mount Mang quickly." Li Zishuan was suddenly shocked and hesitated. He didn't know if the person who delivered the letter was purposely making a diversion to distract him or was sincerely helping him. After hesitating for a moment, Li Zishuan gritted his teeth. He had to risk it. Having a specific location was much better than him running around like a headless fly. He threw away the silk cloth and walked to an open area. He found a passerby and asked for the location of Mount Mang. He rode his horse and galloped over. Chapter 137. Giddy up! On the mountain path to the southeast of the Qinling Mountains, Li Zishuan whipped his horse and galloped wildly. The white horse beneath him seemed to have sensed his master's anxiety. Its four legs were crisscrossing at an extremely high frequency, kicking up a trail of dust. Li Zishuan's mind kept thinking about Han Yushi's smile and the words on the silk cloth. "Blood Wind Stockade, Blood Wind Stockade." He could not help but murmur. At this time, he felt that Blood Wind Stockade sounded very familiar. Suddenly, he quivered. Wasn't the previous owner of this body accidentally knocked off the cliff to save a woman from the bandits of Blood Wind Stockade? According to his memory, these bandits were extremely vicious. They even dared to kill people. If Han Yushi fell into their hands, wouldn't she be in great danger? Thinking of this, Li Zishuan became more anxious. The horse was urged faster and faster by him. Suddenly, the white horse under him neighed tragically and fell forward. Li Zishuan quickly flew down from the horse. After stabilizing himself, he saw that the white horse was panting heavily and its front legs were retracted. It seemed to be injured. Li Zishuan quickly went forward to check carefully. He found that the horse's front hooves were nailed with thorny vines. Li Zishuan touched the white horse's ears and said softly, "You've worked hard today. From now on, you can follow me and enjoy your life. You stay here first. When I'm done, I'll take you home." The white horse seemed to understand his words. It shook its head on the ground and gently touched Li Zishuan's palm with its nose. Li Zishuan gave a knowing smile and patted its head. Using the cloud-piercing steps, he rushed towards Mt. Mang in the north. Time was of the essence, and he did not have the time to find another horse. He could only rely on his qinggong to hasten his journey. At the foot of the North Mang Mountain, a group of bandits in ragged clothes were escorting a flower-like girl up the mountain. "Boss, this little girl is crying and walking so slowly. Why don't you let this little one carry her? A wretched young man flatteringly said to the leader. After he finished speaking, he couldn't help but glance at Han Yushi's stunning face. If you dare to touch me, I will immediately bite my tongue and commit suicide. Han Yushi's eyes reddened when she heard this. She had been sad for the dead old who the whole way. After all, old who had been beaten to such a state. Han Yushi thought that old who must be dead. That family, which was already very unfortunate, had now lost its pillar of support because of her. Thinking of this, she could not help but feel a wave of grief in her heart. She cried all the way, almost forgetting the dangerous situation she was in. Along the way, she also discovered that although these people were ferocious, they didn't seem to dare to force her too much, especially the leader of the bandits. He was very wary of the black-clothed, middle-aged man beside him. The bandit leader slapped the young man's head and scolded him. "Put away your tricks. Do you think I don't know what you're trying to do? If this juicy little girl could do it, would it be your turn? Get lost." After saying that, he kicked the wretched young man twice. The middle-aged masked man next to the bandit leader nodded when he saw this. He turned around and said in a suppressed voice, "Han Yushi, you'd better hurry up. Don't stall for time. You should get rid of your unrealistic thoughts as soon as possible. No one will come to save you in this wilderness. My patience is limited. You'd better not force me." Han Yushi's body trembled when she heard this. The reason why she walked so slowly was because she wanted to stall for time and wait for Li Zixuan to save her. She didn't expect that the other party would still see through her. Han Yushi was also worried that the masked middle-aged man would do something excessive next, so she could only reluctantly speed up. Next to the masked middle-aged man stood a very thin and weak masked man. Han Yushi couldn't tell whether he was a man or a woman along the way. At this moment, she heard that person say softly, "I, Master Xiao, you see, I'm not interested in women. Why don't you let me carry this fair and tender little girl up the mountain?" After saying that, he used his orchid fingers to poke the masked, middle-aged man's shoulder. He saw that Master Xiao was obviously shocked. He was probably disgusted. He quickly frowned and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and don't complicate things. If you ruin Master's plans, Master won't forgive you." That thin, masked man used his orchid fingers to stroke his cheek and snorted unhappily. He twisted his, and walked in front of the crowd with enchanting steps. The bandits either lowered their heads to count ants or pretended to block the sun with their hands to cover their eyes. If they had also transmigrated from the modern world, like Li Zixuan, they would definitely say 3 words at this moment. "My eyes hurt." On the other side, reporting, "General, there's a piece of silk cloth with words and horse hoof prints ahead." Dugu Xian took the silk cloth. On it was written, "If you want to save Han Yushi, quickly go to Mount Meng's Bloodwind stronghold." After reading it, Dugu Xian's face was dignified. He said to himself, "Bloodwind stronghold. It's actually Bloodwind stronghold. In the past few years, the imperial court has sent troops to clean up the mountain bandits, but the bandits of Xiefeng Stockade have not been eradicated. This time, I will uproot you and see if you can still harm the people." "Hey, Wooden Face, did you find little Xian's whereabouts?" Not far away, there was a sudden shout. The person who spoke was Cheng Chumo. Although the Cheng family soldiers were old soldiers who retired from the front line, after all, they had slacked off for so many years. They naturally could not compare with the elite Yulin Guards. Therefore, they arrived a little later than the Yulin Guards. As the second-generation leader of the military, Cheng Chumo certainly knew Dugu Xian. However, this person often put on an indifferent expression that kept strangers away. Therefore, everyone privately called him Wooden Face. However, no one called him by his nickname, like Chung Chumo. When Dugu Exayan heard Chung Chumo call him Wooden Face, he immediately became angry. He threw the silk cloth into Chung Chumo's hand and said, "See for yourself. I will lead the Yulin guards first. You send your soldiers to inform the 2 grand dukes behind." After saying that, he directly turned over and mounted his horse. He roared, "Yulin guards, follow me. Let's go to Mount Mang." This army of 1,000 people, upon hearing the command, immediately gathered and set out. Their movements were neat and uniform. This was a strong army. This was the true obedience of orders and prohibitions. After Chung Chumo finished reading the contents of the silk cloth, he hurriedly said, "Zhuang Qi, you send a few people to inform my father and Uncle Qin. Then you take the rest to Mount Mang. I will go with Wooden Face to find little Xian." Zhuang Qi hurriedly said, "Yes, young master. Please be careful." Chung Chumo nodded. He mounted his horse and chased after Dugu Exayan. He shouted, "Hey, Wooden Face, wait. Old Chung, will go with you." Chapter 138. Blood Wind Stockade. The gate of the stockade was closed, and there were 2 people standing guard on the simple turrets on both sides of the gate. There were people moving in the stockade, in a dark hut on the east side. "Miss Han, I won't talk nonsense with you. Quickly hand over the formula of tenderness and immortal intoxication. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." Master Xiao played with the knife in his hand, stared at Han Yushi, and threatened her. Han Yushi's hands were tied to a pillar. She was shocked when she heard that. She did not expect these people to be here for tenderness and immortal intoxication. Tenderness and immortal intoxication had an unusual position in Han Yushi's heart because this was the first thing she did for Li Zishuan. She would not tell the formula even if she died. Hearing the middle-aged man's threatening words, Han Yushi's mind was full of thoughts. She decided to delay for a while, so she pretended to be calm and asked, "Who are you? Do you know that tenderness and immortal intoxication are new wines jointly brewed by the men of Lantian County and Lu Guogong's family? Are you not afraid of Lu Guogong's revenge?" Master Xiao was obviously stunned when he heard that. He did not know that the Chung family was also involved in the new wine. He and the second young master both thought that Li Zishuan was just borrowing a winery from the Chung family. It seemed that things were a little out of control, but he still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. Perhaps Han Yushi was deliberately scaring him. Panic flashed in Master Zhao's eyes. He said sternly, "Little girl, you're talking nonsense. The Chung family just lent a winery to Li Zishuan. What does this new wine have to do with them?" Han Yushi's heart moved. It seemed that these people were not fearless. She said seriously, "I don't need to lie to you. My young master told me before that he gave the Chung family 10% of the shares. So, even if you get the new wine formula from me, I'm afraid you won't dare to brew the new wine and sell it, right? If Li Zishuan was here, he would definitely give Han Yushi 32 likes. This was what it meant to be advancing step by step, and not be afraid in the face of danger. Master Xiao panicked, but he was unwilling to let Han Yushi take the initiative to control the situation like this. "Cut the crap. If worse comes to worst, I'll just take the formula far away and sell it to other merchants at a high price. I don't believe that Lu Guogong can find me. Quickly hand over the formula. Otherwise, you will not be able to avoid physical pain." He thought to himself, since he had already spent so much effort to capture Han Yushi, wouldn't it be a loss to let her go so easily? He would get the new wine formula first. As for the follow-up matters, he would go back and slowly discuss it with the second young master. Han Yushi's heart sank, and she had a bad feeling. She said stubbornly, "I don't know the formula, and I won't give it to you." Master Shao smiled coldly and said, "Fine. It seems like you're refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Don't think that I won't dare to do anything to you. Many people in the stronghold are drooling over your beautiful face." Han Yushi's face turned pale. The thing she was most worried about was still going to happen. She pretended to be fierce and shouted, "You dare? My young master won't let you go." Of course, Master Shao didn't dare to be too ruthless. This Han Yushi had a strong personality. If she really killed someone, she would really have a life and death feud with Li Zishuan. In the end, it wouldn't be easy for him to clean up the mess. He was just deliberately scaring Han Yushi. Master Shao pretended to be indifferent and said, "Why wouldn't I dare? I advise you to obediently hand over the formula. After we verify its authenticity, we will let you go down the mountain." Han Yushi's heart was suddenly filled with despair. Master Zhao's words had blocked her last path. It wasn't that she hadn't thought about it. If it really didn't work, she could just say a fake formula to fool them. "What, you still don't want to say it? Then I'm going to call someone over." Master Shao said with a fierce face. Han Yushi closed her eyes and clenched her teeth, ready to bite her tongue and commit suicide. At this moment, a scream suddenly came from outside. Ouch! Someone broke into the stronghold. Master Shao frowned and looked at the bandit leader beside him. He asked, "What's going on?" The bandit leader shouted outside, "Men!" A small follower immediately came in from outside and hurriedly said, "Boss, there's a young man outside the stronghold. He's breaking into the stronghold. He even killed a few of our brothers." The bandit leader stared with his bell-like eyes. He stepped forward and grabbed the follower's collar. He angrily said, "You guys can't even beat a little kid?" The follower quickly said with a bitter face, "Boss, that young man's martial arts are too powerful." Master Shao frowned and said, "Song Tiandao, get someone to guard this door. Don't mess around. Let's go out and take a look." It turned out that the bandit leader was called Song Tiandao. Song Tiandao nodded. After arranging the men, he went to the stronghold gate with Master Shao and the others. The person who was breaking into the stronghold was Li Zishuan. He ran all the way and finally came to the vicinity of Mount Mang. After spending a lot of effort, he finally found the stronghold. He saw that the stronghold was located in the middle of a lofty mountain range. It was surrounded by cliffs. Only this 30 feet wide stronghold gate could be passed through. It was easy to defend and hard to attack. Li Zishuan took a breath and no longer wasted time. He planned to force his way in. At least he had to see Han Yushi first. He gathered his chi in his palm and threw out 2 pebbles. With his current power, just his hand strength alone had the strength of 1,000 pounds. The 2 pebbles instantly shot out like bullets and sank into the space between the eyebrows of the 2 bandits who were dozing off on the turret. Yes, Li Zishuan did not plan to leave anyone alive. From the moment he heard that Han Yushi was captured, he had been suppressing a killing intent in his heart. Anyone who dared to touch his woman must die. He used the cloud-piercing steps and directly crossed the stronghold gate. After the 2 bandits guarding the gate were killed, they directly fell to the ground. At that time, the bandits in the stronghold were already alarmed. At this time, they saw a young man jumping in from outside the stronghold gate. They immediately shouted and gathered their companions to surround Li Zishuan. Where did this kid come from? How dare he kill our brothers of Bloody Wind stronghold? Does he want to die? Yes, how dare he come to our Bloody Wind stronghold to make trouble? Does he want to die? Brothers, chop him up and avenge Doggy and Doggy. Kill. Time was tight. Li Zichuan did not have the patience to listen to their nonsense. There were only 20 or 30 people in front of him. He was confident that he could deal with them. He directly used the third move of the 9 Taishian swords, snow treading. Li Zichuan's footsteps changed cleverly. He waved his sword and attacked in all directions. The bandits only saw a blur in front of them. A moment later, they saw more than 10 bandits covering their throats and falling to the ground, dead. This was the suppression of strength, facing a group of bandits, most of whom had not even succeeded in chi drawing. Li Zichuan, a master at the peak of chi forming, was like an adult strong man bullying a newborn baby. Today was the first time Li Zichuan had killed someone. He did not feel any discomfort, nausea, or dizziness. He only thought of Han Yushi in his heart. There was only endless killing intent. He did not even look at the fallen bandits. The rest of the surviving bandits were scared out of their wits. Suddenly, a chill rose from the soles of their feet. They desperately retreated, and no one dared to come forward. Therefore, such a funny scene appeared. In the stronghold of the bandits, a young man with a long sword forced a group of bandits to retreat. When Song Tiandao came out, he happened to see this funny scene. Chapter 139, Beimang Mountain Bloodwind Stronghold. Song Tiandao, Master Shao, and the feminine man walked out side by side, followed by a black mass of bandits. Li Zichuan roughly glanced and estimated that there were at least 700 or 800 people. His heart sank as he did not expect the scale of this stronghold to be so large. His martial arts were indeed strong, but as the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Even if he was a master, he could still kill a master. He could deal with dozens of small fries, but with nearly 1,000 bandits, even if he was a master, he would still be beaten badly. Moreover, he had used Qinggong to rush 7 or 8 miles. The true qi in his body was seriously consumed, which made things worse. I was wondering who it was. It turned out to be you little bastard. I did not expect you to not fall to your death and dare to take the initiative to come to my door. But you came just in time. I, Song Tiandao, will avenge my second brother and third brother today. It was Song Tiandao who came to the front of the crowd. When he saw Li Zichuan, he suddenly felt a little familiar. Looking carefully, wasn't this the little kid who ruined their Bloodwind Stronghold's business 2 months ago in the Zhongnan Mountains? New hatred and old hatred surged in his heart. Song Tiandao stepped out of the crowd and pointed at Li Zichuan and scolded. Master Shao and the feminine man had not seen Li Zichuan before, but they often heard of him. At this time, they looked at Song Tiandao suspiciously. They did not expect Song Tiandao to have an old grudge with the young man in front of them. Li Zichuan smiled contemptuously. Loser! How dare you be arrogant? If you know what's good for you, quickly let Han Yushi go. Otherwise, I will flatten your stronghold today. When Song Tiandao heard Li Zichuan call him a loser, his face could not help but flash a trace of anger. 2 months ago, the robbery in the Zhongnan Mountains was the shame of his life. Not only did he not get the beauty, money, and goods, but he also lost his men and was ridiculed by the Lulin people. When he heard Li Zichuan threaten to flatten the stronghold, Song Tiandao laughed angrily. Oh, I did not expect the little kid to be a lord. I don't know which Java country you are a lord. You are really a Hadongyan. What a big tone. We have more than 1,000 brothers. You want to try to flatten one? Ha ha. Ha ha. Has this little brat watched too many dramas? That's right, that's right. How dare you come to our bloody wind stockade when you haven't even grown your hair? There was a burst of laughter among the bandits. Li Zishuan frowned. He exerted his strength to the tip of his foot and gently kicked the ground under his feet. Several stones shot out and flew towards Song Tiandao and the others. He had just taken the opportunity to recover his true chi. Although he had not recovered to his peak, he was almost there. He had not seen Han Yushi for so long, and the ominous premonition in his heart was getting stronger and stronger. He could not wait any longer. No matter how many bandits there were in front of him, he had to kill his way out. Song Tiandao, Master Xiao, and the feminine man easily avoided Li Zishuan's sneak attack. However, the bandits behind them did not have time to dodge. 4 or 5 bandits were instantly killed and fell to the ground. When the rest of the bandits saw this, they glared at Li Zishuan, but did not dare to say a word. Of course, Li Zishuan did not expect to kill the bandit leader with just this. His goal was only to enrage him. When people were angry, they would often lose their rationality. Perhaps the bandit leader would come out and fight him one-on-one in a fit of rage. In his previous life, when he read The Legend of the Sui and Tang heroes, he often saw that when 2 armies faced each other, they usually liked to fight the generals first. Although he was not sure if there would be such a thing in the real Tang dynasty, he still wanted to try. In a one-on-one fight, he was certainly not afraid of the defeated general. At that time, he might be able to capture him and save Han Yushi. Song Tiandao saw that Li Zishuan dared to kill his men under his nose. As expected, he was furious. He shouted angrily, "How dare you? Men, take my broadsword. Little child, you'd better tell me your name first. Otherwise, you'll be a nameless ghost after you die." Li Zishuan saw that Song Tiandao was indeed enraged and wanted to fight him one-on-one. He was delighted. At this moment, he looked at the hundreds of thatched cottages behind the bandits. He did not know where Han Yushi was locked up. He shouted loudly, "I am Li Zishuan, the man of Lantian County, who was personally conferred by the emperor. You gathered in the forest and kidnapped my fiancé. If you don't want to die under the encirclement of the imperial army, immediately put down your weapons and hand over my fiancé. I will spare your lives." His shout contained a bit of true chi and traveled far. His purpose was to tell Han Yushi that he was here and to tell her not to do anything stupid. Han Yushi was in the house, like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Her heart was filled with despair. Suddenly, she heard Li Zishuan's voice. Her desperate heart was instantly filled with joy. When she heard Li Zishuan say, "My fiancé," Han Yushi could no longer hold it in and cried emotionally. She had waited for this sentence for a long time. Finally, it came. In front of the stronghold, Master Xiao was obviously stunned. He never expected that Li Zishuan could find Han Yushi so quickly after he captured her in the wilderness. He also did not expect that Li Zishuan would dare to break into the stronghold alone. He also did not expect that Han Yushi was Li Zishuan's fiancé. The situation was getting more and more serious. They only wanted the new wine formula. They did not intend to fight to the death. With Li Zishuan, the hatred of snatching his wife was comparable to the hatred of killing his father. This time, the grudge was big. Song Tiandao did not have so many scruples. His heart was full of hatred and anger. He raised the 9-eared chain knife that his subordinates carried over and scolded, "Bah, Grandpa, I don't care if you are some *T master Jew. Last time, you ruined Grandpa's good deed and caused my 2nd and 3rd brothers to be captured and beheaded by the imperial court's dog officials. Today, Grandpa, I want you to pay with your life. Hey, watch the knife." Song Tiandao took 2 steps and jumped up. He aimed at Li Zishuan's forehead and chopped it with great force. When the blade was less than an inch away from Li Zishuan's forehead, Li Zishuan's body leaned back, showing a strange 20-degree angle with the ground. Taking advantage of this gap, he lifted the sword with one hand and pushed the blade away. His other hand gently supported himself on the ground. His whole body drew a semicircle, with his heel as the center. With such a fall, a lift, and a turn, Song Tiandao's powerful killing blow was easily resolved by Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan did not stop. He used the third sword of 9 Taishan swords, snow treading. Song Tiandao suddenly felt his eyes blur. Then, he felt that every part of his body was about to be attacked. Song Tiandao was shocked. He did not understand why this little boy's skill had improved so much in just 2 months. He desperately waved the big knife, trying to protect the vital parts of his body. However, he was only at the peak of body refining and had not yet reached the Qi transformation realm. How could he be Li Zishuan's opponent? After a while, he could not hold on anymore. His body had suffered more than 10 minor injuries. Li Zishuan saw that the time was right. He poured genuine qi into his feet and used the orchid butterfly steps, ready to capture Song Tiandao. At this moment, Li Zishuan saw a strange black shadow suddenly flash in front of Song Tiandao. Its speed was so fast that it was not inferior to his orchid butterfly steps in the slightest. He saw the black shadow reach out and pull Song Tiandao out of the battle. Li Zishuan was furious. This person did not follow the rules. He directly used his fastest sword, the 5th sword of 9 Taishan swords, parting the dust. The sword parted the dust and was bleak and cold. It went straight for Song Tiandao's back. Since he could not capture him, he would kill him. After killing so many people, Li Zishuan's killing intent was getting heavier and heavier. Song Tiandao only felt a cold chill piercing his back. He secretly said, "My life is over." The feminine man next to him had no time to save him. The main reason was that Li Zishuan's sword was too fast. At the critical moment, Master Xiao flung his sleeve. An iron ball flew out and hit Li Zishuan's sword. This sure-kill sword finally deviated from its trajectory and only cut off Song Tiandao's left arm. A thick and heavy arm fell to the ground with a clang. Even though Li Zishuan hurriedly retreated, he was still splashed by the blood from Song Tiandao's shoulder. Suddenly, his white clothes turned red. The elegant young master turned into a demon god. Chapter 140. Silence. The bandits were cheering for their leader's bravery, but in the blink of an eye, Song Tiandao's arm was cut off and he almost died. They were all scared out of their wits and stood rooted to the ground. Master Zhao's heart was also in turmoil. He and the second young master had focused on Li Zishuan's ability to make money, but they didn't make a correct assessment of Li Zishuan's strength. They didn't expect this weak youth to have such high martial arts. It was really unexpected. Li Zishuan returned to his original spot and secretly used the Taishan Sutra to recover his internal energy. In the battle just now, he had used up 20 to 30% of his qi. "Leader Song, you can't beat him one-on-one, so you plan to fight together?" Li Zishuan said sarcastically. Song Tiandao covered his right arm, and his face was pale. Facing Li Zishuan's sarcasm, he had nothing to say and could only stare back angrily. On the other hand, the skinny man who had just rushed and walked out with one hand on his waist and the other hand on his thumb and middle finger, he said in a sweet voice, Our Lord Li is young and has a high position. His martial arts are also so good. My little heart is beating fast. Lord Zhu, why are you so angry? Why don't I accompany you to the front of the flowers under the moon?" Li Zishuan was disgusted. He quickly jumped away and scolded, "Damn transvestite, stop! You're neither yin nor yang, hiding your head and tail. I don't think you're a good person either." He didn't expect to meet a transvestite in ancient times. It was really disgusting. The transvestite pointed at Li Zixuan with his thumb and middle finger and said unhappily, "Humph, how can you say that to me? I'm so sad. Do you think I'm willing to cover my face in such hot weather? I'm just afraid that you guys won't be able to walk if I take off my veil. Also, what's a transvestite? Why do you say I'm a transvestite?" Ugh, cough cough. Master Shao couldn't help but retch. He shouted, "Flying snake, come back. Don't mess around." Flying snake. This person was actually the flying snake who went to the Han village to steal wine last time. Flying snake waved his hand discontentedly and said, "Master Shao, let me interact with this handsome young man." Li Zixuan was furious. He pointed his sword at the flying snake and cursed, "What bullshit, flying snake? You just disturbed my duel with Song Tiandao. Now, I will turn you into a dead snake." Li Zixuan had secretly observed that this flying snake was only in the middle stage of qi transformation, but his movements were too strange. As long as Master Shao didn't interfere, Li Zixuan was confident that he could defeat him. "Yo, yo, yo, since you're so fierce to me, I'll play with you." After saying this, the flying snake's aura suddenly changed. He was no longer as frivolous as before. He took the initiative to move forward, and 3 arc-shaped spikes suddenly extended from his sleeves. They emitted a faint blue light and were obviously dipped in poison. The flying snake waved his spikes and clawed fiercely at Li Zixuan's face. Li Zixuan had long been on guard against this person's ghostly speed. As soon as the flying snake moved, he had already channeled his strength to his feet. Seeing the flying snake's poisonous spikes attack, he dodged to the side, raised his sword, and slashed at the 3 poisonous spikes. The swords and spikes clashed, metal clanged, and sparks flew in all directions. Both of them were sent flying. The chasing wind sword could cut through iron like mud. Li Zixuan originally thought that this sword could cut through the spikes. Who knew that the result would be like this? It seemed that the flying snake's weapon was not ordinary. Li Zixuan adjusted his body and used the first 5 moves of the 9 Taishian swords: riding wind, graceful grace, snow treading, wave breaker, and parting dust. He wanted to end this battle quickly. The flying snake had previously seen Li Zixuan use snow treading and parting dust. At that time, he had been amazed by the exquisiteness of Li Zixuan's swordsmanship. However, he had never imagined that this was a complete set of swordsmanship. Furthermore, as he continuously used them, his attacks were endless. Each move was fiercer than the last. The flying snake could only rely on his ghostly body movements to barely block. However, when Li Zixuan used his final move, parting dust, the flying snake could clearly see that this move was exactly the same as the one that had cut off Song Tiandao's left arm. However, it was even faster than before. It was truly as fast as flowing light. This was the superposition effect of the 9 Taishian swords. Faced with this extraordinary parting dust sword, the flying snake had no time to dodge. Even Master Shao, who was beside him, could not save him. Without any suspense, this sword pierced the flying snake's throat. The flying snake cried out twice. His neck tilted, and he became a dead snake. Master Zhao's eyes widened. Just as he was about to attack Li Zixuan, a masked man suddenly appeared and whispered a few words into his ear. A trace of panic flashed through Master Zhao's eyes. He ignored Song Tiandao and the other bandits, and led the rest of the black-clothed men to retreat. Li Zixuan felt somewhat baffled. Song Tiandao felt even more incredulous. He cried out, "Hey, Master Shao, where are you going?" However, the other party simply ignored him. Song Tiandao stomped his feet in anger. He looked at Li Zixuan and said hatefully, "Little bastard, you're really good at fighting. Then I, your grandfather, will see if you can beat over 1,000 of us. Brothers, let's go. Chop this bastard up and avenge the second and third masters. Whoever can cut this brat once will be rewarded with 10 strings of cash." With such a great reward, brave men were bound to emerge. Moreover, it was 1,000 people against one person. The bandits' fighting spirit immediately soared. They waved the weapons in their hands and rushed toward Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan's face darkened. He didn't expect Song Tiandao to be so shameless. The thing he was most worried about had happened. There was no other way. He could only fight head-on. Li Zixuan gritted his teeth and took the initiative to attack. He used his body to his advantage in the crowd. While constantly dodging attacks, he used the wind-chasing sword in his hand to harvest lives. Song Tiandao retreated far away. He looked at Li Zixuan in the crowd and sneered. He didn't believe that this brat would never run out of strength. Song Tiandao was right. After all, Li Zixuan was only at the peak of the qi refining stage. He hadn't reached the supreme power level yet. After half an hour, although he had killed 70 or 80 bandits, his genuine qi had been almost exhausted. He also had more than 10 knife wounds on his body. Li Zixuan felt a little powerless. No matter how good his kung fu was, he was still afraid of a kitchen knife. If he could get out of here alive today, he must get some high-tech weapons to defend himself. Damn it! How dare you bully my brother? Wooden face! Hurry up and let your men kill them. Just when Li Zixuan was feeling desperate, he suddenly heard Cheng Chumo's voice behind him. He used the last of his genuine qi and used the orchid butterfly steps to escape the battle in an instant. He retreated to Cheng Chumo's side and said angrily, "Damn it, if you had come a little later, I would have died." Cheng Chumo hurriedly supported him and said heartlessly, "Didn't I come? Little Xian, hurry up and rest. These bastards dare to bully people with numbers. Old Cheng, will let them see what it means to have a lot of people. Wooden face, hurry up." Li Zixuan looked back and saw an old acquaintance. He smiled and said, "Thank you for your trouble, General Dugu." Dugu Xian bowed and said, "This is this general's duty." Today was different from the past. Li Zixuan was now a noble, so the necessary respect was indispensable. Dugu Xian waved his hand. 1,000 featherwood guards in bright armor entered in a line with murderous intent. It's the imperial court's officers and soldiers. It's the featherwood guards. It's over. Run. When the numerous mountain bandits saw the dense mass of soldiers swarming in from the stronghold gate, they were immediately thrown into disarray and were about to scatter and flee. They were nothing more than a motley crew. How could they dare to cross hands with the elite regular army of the Featherwood Guard? All officers and soldiers, listen to my order. Don't let anyone go. If there is resistance, kill without mercy. Yes. The bandits pushed and shoved each other in panic. The well-trained Featherwood Guards wrapped all the bandits like dumplings in a moment. There were also bandits who were unwilling to be captured and wanted to kill their way out of the encirclement. However, they were cut down by the Featherwood Guards in a few rounds. As the Imperial Army, if they couldn't even defeat the bandits, then wouldn't they, the Featherwood Guards, be laughed at by the other armies? Song Tiandao also wanted to run, but he was surrounded by people. He was seriously injured and couldn't run. A small bandit next to him said with dissatisfaction, "Boss, who did you catch in the end? How did you provoke the Featherwood Guards?" Song Tiandao said angrily, How the hell did I know that girl's background was so big? It was Master Xiao, who paid me 3,000 strings of cash to catch her. It doesn't seem like it's just the Featherwood guards. How come there are people behind them? Hey, that seems to be Lu Guogong. I've seen him before in Chang and City. First Master, you've put us in a lot of trouble. Why did you provoke that madman Lu Guogong? Song Tiandao said with displeasure. Motherf asterisk her. You were more active than anyone else when it came to splitting the money. Now, you have the face to say this? Hey, that's Yi Guogong. And Wu Guogong. It turned out to be the Eastern Palace Imperial Guards following behind the Featherwood Guards. Chung Yaojin, Qin Xiong, Yuqi Jingda, Niu Jinda, and the others all rushed over one after another. The bandits were scared out of their wits. They never thought that they would alarm so many important people. Now, their legs were weak. How could they dare to run? They could only pray that they would suffer less after being caught. Chung Chumo laughed arrogantly at the bandits. Ha! You want to compete with Lousy in terms of numbers? Motherf asterisk her. Come out and fight again. Li Zishuan ignored that fool. After he thanked Chung Yaojin and the others, he quickly called a bandit to take him to find Han Yushi. People often don't know how precious they are until they lose something. He really wanted to see Han Yushi right now. He didn't want to wait a moment longer. Chapter 141. The underling led Li Zishuan through many twists and turns before arriving at a small, shabby hut. Then he respectfully said, Lord Ju, it's here. Li Zishuan nodded and said, Go squat in front of the stockade by yourself. Don't think about running away. As long as you haven't committed murder or arson, I'll get someone to give you a lighter punishment. The henchman immediately bowed excitedly and said, Thank you, Lord Ju. Don't worry, Lord Ju. I definitely won't dare to run away. Li Zishuan waved his hand and sent him away. Then he pushed the door open and entered. He saw Han Yushi's hands tied to the pillar. She was looking at him with tears in her eyes. Li Zishuan hurriedly went forward and helped Han Yushi untie the rope. He grabbed her shoulder and asked with concern, Yushi, are you okay? They didn't do anything to you, right? Han Yushi shook her head. She looked at Li Zishuan's tattered and blood-stained clothes. She thought of the person in front of her running dozens of miles alone and ignoring the danger. He went deep into the nest of thousands of bandits to save her. She could not help but say sadly, Young master, why are you so seriously injured? It's all my fault. I caused Uncle Hu's death and young master's injury. Yushi is an inauspicious person. Sob sob. Li Zishuan's heart melted when he heard Han Yushi's crying. He ignored the pain in his arm and pulled Han Yushi into his arms. He said gently, Nonsense! How can you be an inauspicious person? Yushi, you're a fairy given to me by the heavens. At the same time, you're a demon sent to me by the heavens. Han Yushi was obviously stunned when she heard these contradictory words. She stopped crying and looked up at Li Zishuan. Young master, how can I be a demon? Li Zishuan stared at Han Yushi's beautiful face that was still stained with tears. He brewed his emotions and said in a slightly magnetic voice, Yushi, no matter how many lives the flower blooms and how many times the flower falls, no matter where the wind rises and where the wind stops, you will never be able to escape because you know in your heart that you are my inner demon. Han Yushi had never heard such touching words of love. She could no longer hold it in and threw herself into Li Zishuan's arms. She hugged him tightly and cried bitterly, Sob sob, young master, Yushi is not worth your effort. Yushi is not worth it. Yushi even killed Uncle Hu before. Sob sob. Han Yushi hugged him too tightly. Although Li Zishuan grimaced in pain, and gasped. He couldn't bear to break such a warm and romantic atmosphere. He could only grit his teeth and endure. He stroked Han Yushi's soft long hair and said softly, "Silly girl, who said that uncle who is dead? He's not dead yet. He's being treated at the Imperial Physician's Department." Han Yushi raised her delicate tear-stained face and said in disbelief, "Young master, are you saying that uncle who is still alive? Young master, is this true?" Li Zishuan nodded. Although old Li Zishuan's injuries were serious, his vital parts were not injured. Li Zishuan believed that with Sun Simiao's medical skills, he would definitely be able to save Uncle who is indeed still alive. "Yushi, don't blame yourself for everything. It's my fault. I didn't protect you well." Han Yushi quickly shook her head and said, "It's not young master's fault. It's not young master's fault." Li Zishuan stroked her cheek and said affectionately, "Yushi, marry Yushi. Yushi, marry me. Let me protect you for the rest of your life. You are my inner demon. I can't leave you. I want to turn my inner demon into a fairy who will accompany me for the rest of my life. I want to love you until we grow old. Young master." Han Yushi was so embarrassed by such straightforward words of love that her face turned red. With a cry, she plunged into Li Zishuan's arms like an ostrich. Li Zishuan scratched his head, awkwardly. He had racked his brains to recall these words of love from some movies and television works in his previous life. Did Han Yushi agree, or not? "Yushi, are you not willing?" Li Zishuan probed carefully. When Han Yushi heard Li Zishuan ask such an idiotic question, she couldn't help but secretly roll her eyes. She thought to herself, young master's words of love before were quite touching, but why is his EQ still so low? However, she was also afraid that Li Zishuan would really misunderstand, so she quickly said, "Young master, Yushi is willing." "Ha." Li Zishuan carried Han Yushi in his arms and spun around in a circle with pride and excitement. He laughed and said, "Ha, that's great. Yushi, you finally agreed." Hiss. In the end, this guy's extreme joy turned to sorrow. It affected the wound on his back, and he gasped in pain. Han Yushi first thought to herself, "What do you mean by 'I finally agreed'? It's you who finally said that you love me, silly young master." Behind him, he heard Li Zishuan's cry of pain. He quickly pulled Li Zishuan's hand and asked anxiously, "Young master, where do you hurt? Let me take a look." Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, nonchalantly, "It's just a small injury. It's fine, it's fine." He looked at Han Yushi's stunning face and delicate red lips. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel a little restless. He swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva and murmured, "Yushi, Han Yushi raised her small face and looked at Li Zishuan curiously. She saw that handsome face getting closer and closer to her. She also realized what was going to happen next. After hesitating for a moment, she didn't refuse. She closed her eyes and nervously clenched her hands, waiting for the sacred moment to arrive. When Li Zishuan saw that Han Yushi finally put on a look of letting him do whatever he wanted, his index finger couldn't help but move. His heart was also beating wildly with excitement. He tried his best to slowly get closer to Han Yushi's delicate lips, afraid that he would wake up this stunning beauty who was in a deep sleep. At this moment, he could even smell Han Yushi's body fragrance. He was only 0.01 centimeters away from Han Yushi's red lips. He heard Chung Chumo shouting from not far away, "Little Xian, we're going back to the city. Hurry up." Han Yushi suddenly woke up. She was afraid that Chung Chumo, who was not far away, would barge in. She hurriedly broke free from Li Zishuan's embrace and stood at the side with her head lowered shyly. "Chow, Ching Chumo, I won't live under the same sky as you. Li Zixuan roared at the sky unwillingly. The thousands of troops finally set off and returned to Chang, and among them were less than 1,000 bandits. Li Zixuan held Han Yushi's hand and walked at the back, mainly to take care of Han Yushi's emotions. This little girl was now so shy that she didn't dare to see anyone. Even when Qin Xiong came over to talk to her, she didn't dare to raise her head. She only stared at the tip of her feet and reluctantly replied with a mosquito-like voice. Cheng Yaojin, Qin Xiong, and the others all laughed knowingly. They let the accompanying military doctor treat Li Zixuan's wounds simply and let the young couple show off their love sweetly at the back. Cheng Chumo also wanted to come over and be a troublemaker before, but he was slapped back by Cheng Yaojin and scolded, "You little bastard, why don't you hurry up and find a good girl to marry into the family? Why are you running over there blindly to meddle? Look at little Xian. He's so young, but he's already kidnapped a beautiful little girl." Cheng Yaojin's words were 2F** king heart-wrenching. Cheng Chumo's expression suddenly looked as if he had eaten a pile of shit. He secretly hated Li Zixuan for not being a good brother. He actually found a wife first, causing him, a single young man, to be scolded by his father. Chapter 142. The sun was setting in the west. This huge team of more than 2,000 people finally arrived at the east side of Chang and city. In the team, there were handsome and energetic generals, tall and heroic dukes, well-trained soldiers in bright armor, simple but powerful family generals, ragged and dispirited bandits, and even more strange was that there was a team of strong men carrying a white horse. Of course, there was also a pair of adulterous couple who were holding hands and showing off their affection to the crowd. That's right, at least that's what Ching Chumo thought to himself about Li Zixuan. The white horse that was being carried was the horse that was stabbed by vines on the way to Xiefeng Stockade Village by Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan spent money to hire 10 relatively young Chung family guards to carry the horse back home. At that time, these men refused to take the money. Later, Li Zixuan said, "If anyone dares not to take the money, I will pay a few children to pee in front of your door every day." The 10 guards wiped away the cold sweat on their foreheads and hurriedly took the money from Li Zixuan. They secretly thought that this young master was truly rich and willful. However, this way of thinking was truly too immoral. Han Yushi looked at the familiar Yenshing Gate and felt that it was a lifetime ago. During the few hours when she was taken away, she was frightened all the way. She was afraid that the bandits would ruin her innocence, and she was prepared to die to protect her innocence. Later, when she was full of despair, Li Zixuan went deep into the village alone to save her. She really did not expect that she could be saved so quickly. After all, Xiefeng Stockade Village was in the wilderness. It was not easy to find it in such a short time. Thinking of this, Han Yushi could not help but hold his hand tighter, as if this would make her feel safer. They were about to enter the city. Han Yushi did not intend to let Li Zixuan let go of her hand. Although it was embarrassing to be pointed at by so many people, she thought that since the young master liked to hold her hand, then let him hold it. If others liked to say it, then let them say it. She was the young master's woman for the rest of her life. Even if the young master wanted her to die now, she was willing to do so. Holding hands was a small matter, and she could just follow the young master's temperament. As for Li Zixuan, ever since this fellow held Han Yushi's smooth and soft little hand, he could not bear to part with this wonderful touch. Today, he had finally won Han Yushi's hand with great difficulty, so he could not bear to let go. If he wanted to hold her hand, he would hold her hand for a lifetime. It had to be said that after experiencing life and death Han Yushi and Li Zixuan's attitude towards each other had changed greatly. When the citizens of the city saw such a complicated and strange team, they couldn't help but discuss among themselves. Where did so many troops come from? It's been a long time since I've seen so many troops move out together. I don't know. It looks like the Featherwood Guard. Could it be that there's a war somewhere? Hey, why did the Featherwood Guard send so many people? Do you think these people are bandits? I think they are quite similar. Hey, isn't that Duke Liu? There's also Duke Yi and Duke Wu. Heavens, where are these bandits so powerful that they can even alarm these dukes to personally suppress the bandits? Hey, who said they weren't? These bandits really don't have eyes. How can they casually provoke these people in Chang'an City? When Song Tiandao heard these people's discussion, he felt so wronged that he was about to cry. Was he willing to provoke the Featherwood Guard, Cheng Yaojin, and other big shots? How could he know that a little country girl would have such great power behind her? Song Tiandao was now cursing Master Shao in his heart. If it weren't for him, he would still be the head of the carefree camp in the mountain stronghold. As a result, not only did he not get the 3,000 strings of cash, but he also became a prisoner. Thinking about how Li Zixuan was alone among thousands of people in the mountain stronghold, as if he was in a no-man's land. With a long sword, he killed people like cutting melons and vegetables. Thinking of this, Song Tiandao felt goosebumps all over his body. This was not something a 14 or 15-year-old child would do. This was much more ferocious than the authentic bandits. Song Tiandao looked at Cheng Yaojin, Qin Xiong, and other big shots in front of him, and then secretly glanced back at Li Zixuan, who was talking about love. He couldn't help but feel despair in his heart. He didn't know what kind of cruel punishment was waiting for him. Yushi, let's go to the Imperial Medical Department to see Uncle Zhang first, and then turn back home. Li Zixuan thought about it and suggested. The main thing was that he was now injured all over. When he went back, his mother would definitely be distressed. Moreover, she might even resent Han Yushi because of this. After all, her son was seriously injured in order to save her. Li Zixuan was sure that, according to his mother's personality, this kind of thing could really happen. In order to avoid affecting their relationship, Li Zixuan decided to go to the Imperial Medical Department to see Old, who first treat his wounds and change his clothes before going home. Han Yushi didn't know that Li Zixuan had secretly thought so much for her. Hearing this, she raised her head and said, "Young master, you're going back so late. Will master and madam be worried? Why don't you go home first while Yushi goes to see Uncle Hu?" Li Zixuan smiled and said, "It's okay. I'll send someone back to report that I'm safe." He brought Han Yushi to the front of the group, bowed to Qin Xiong, Cheng Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, and Niu Jinda, and said sincerely, "I thank all of you for your help today. In 2 days, I will hold a banquet at the Drunken Immortal restaurant. I will use the strongest wine and the most delicious dishes to entertain all of you." Cheng Yaojin laughed loudly and said, "Ha, good boy. I like hearing these words." Yuqi Jingda and Niu Jinda nodded with a smile. Although part of the reason they came today was because of Li Zixuan, it was mainly because of Qin Xiong. Qin Xiong smiled and said, "Little Xian, you don't have to be so polite to me. Yushi is my adopted daughter. You went to save her alone. I should thank you." Li Zixuan repeatedly said that he didn't dare. He thanked Dugu Xian again and asked him to investigate the person behind this group of bandits. Then he bid farewell to Qin Xiong and said, "Uncle Qin, I'll bring Yushi to the Imperial Medical Department to see Uncle Hu first." Qin Xiong nodded and said solemnly, "Speaking of which, this Hu Hanyun was injured because of Yushi. It's already late today, so I won't go over. Little Xian, you have to thank him on my behalf. I'll visit him personally another day. Li Zishuan replied, Don't worry, Uncle Qin. I will. Qin Xiong looked at Han Yushi and said, Yushi, you have to visit your adoptive mother tomorrow. She has been talking about you. When she heard that something happened to you, she was worried sick at home. Han Yushi bowed and said, Yes, adoptive father. Yushi will definitely visit adoptive mother tomorrow. Qin Xiong smiled and waved his hand. He said kindly, Good child, quickly go to the Imperial Medical Department. Chapter 143. Uncle Hu, are you all right? Li Zishuan and Han Yushi came to the Imperial Physician's office and asked about old Hu's room. They pushed the door open and entered. They saw that Hu was indeed serving old Hu was wrapped up like a dumpling medicine. He quickly walked over and asked. When old Hu saw Li Zishuan come in, he quickly pushed the medicine bowl away and smiled at Li Zishuan. Young master, you're here. I'm here today to thank you for helping Junjing and Junjing find a miracle doctor. Sai, it's great that you saved the Han family's girl so quickly. Otherwise, old Hu, would never have the face to return to the Han family village. Hearing this, Han Yushi said with red eyes, Uncle Hu, please don't say that. It's all Yushi's fault that you're so seriously injured. If anything happens to you, Yushi won't have the face to see Aunt Lu. Old Hu said indifferently, Sai, this injury is nothing. When I was fighting in the early years, I was injured more seriously than this several times, but I'm still fine. Han girl, young master, don't worry. Old Hu, have a tough life. What do you mean by fine? You broke 12 bones and lost more than half a liter of blood. If your injuries were more serious, I'm afraid you would have died. At this moment, Sun Simiao walked in and said angrily, behind him, Hu Zhen, who had a white cloth wrapped around his eyes, followed. When old Hu heard Sun Simiao's scolding, he laughed embarrassedly and didn't say anything else. Patients were always in awe of doctors. Seeing Sun Simiao come in, Han Yushi bowed to him. Then she went to pull Hu Zhen to the side. Li Zishuan stood up and cupped his hands to Sun Simiao. Daoist son, is Uncle Hu's injury serious? He was shocked when he heard Sun Simiao say that it was so serious. He secretly thought that old Hu was really tough. If it were someone else with such a serious injury, they probably wouldn't have been able to hold on. Sun Simiao said with a serious expression, The injury is very serious. I'm afraid it will take at least 3 months to recover. Xiao Xian, your injury isn't light either. I'll get someone to bandage it for you first. Li Zishuan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they were fine, everything was fine. He nodded and said, Thank you. Daoist Sunday Sun Simiao summoned 2 doctors from the Imperial Physician Department. He planned to clean and bandage Li Zishuan in this room. Han Yushi quickly brought Hu out of the door. Daoist son, how is your illness? Inside the room, Li Zishuan gritted his teeth as he endured the doctor's bandaging while looking at Sun Simiao, who was examining old Hu's injuries. If it weren't for what happened today, he would have come to see Sun Simiao treat Hu Jing and his younger brother in the morning. In the end, he didn't come. Instead, he sent old Hu over. It could be said that the family of 3 was reunited in the Imperial Medical Department. Sun Simiao replied, As expected, Hu is only born with a stutter. He is not mentally retarded. I will perform acupuncture on him for a few days and prescribe him some special medicine. In less than 10 days, he should be able to speak fluently. Li Zishuan looked at Hu Jing next to him with joy. The little fatty scratched his head and smiled gratefully at him. Sun Simiao continued, "As for Hu Jing, alas, this child was born with a natural blockage in her Tong Zichang acupoint and Qingqi acupoint. I previously performed acupuncture on her, but I didn't manage to open these two blocked acupoints. I can only supplement it with herbs and acupuncture." Old Hu, who was lying on the bed, said worriedly, "Dr. Sun, can my daughter's eyes be cured? This child can't see at such a young age. What will she do in the future?" Sun Simiao thought for a moment and nodded. "It can definitely be cured. As the saying goes, a rope can cut a wood, and dripping water can penetrate a stone. Her blocked acupoints are not unbreakable, but it will take a lot of time to cure her eyes." Old, whose eyes widened in surprise. He pleaded excitedly, "Dr. Sun, please save my daughter." "I beg divine Dr. Sun to save my daughter. This child has suffered too much since she was young. Every time I see this child's eyes, Old Hu, feel heartache. As long as you can help my daughter see the light again, Hu Hanyun, am willing to do everything I can and serve you for the rest of my life." Li Zixuan also said, "Priest Sun, since this child's eyes can be cured, please help. You can use whatever herbs you need. All the expenses will be on me." Old Hu said in surprise, "Young master, how can I do that?" Sun Simiao patted Old Hu on the shoulder with a smile and said, "Why not? Xiaoxian is so rich. Who else can pay for him? Don't worry. How can I not save a dying child? This penniless Taoist will definitely save this child." Old Hu said happily, "Thank you, Dr. Sunday. Thank you, young master." Sun Simiao nodded and said, "It's just that it will take a long time to cure this child's eyes, and I have to do acupuncture every day without stopping, but I can only stay in Chang, and for a month. If you want her to see the light again, this child must leave Chang, and with me in a month. After her eyes are cured, I will send her back to Chang." And Old Hu lowered his head and thought for a moment. Sun Simiao was really a person of virtue and prestige. If his child went with him, he should be at ease. So he cupped his hands and said, "Then I will leave my daughter to you, Priest Sunday. I can't repay your kindness. If you need me in the future, I will not hesitate." Li Zixuan suddenly remembered a conversation with Hu Jingjing. He suddenly had an idea and said to Sun Simiao, "Priest Sun, since she will follow you from now on, why don't you teach her some medical skills? I have talked with her before and found that this child is quite interested in medical skills. You have cured countless people in your life, but your strength is limited. Why don't you teach a few disciples and pass down your medical skills so that more people can benefit?" Hearing this, Sun Simiao's eyes lit up. He stroked his beard and said, "This child is indifferent. She is quite suitable to learn medicine. I will teach her some basic medical knowledge in the next 2 days. If this child is really talented, I will accept her as my disciple." Old Hu said happily, "Thank you, divine doctor." Sun Simiao was the best doctor in the Tang Empire. If his daughter learned medicine from him, she would have another survival skill in the future. This was a great kindness. After half an hour, Li Zixuan's wounds were all bandaged. Sun Simiao asked someone to send a clean set of clothes. Li Zixuan changed hastily and went out to find Han Yushi, planning to go home. Han Yushi saw that Li Zixuan's clothes were messy and hurried over to help him tidy up his clothes. This ambiguous posture made Li Zixuan's index finger twitch. If it wasn't for the wrong place, he really wanted to do this girl. Sun Simiao coughed dryly behind her. Han Yushi hurriedly helped Li Zixuan tidy up his clothes. Li Zixuan looked and found that from the outside, it was impossible to tell that he had been injured today. Only then did he nod his head in satisfaction. old, whose injuries were too serious, and it was inconvenient for him to move, who actually had to stay by Sun Simiao's side recently, as expected, who had to stay in the Imperial Medical Department to take care of her father. Therefore, when they returned, only Li Zixuan and Han Yushi were with them. Chapter 144. Yongla Lane, Li Residence. Ever since Li Zixuan returned to his room in the morning with his sword and left on his horse, the entire Li residence was in chaos. When the servant girl returned to the east courtyard and reported what had happened to Madame Li almost fainted from shock. She hurriedly sent someone to invite Li Jingma back from the West City. When Li Jingma returned, he heard that Han Tianhu's daughter had been taken away, and that his son had disobeyed the imperial decree and gone to the village alone to save her. He was so angry that his face darkened. He couldn't help but curse, this unfilial son. Ouch! Who are you calling an unfilial son? Our son is in danger now. As his father, you don't think of a way to save him. Instead, you're making sarcastic remarks. Are you Xian Er's father or not? Mrs. Li was already anxious. Now that she heard her husband scold her precious son as an unfilial son, how could she hold herself back? She used the 9-yin white bone claw to viciously vent her anger on Li Jingma's waist. When Li Jingma heard the second half of his wife's words, his already dark face became as dark as the bottom of a pot. However, due to his wife's many years of power, he didn't dare to say anything. He could only wave his hand and say, "Madam, calm down. Your husband will think of a way right now." Humph! Madame Li released her hand hatefully. Li Jingma rubbed his waist as his mind raced to think of a way. His unfilial son's words were, of course, words spoken in anger. His concern for his son was no less than his wife's. "Madam, don't be anxious. Your husband will personally go to Duke Lu's residence to ask for help. Duke Lu treats Xian like a nephew. He is also a veteran who has led troops for many years. He will definitely be able to save Xian." Li Jingma thought about it and felt that this was the only way at present. Madame Li said anxiously, "Then go quickly, master." Li Jingma nodded and spurred his horse out the door. An hour later, Li Jingma returned. "Master, how is it? Is Duke Lu willing to save Xian?" Madame Li asked as soon as Li Jingma entered. Li Jingma handed the reins to the servant and said to his wife, "Madam, I just went to the house of Duke and didn't run into Duke Lu. The servants in their house said that Duke Lu and Duke Yi brought their family to save Han Yushi and Xian." Madame Li said in pleasant surprise, "That's great. Master, with Duke Lu and Duke Yi taking action, our Xianer won't be in any danger, right?" When Li Jingma saw his wife looking at him expectantly, he hurriedly nodded affirmatively and comforted her. Of course, High Duke Lu and High Duke Yi were both great generals who could fight against 100 men on their own back in the day. The two High Dukes didn't even take a few bandits seriously. On the way back, I heard that His Majesty had sent 1,000 Yulin guards to assist Xian in exterminating the bandits. "Madam, don't worry. Xian will definitely be fine." Madame Li was slightly relieved. When she heard the second half of Li Jingma's words, she said in disbelief, "Master, Xian defied the imperial edict and didn't answer the summons. Not only did His Majesty not punish him, he even sent troops to help Xian. What's the reason for this?" Li Jingma was also somewhat bewildered. He shook his head and said, "I don't know. Let's just wait for Xian to return safely." The couple waited for half a day. During this time, Lan and Iron Egg also heard about this matter. Although the two little ones were anxious, this was an adult matter, and they couldn't help much. Thus, the two children stayed in the front hall and waited with Li Jingma and his wife. The servants in the house also noticed that the atmosphere in the house wasn't right today. Every one of them was extremely careful, afraid that they would make a mistake. In the evening, Senbao rushed in and said excitedly, "Master, Madam, the Yulin guards have already entered the city. Young Master and young Miss Yushi are inside, and will probably be back soon." Madam Li stood up excitedly and looked at Li Jingma. She said in a trembling voice, "Master, Xian, is back. Xian, is back." As she spoke, she couldn't help but cry. Although Li Jingma comforted her that her son would be fine, she had waited for so long without seeing her son. God knew how much suffering she had experienced as a mother. Now that she finally heard the news of her son's safe return, her suspended heart finally settled. Li Jingma patted Madam Li's shoulder lightly and said with a smile, "Madam, you don't have to worry now. I said before that Xian will be fine." At this time, Lan also cried out happily, "Mother, don't cry." Lan knows that Big Brother is the best. He will definitely be fine. Iron Egg heard that his sister and young master were fine, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After waiting for half an hour, what they waited for wasn't Li Zishuan, but their family's white horse. Madam Li asked the horse carriers where Li Zishuan went and was told that Li Zishuan and Han Yushi had gone to the Imperial Medical Department to visit Hu Hanyun. When Madam Li heard this, she was secretly annoyed at her son's thoughtlessness. He didn't even know to come back and see his parents first. It wasn't until nightfall that Li Zishuan led Han Yushi back home. Lan was the first to run over. She held Li Zishuan's hand and asked, "Big Brother, are you okay?" Lan and Mother were worried sick. When Li Zishuan heard this, he patted Lan's head with heartache and said, "Big Brother is fine." Madam Li and Li Jingma also walked out at this time. Madam Li hurriedly stepped forward and held Li Zishuan's arms with both hands. She carefully examined Li Zishuan's body for a while before saying, "Xian, are you hurt?" Li Zishuan hurriedly pretended to be relaxed and said, "Mother, I'm not hurt at all." "Don't worry. I've learned martial arts for so many years. I'm very powerful," Lan interjected. "Mother, you see, Lan already said that Big Brother's martial arts are the best. He'll definitely be fine." At this time, Iron Egg ran over to greet Li Zishuan first. Then he went to Han Yushi's side and asked softly, "Big sister, are you okay?" Han Yushi shook her head and whispered, "Big sister is fine." At this time, Madam Li looked at Han Yushi with a complicated expression. Every mother was selfish when it came to their children. She did like Han Yushi before, but today her son was in danger because of her. Madam Li's heart more or less had a knot in it. "Miss Han, it's good that you're okay." Madam Li thought for a long time, but still said this in a neutral tone. Han Yushi's pretty face turned pale when she heard these obviously distant words. She immediately realized that Madam Li had distanced herself from her because of what happened today. She was so anxious that tears almost rolled out. She held back her sadness and hurriedly bowed down. "Madam, it's Yushi's fault. Yushi caused young Master to be in danger. Yushi has let Master and Madam down." Li Zishuan also heard the coldness in his mother's words. He secretly thought that it was a good thing that he went to the Imperial Medical Department first. Otherwise, if he came back covered in blood, wouldn't his mother turn the sky upside down? He quickly went over to help Han Yushi up and said to his mother, "Mother, you can't blame Yushi for this. Those bandits kidnapped her mainly to get the formula for our family's new wine from her. In fact, It's still my fault. If I didn't ask Yushi to help me brew wine, she wouldn't have gone through this disaster now. On the way back, Han Yushi told Li Zixuan everything that had happened during the time when she was captured. When Madame Li heard Li Zixuan's words that were obviously protective of Han Yushi, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at her son. She thought to herself that her son had forgotten his mother when he had a wife. She couldn't help but say unhappily, "Mother didn't blame Yushi. Why are you in such a hurry to jump out and say this?" Actually, she just had a knot in her heart. She didn't really have a problem with Han Yushi. Li Jingma saw that the atmosphere was awkward, so he quickly coughed dryly and said, "Cough, cough, Xian, or Yushi, you haven't eaten yet, right? Don't stand here. Go in, madam, go in too. Cough, cough." Lan also chimed in, "That's right, mother. Hurry up and eat." Lan didn't even eat lunch. She's hungry and thin. Uffed. Madame Li couldn't help but laugh. She poked Lan's forehead with her finger and said angrily, "You little girl, you only know how to eat." Chapter 145. Yunshi Building, Private Room. Bang! "You dog, Han Yushi is Qin Xiong's adopted daughter. Why didn't you investigate clearly? Now, not only did you not get the formula, but you also made enemies on all sides. This time, I'm in big trouble because of you." The second young master of the Wang family was no longer as calm and composed as before. At this moment, his eyes were spitting fire, and he was like a mad demon. Although the great expert Xiao Ying's head was broken, he still did not dare to make any movements. He could only let the blood roll down from his forehead and down his cheeks. In fact, he felt wronged in his heart. Han Yushi had just become Qin Xiong's adopted father. How would he know? "Young master," Xiao Ying wanted to explain, but the young master waved his hand and said with a dispirited face, "It's over, it's all over. This time, we have offended almost half of the forces of the imperial court and the military. It seems that this young master will directly lose the qualification for this family trial. Azure Dragon Lane. Young master, this is what happened. The Yulin Guards, the Eastern Palace Guards, Duke Lu, Duke Yi, Duke Wu, and General Niu all came together. In the end, of the 1,128 bandits of the Bloody Wind Stockade, except for the 82 who were killed by Li Zixuan, the rest were captured by the Yulin Guards. Li Zixuan was slightly injured, and Han Yushi was safe and sound. In an exquisite room, Lang Yuyao was reporting to Wang Runbiao in detail what happened during the day in the Bloody Wind Stockade. Wang Runbiao gasped after listening. First, he was shocked by the relationship between Li Zixuan and the military leaders in the imperial court. Second, he was shocked by Li Zixuan's shocking fighting strength. Alas, in order to defeat me, my second brother actually came up with such a stupid idea. I'm afraid he can't stay in Chang anymore. I'll write a letter and tell my father everything. As for my second brother's punishment, I'll let the family make the decision. But this time, it's all thanks to you. If you hadn't told Li Zixuan Han Yushi's location, I'm afraid that Han Yushi would have already met with misfortune. If that happened, it wouldn't be easy to deal with this matter. Our Wang family would also have offended too many powers because of this. Although the Wang clan was one of the 5 clans and 7 watch clans and had a deep foundation, if they were to directly go against these high-ranking military bigwigs, the Wang clan would not be able to withstand it. At this time, the 5 families did not have an absolute advantage in the imperial court. The first reason was that the Guanlong military group was still very powerful at that time. The second reason was that the emperor wanted to suppress it. The third reason was that the imperial examination system was vigorously implemented, which led to the appearance of many concubine court officials. Their only advantage at this time was the public opinion of the world and their unparalleled right to speak as a landowning household. Lung Yuyao shook her head and continued, the Jianghu expert second young master recruited, Flying Snake, was also killed by Li Zixuan with a single sword strike. Li Zixuan's combat strength is infinitely close to the grandmaster level. If young master wants to be his enemy in the future, you must be careful. Xiaoying heard the news before the imperial court's army arrived and fled in advance. Wang Renbiao said in surprise, Li Zixuan is actually that formidable? This young master really did not expect it. But Yao why do you always think that I will become enemies with Li Zixuan? I am currently working with him, so you shouldn't always look at things based on your personal grudges. Lung Yuyao was still expressionless. She said coldly, Young master, Yuyao is not saying this because she hates Li Zixuan. Yuyao is just relying on her intuition that young master and Li Zixuan will become enemies in the end. Wang Renbiao asked curiously, Oh, why is that? Lung Yuyao replied, because young master and Li Zixuan are both equally outstanding people. Wang Renbiao. After a while, Lung Yuyao broke the silence. Young master Li Junxian personally led a group of 100 cavalry out of the city today. Yuyao guesses that it is very likely to be to investigate second young master's kidnapping of Han Yushi. Wang Renbiao's expression became unprecedentedly grave. He stood up and said, It seems like second brother, the mastermind behind the scenes, will be exposed soon. This won't do. If I want to save second brother's life, I'm afraid that I'll have to have my father personally make a trip to Chang. And Yao grind the ink. I'll write a letter right now. Lung Yuyao frowned unwillingly. Second young master was against young master before. Why are you still helping him now? Wang Renbiao scratched Lung Yuyao's nose in amusement and sighed. Although he doesn't treat me as an older brother, I have always treated him as a younger brother. Lung Yuyao's face turned slightly red. She still said unhappily, Young master is so magnanimous, but second young master will definitely not remember your kindness. Wang Renbiao smiled and shook his head, not replying. Taiji Palace. It was still brightly lit. Paying respects to your majesty. Li Junxian bowed. Li Er nodded and asked, Junxian, have you found out who ordered these bandits? Replying to your majesty, according to this general's investigation, the person who contacted the bandit leader Song Tiandao is called Xiaoying, the shopkeeper of Yunxi Pavilion. He intended to kidnap Han Yushi to obtain the recipe for immortal intoxication and gentle softness. The owner of immortal intoxication is Wang Rini, the bastard son of Sui Province's Governor Wang Yu. His birth mother is Chui Qinfang of the Chui family of Qingha. When Wang Yu married Princess Tang, and Li Yuan was only a duke and had not yet started a rebellion. At that time, Princess Tang, and was still not a princess. Thus, it was not against the law for Wang Yu to take a concubine. After hearing Li Juanxian's report, Li Er frowned deeply. He said unhappily, under the feet of the Son of Heaven, this Wang Rini actually dared to collude with bandits and kidnap Shu Bao's adopted daughter. He is truly audacious. Moreover, immortal intoxication and gentle softness have already become the imperial wine of the palace. Wang Rini dared to dream of getting his hands on them. I would like to issue an edict to ask Wang Yu how he disciplined him. If Wang Rini was here, he would definitely cry out that he had been wronged. Firstly, he did not know that Han Yushi was Qin Xiong's adopted daughter. Secondly, He did not know that immortal intoxication and gentle softness were the imperial wine of the palace. If he had known either of these points, he would definitely not have done so. This was completely a disaster caused by the lack of information. Tonight, Chang and city was not peaceful. Those who were observant would be able to find out what had happened during the day. Thus, those who had hedonistic sons were all taught not to offend the girl called Han Yushi. Of course, they could not offend Li Zixuan either. The military forces supporting them were simply too powerful. Yongle Lane, Li Mansion. This place was filled with laughter. Li Zixuan did not even have time to eat lunch. Later on, he had used up so much energy that he was so hungry that his chest was sticking to his back. Now that he saw a table full of delicious food, how could he endure it? Not long later, he was full to the point of groaning. Just as he was about to go outside for some fresh air and digestion, he heard Li Jingma say, "Xin, sleep early tonight. You still have to attend the morning court tomorrow." Li Zixuan opened his eyes wide in disbelief. "Father, why do I have to attend the morning court?" If he attended the morning court, he would not be able to sleep in. He did not want to attend the morning court. Li Jingma said, angrily, "His Majesty sent someone to pass on a message this afternoon. He wants you to attend the morning court tomorrow. You have to go this time. You disobeyed the edict today. Later on, you will have to write a memorial to ask for forgiveness. Go and ask for forgiveness tomorrow." Li Zixuan was dumbfounded. Chapter 146. Li Residence Study. "Xian, why are you looking for me? Why are you being so secretive?" After dinner, Li Zixuan quickly invited his mother to the study while everyone else went back to their rooms to rest. Li Zixuan smiled as he poured a cup of tea and handed it to Mrs. Li. "Mother, have some tea?" Mrs. Li looked at her son suspiciously, but still took the teacup. She took a sip and asked, "Xian, why are you looking for me? Tell me." Li Zixuan laughed dryly. "Hee, mother, look at what you're saying. Can't I chat with you if I have nothing to do?" Mrs. Li rolled her eyes and said in disbelief, "TSK, do you think I don't know you? You've been back for so long, and when have you ever chatted with me? If you have something to say it quickly." Li Zixuan was embarrassed. No one knew him better than his mother. He said awkwardly, "Mother, what do you think of Yushi?" Mrs. Li replied in confusion, "She's okay. What's wrong?" Li Zixuan scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "Mother, I wanna." Mrs. Li saw her son's shy and stuttering look. She thought for a moment and immediately understood. She couldn't help but find it funny. She had just told her husband about this a few days ago. She had already been looking for a matchmaker to arrange this matter. She didn't expect her son to be so impatient. Mrs. Li deliberately teased, "Xian, wants to get married?" Although Li Zixuan was a little embarrassed, if he didn't step forward to arrange this matter, was he going to wait for Han Yushi to bring it up? Li Zixuan couldn't do such an irresponsible thing. "Mother, I want to marry Yushi. What do you think?" Mrs. Li was relieved. This blockhead of a son was finally enlightened. "You, Mother has already arranged this matter for you. In a few days, a matchmaker will go to Han Tianhu's house to propose marriage." Mrs. Li smiled. Li Zixuan opened his mouth in surprise. Mother, how did you know?" Mrs. Li said unhappily, "Mother carried you for 10 months and gave birth to you. How could Mother not know what you're thinking? You just have to stay at home and wait for your bride to come in." Li Zixuan was also very happy that his mother was so considerate. He smiled and said, "Thank you, Mother." Thinking that her son was about to have a family and start a career, Mrs. Li was truly happy. She got up and said with a smile, "Well, look at how proud you are. Go back and rest. You still have to go to the morning court tomorrow." After Madame Li finished speaking, she went out with a smile. The next day, after the bell and drum of Chang, and city had been struck 4 times, the lights in the Li mansion began to be lit one by one. The maids and servants were busy lighting the fire and boiling water, preparing to wash their masters and make breakfast. The groom washed the horse clean. Li Jingma and Madame Li hurried back and forth, not daring to be careless in the slightest. Today was their son's first official appearance in court. Last time, Li Zishuan had been summoned by Li Er to denounce him for his crimes, not to have an official appearance. Li Zishuan was still asleep when he was pulled up. Mrs. Li gave Xiao He a strict order. The little girl ignored Li Zishuan's muddle-headed complaints and wiped his face and brushed his teeth. The bitterness of the willow branches didn't drive away Li Zishuan's sleepiness. He put on the official uniform and the golden crown. He was underage, so he couldn't wear the official hat. He changed into thin deerskin boots and fastened the ceremonial sword to his belt. He came to the front hall and ate a big bowl of porridge, hastily. He felt a little less sleepy, so he checked his equipment again. Under the gaze of the whole family, he got on the horse and went out. It was about 4 o'clock in the morning, and it was not yet time to open the doors. The entire market was quiet, and a cold crescent moon was hanging in the sky. Shouldn't they be lying on their beds and sleeping comfortably at this time? Li Zishuan couldn't help but criticize the inhumane morning court again. After a long time, the gate was finally opened. Li Zishuan got on the horse and went out of Yongla Lane to Vermilion Bird Avenue. He saw soldiers patrolling the streets, but no other officials passed by. After checking his identity, the soldiers of the warden's office saluted in unison, leaving 2 carrying huge lanterns to lead the way. Taiji Palace was in the north of the city. It was built against the mountain, facing the south with its back to the north. This was the privilege of the imperial family. Of course, it wasn't a big deal for ordinary people to live in the north. Li Er didn't have to care about this. He arrived at the imperial city. From a distance, he saw the brightly lit gate and a crowd of people. They cupped their hands in greeting and chatted amiably. But whether they were smiling sincerely or hiding a knife in their smile, he couldn't tell. Li Zishuan saw the civil and military officials were divided into 2 groups, clearly separated. He was in a dilemma. He didn't know whether he was a civil official or a military general. Chung Yaojin came over to solve the problem. He patted Li Zishuan's shoulder vigorously and said in a rough voice, "You brat, why aren't you coming with me? What are you waiting for? Don't tell me you want to join that group of scholars?" Chung Yaojin ignored the angry glares of Feng Xianling, Zhang Sun Wuji, and the other civil officials. He slowly pulled Li Zishuan into the military general group. Li Zishuan argued fiercely in the imperial court last time. He fought with Yuan Wendao and Wei Zhang, and was finally conferred the title of Baron Lantian. All the military generals knew him. Besides, after the big commotion in Chang, and yesterday, everyone had a direct understanding of Li Zishuan's connections in the military. They knew that this young man shouldn't be offended. So they all nodded kindly to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan was just a loser in his previous life. He had never been an official and wasn't good at socializing. But he adhered to the principle that people shouldn't be offended by too much courtesy. He bowed respectfully to all the big shots. After 1 round, his face muscles were stiff from smiling and his neck was sore from nodding. Then he returned to Chung Yaojin Qin Xiong and the others. Li Zixuan went to Qin Xiong and whispered, "Uncle Qin, I didn't answer the summons yesterday. Will His Majesty punish me today?" He heard that Han Yushi was in trouble yesterday, and his heart was in a mess. He didn't have time to care about Li Er's summons. Later, when he returned home, he felt a lingering fear. In his previous life, he had seen many historical dramas. In them, it was said that disobeying an imperial decree was a serious crime. So he was very uneasy now. Qin Xiong stroked his beard and smiled. "It should be fine. Yesterday, His Majesty heard that you disobeyed an imperial decree and was indeed very angry. But later, His Highness the Crown Prince and I mediated between them. His Majesty then calmed down. Today, he shouldn't punish you too much." In fact, disobeying an imperial decree depended on the situation. There was no such thing as disobeying an imperial decree in the laws of previous dynasties. This was a general term for such crimes. 9. Familial exterminations wouldn't be used easily. Even the most violent monarchs would use it carefully. If disobeying an imperial decree was disobeying an imperial decree, then there wouldn't be an immortal poet who said that he was a wine immortal. After hearing Qin Xiong's words, Li Zixuan heaved a huge sigh of relief in his heart. He secretly praised Li Chengqian, this brother, and Qin Xiong, this elder, for being too reliable. He bowed deeply to Qin Xiong and thanked him. "Many thanks, Uncle Qin." Qin Xiong waved his hand and didn't care. At this time, a servant came forward and shouted, "Go to court." The officials immediately quieted down and lowered their heads. They carried the imperial decree and slowly entered Taiji Palace. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.